Well, welcome to Brands Hatch and of course a new year, 2023 of the British Truck Racing Championships. What a season we've got ahead of us and what a day we've got ahead of us as well. So to those of you joining us for the first time here on the live stream, let's have a little look around the paddock to introduce you to some of the trucks you'll be seeing out on track and hopefully maybe even a couple of drivers too. I myself of course is Pointy. I'll be taking you through the year along with the live stream and the TV show that we'll be putting out to you through the season, so it'll be fantastic to get to know you better. Before we get started though, if you're watching now, down in the comments feel free to ask questions. We will try our best to have a look at those as the racing weekend progresses and of course try and answer all those questions that we can. Now, with a bit of time left just before we get going on the first race, we start obviously here with one of our main championship sponsors, GT Tyres. We will of course be speaking to GT Tyres later on in the day to have a word with Stuart Little of all people, and he's not a mouse. So this is the paddock. This is called the outer paddock here at Brands Hatch. It's actually quite low down in the bottom corner, of course, where we've got the room. Thank you, Stuart. 10-time British champion Stuart Oliver. Always a bit of tomfoolery with the drivers here. Of course, the mood is very positive at the moment and everyone's in a great place. The trucks are all looking fantastic and we've got a lot of racing ahead, but all could change in the next couple of hours, of course, as is the thing with racing. So let's start off then in this corner, work our way around. So we've got Reed Freight. Now, if you've not been in touch with the British Truck Racing Championship before, a lot of the teams actually come from a haulier background. So a lot of the race truck drivers are actually truckers in their day jobs as well. So of course the main team sponsors are usually the haulage firms that they obviously run week in, week out. So we've actually got two brothers here, Simon Reed, the older of the two, and Craig Reed, both of which heavy haulage and fantastic mechanics. Simon Reed got quite a thing for collecting trains, and I mean actual trains, not toys. No, actual trains. Much to the dismay of his brother, as the yard gets full of trains each year. So they're racing in Ivecos, 89 and 68 are their numbers. Of course, Sherwood being one of their big sponsors, guest as well. Moving a bit further down to the TRP Truck and Trailer Parts sponsor, another championship sponsor this year, as to were they last year. This of course is where you can get your hands on some of the BTRC merchandise if you ever come to one of our events. We've got 6 more this year and of course we'd love to see you all there. Details on the website btrc.co. head over there and have a look at ticket prices and when the events are in the calendar. 7-time British champion now, Ryan Smith, with his apparently brand new Mercedes Freightliner body. You may notice them from the Bagheeras in European truck racing. They've got that very nice bullnose look. Of course, we can see the teams over here hard at work. Emma Tyra there, who actually manages the championship, does a fantastic job of promoting the sport as a whole. Ryan Smith there just taking a small moment to catch up on social media. If you just get in on the guy in the black suit ad, that's Ryan Smith, 7-time champion. We will be having a proper sit down with him later on, but we won't give him too much airtime just yet because he'll go straight to his head. Someone I would like to promote though, I believe Mechanic of the Year last year for season 22 was Arnie, who pretty much single-handedly builds this thing in between race weekends, and as you can see he's still hard at work just after qualifying this morning. So lots of work still to do. If we carry on down now then and have a look at the rest of the trucks, some of which of course are still being looked at over in Parc Ferme. So we've actually got Tom O'Rourke's MV Commercial and Fruhoff sponsored MAN. That's over there in Parc Ferme at the moment, and if you just want to spin round and show them the number 86 of Tom O'Rourke. Great guy. MV Commercial also of course being one of the championship sponsors too. Really is fantastic this year that we've managed to get so many incredible sponsors involved, including one of which is MAN Trucks, all the way from Europe, which is brilliant. Further down to the paddock then, we've got Dave Jenkins in the Digraph and Morris sponsored truck, and we'll get a we'll get a quick pace on just to get down. It is a very large paddock, of course, with the amount of trucks we've got here. Over to your right then, we've got Ricky Collett. Now, Ricky has been in the haulage game for many years, just as many years in British truck racing. He has been doing it for an age, I tell you. There's not much he couldn't tell you about British truck racing over the decades. Further, thanks Dave Jenkins over there from the 69 truck driver again. I'm sure we'll be seeing lots of action from him this weekend. Always a front runner in the championship as the season progresses. So new to Division 1, but returning for a second year in the British trucks, is Jock Borthwick, the Flying Scotsman. Absolutely fantastic chap, and his returning MAN from last year has had obviously the Division 1 engine put in it for this season. A lot of the trucks having the Division 1 engine for this season. We'll be talking to them later on, along with some other people that we need a special mention for. Later on, we're doing a whole segment. They're doing a charity bike ride around the circuit, and that will just be a fantastic thing to get involved with. It's fine. You're on TV now, folks. Wave, say hello. Craig Evans, Division 2. Now, you might notice looking at the entry list, Division 2 is limited this year, but of course, unfortunately, we are limited to 20 trucks on the circuit. Now, this isn't a truck racing decision or a BART decision. This is Motorsport UK that have decided, due to the size of the vehicles, we are limited to 20 trucks per grid. This is obviously a safety thing. They are very big, they are very fast, and they are very heavy. They're hard to stop and hard to get going. Simon Faulkner, number 92 in an IV coat as well. This was actually red and black last year. Bit of a bad year for Simon last year, unfortunately, having a bit of issues with injection, fuel injection, causing quite a bit of black smoke, and that did get him a lot of penalties, which felt a bit of a shame. However, brings me very nicely on to, very quickly as well, just over to your left is the GDF Fuel, which is actually one of our official sponsors and our official fuel sponsor this year, which is biodiesel. Now, these guys have been decided to provide fuel inclusive to all of the race trucks for all of the racing for the entire season, which is pretty unheard of. It's incredible that they want to get out there. Now, these new biodiesels offer huge reductions in CO2 emissions, fantastic for the engines as well, and obviously all of the teams have to be running on biofuel. So as a way of looking to the future, sustainability and how we can make motorsport greener and more efficient, biofuel and getting a sponsor on board like that is integral. A bit further down then, returning legend Jim Bennett. Everybody loves to see Jim Bennett. Now, he is always part of the race. He wasn't here last year, which is a massive shame, but no, he's a great guy to watch, great guy to chat to as well. We'll see whether he can muster some podiums this season. And then all the way down in the corner here, they've really made us walk for it. We've got John Bowler from Bowler Haulage. Now, they do heavy haulage as well, and he has also joined Division 1 for the first year with an MAN chassis, I believe once belonging to Ryan Smith, but they've essentially built it from the ground up, of course, with a new import engine with the MAN stock that came in earlier on. So let's have a wander back up now, because there is quite a bit to see. As I say, 20 trucks, 19 of them here this weekend. Now, never say never is the... oh, there we go. We've got an announcement coming in from the scrutineers, the clerk of the course. They're just calling the drivers through now. So obviously, you'll be watching this just before the first race. But of course, we're a little bit in advance. So they'll be getting called up ever so shortly. Engines will roar into action. But in that meantime, we've still got to speak to a couple of drivers with regards to where they came in the qualifying. So we'll have a look at that in a minute. So over to your left, we've got last year's Division 2 champion, Luke Garrett. He's not here with his truck this year. Had some issues. Talking to John Powell, another Division 2 driver, whose truck we'll see slightly further up. So say, wave hi, guys. So we'll obviously get plenty of opportunity to talk to all the drivers as the weekend goes by. This is literally faces to names, trucks to trailers. So we've seen Ricky Collett on the left. This himself, the man himself, Mellow Yellow. Give him a wave, Ricky. And then moving further along, one skill you get good at in this game is walking backwards. He has to walk carrying a camera very still. His arms will be on fire in about half an hour. Bradley Smith, the youngest driver in the British truck racing, always has been, always probably will be, unless we get any much younger blood come in now. He had a terrible incident last year. Engine trouble at the beginning of the season saw him out for the entire year, which was massively unfortunate. However, this is the one to watch. The young blood and plenty of skill to back up the energy as well. So this is certainly one to watch, with a fantastic livery from Ferns, his main sponsor. Looks brilliant. So yeah, good luck to Bradley Smith. Bit further along then, we've got the aptly named The Beast, driver Simon Cole. So this is the man himself, Simon Cole. I'm sure we'll get a chance to catch up with him. Managed to get his entry in time this year, so it's fantastic we're here. Simon, I haven't said hello to you properly. How you doing? But you well? Very good, very good. Are we running okay? We all good to go?
Bit slow, mate. I've got the old Beast engine in there because budget didn't come in time, so we're just getting out there.
See what happens.
Set ourselves like I usually do.
So we're still in Division 1 though. Obviously the Beast originally from Division 2.
Yeah, the Beast was Division 2. We've got a couple of spare engines for the Beast. We just put it into here just to get a year of learning, and next year hopefully we can go a whole hog and win the championship.
Unless he wins the lottery halfway through the season, he can just stick a new engine in there regardless. Right, well, good luck doing what you do, Simon. Further along then, we've got Team Bint with the Volvo White, which is actually black, but that's what they call it. The bullnose truck, a classic on the circuit, and a fan favourite is Bint Racing. Great team, great people, always a good laugh. Hi guys, morning, how are we? You all right? Yeah, he's all right, he's all right. This is my protege, he'll be replacing me one day, so one to watch. And of course, trackside recovery. How are we, guys? You well?
Good, thank you. Yeah,
these guys will be responsible for dragging people out of the gravel. Sorry, no, you'll be quiet this weekend because no one's going to have any racing incidents, isn't it? These guys have been with us now for many years, especially at the Brands Hatch circuit. They help with the speedy recovery of the trucks and, of course, the cars on Circuit 1. They're racing or not racing, mostly crashing. But yeah, trackside recovery, great guys. They've been with us a long time. So, John Powell, you saw the driver. Well, here's the truck. John Powell's truck, the DAF, just getting a last slap and tickle. How are we? Good morning. Fantastic, fantastic. Now, John and Adam Bint actually have been using the biofuel now for a couple of years, as it happens, and it's fantastic that they've managed to organise with these teams and bring that sponsor on board for the championship, so that everybody's running on the same fuel now. And of course, that means that everybody's lowering emissions and, of course, putting out less CO2, which is just fantastic. And then, last but definitely not least, a close personal friend of mine. In fact, we're not last at all because we've got Napa over here, which we'll talk about in a second. Where is he? Where is he here? The pocket rocket is probably hiding. Even though this is his home circuit, Steve Powell spends very little time around the truck. My mum would probably describe him as a fart in a colander. That's right, if you find a hole, he'll disappear off out of it. Off he's gone. He will be here somewhere. Now, it's his second year in Division 1. Brand new MAN engine and, of course, all that power to go with it as well. I believe they've already changed a turbo on this already, and we only had practice yesterday. So, interesting start to their weekend. Someone else, and our final one to talk about is Paul Rivette. Now, Paul Rivette did join us a couple of years ago before lockdown, actually, and had a dabble in one of the trucks, and now he's returned last year at Donington for just a kind of arrive and drive, and now obviously joining us for the entire year. Oh, is that a Spitfire up there? Can you zoom in on the Spitfire? But you can't. No, you lost it, never mind. We do get to see the Spitfires over Brands Hatch. There's a couple of Hurricanes that fly around every now and again as well, so that's quite special to see the Spitfires flying overhead here at Brands. So yes, the Napa MAN, driven by Paul Rivette, made famous of course by his time in the Clios. I believe there's last year's British touring car Ford Focus over there as well. And of course, I almost forgot the OG, the 10-time British champion, the one to beat, essentially. And of course, Ryan Smith is hot on the heels of every year now. Is Team Oliver Racing, Stuart Oliver and son Michael Oliver. They've been involved in the sport as long as I can remember, that's for sure. And we've also got Dean from Vision Track. We will need to speak to him properly one-on-one in a moment. But yeah, so that basically brings our entire paddock to a close. We've got 2 brand new engines going into these trucks. Michael Oliver is going to try and keep it on the circuit this year instead of taking the scenic route around every corner that he finds. So that's it from the paddock. We're going to have a little word from our sponsors now, but until then, googly woogle.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
So, quite a good qualifying session there. No major mechanical incidents with any of the teams. Of course, you join me now in Parc Fermé, or assembly area, just before first race of the season with last year's and 7-year in a row British champion Ryan Smith from Division 1, posting a 58.6.
Yeah, look, the new truck, brand new out the box. The mechanics finished it at 11 o'clock yesterday morning. So all the plaudits, all the congratulations need to go out to my team, Aaron Parkin, Sam Billy and Adam Halliburton. They have worked tirelessly to get this truck and, you know, through the teething problems to set that lap in qualifying, absolutely delighted.
It certainly puts you ahead of the pack, of course, in the position that you're used to having. Have we made any major changes for this year? Obviously, you said major in the fact that it's a new truck, but you've always had a pretty good strategy. So, you know, have we changed anything with how you're going to approach the year?
Well, Northside Truck and Van have come on bigger and better, supporting us in every different dimension. Keith, the MD of Northside, has brought new partners to the table, which has allowed us more budget compared to what we've had in previous years to build us first ever brand new truck. And here it is. I think it looks great, and I hope we have a good weekend. But a lot of the thanks must go to Keith, because with all his hard work and he's also worked with our current partners. Delighted, honestly.
So over to Keith then, the man himself, the man, the legend. Let's talk business. Value for money?
How can it be, you know?
No, but not value for money.
You couldn't exactly sit down with an accountant and justify it, but it works.
It does work, and that's fantastic. And I mean, of course, you've got to see the results that Ryan's getting, and of course you're responsible for. That's got to make you feel good at the end of the day, right?
It's great. I just hope this weekend is a good weekend. You know, it's been quite stressful, I must say, leading up to it, with one or two little changes and tweaks, but we're here, hopefully in pole position. So, you know, it's going to be a great weekend, and the weather, look at it, you know what I mean?
Well, we had hail here on Thursday, so let's make sure that stays on.
Yeah, we've brought a bit of good weather from the north down.
brilliant. Well, Keith, let me shake your hand. Thank you for being here again this year. Ryan, massive congratulations for last year. Good luck this year. It's all to play for. Let's go and have a word with our Division 2 pole position now, and then we'll see if we can't get some truck racing out of 2023 here at Brands Hatch. Well, as promised, here we are over with the front runners for Division 2, Mr. Adam Bint and John Powell, taking pole position for Division 2 though in Division 2, obviously. I'm still getting into this, ladies and gentlemen, give me time. We've got Adam Bint. Let's quickly walk over. They are, of course, waiting here in assembly, ready to get on the circuit. We just open the door and come round and speak to Adam Bint. Now, it's a bit of a tight angle. As you can see, they're heavily strapped into these trucks. Not much room for movement, so I'll put the mic up to him. Now, Adam, if you can hear me and if I can hear you afterwards, how are we feeling about the result from qualifying?
Yeah, it felt really good. The truck felt on point, so we did one fast lap, which I thought to myself was a very good lap, and I didn't want to overcook it, so we was happy with what it was, and we got pole position.
Now, obviously, only 5 trucks this weekend in Division 2. A lot of people looking at that as a shame, but I'm looking at it as a huge amount of pressure because, of course, consistency is going to be key with so few numbers to make mistakes.
Yeah, we've got to finish every race, because as soon as you drop a race now, it's going to be very hard to make the points back up. But we hopefully are now starting on the back of Division 1 instead of no gap, so we'll be on the back of them and hopefully trying to get in the mix with their race as well.
Interesting concept, and we'll see how it works out. Well, good luck for the first race of the season, Adam. We'll shut that door. And now I think it's time for me to hand over to Dave in the studio, because it's time to go racing.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Thanks very much, Pointy. Yes, the trucks making their way out towards the grid any moment then for the first of 5 races across the course of this weekend. And it will be Flying Ryan Smith on pole as he goes for that incredible 8th consecutive Division 1 title. He didn't actually qualify fastest. It was the Scotsman Tom O'Rourke in his MAN number 86 who was quickest in qualifying with a lap of 57.988. Although due to a technical infringement, he is going to be starting, we're told, from the pit lane. So Tom O'Rourke unfortunately have to start from the back. It's a familiar front row because alongside number 1 Ryan Smith in his liner that we've just seen will be number 69 David Jenkins, champion back in 2011 for Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN. He was second in the championship last year with a total of 4 race wins. Ryan Smith took a total of 14 wins across the course of the season. Second row of the grid, number 89 Simon Reed, the man from Stoke in his Iveco Stralis. He had 4 wins last year, 7th in the championship, looking for potentially his first title this year. And alongside him is the legend of truck racing himself, the man from the northeast of England, number 7 Stuart Oliver in the bonneted Volvo VNL. 10 championships so far, the 59-year-old, and a European title as well. Incidentally, talking of the European Championship, a couple of drivers that we saw in the British Championship last year have moved on up to the European title to contend for the European title this year. John Newell, number 18, and 81 Mark Taylor. We won't see them in the British Championship this year. They're racing on the continent. So Stuart Oliver lines up on row 3. And alongside him, number 32, Jock Borthwick. He's made the move from Division 2 to Division 1. The Scotsman this year, third in Division 2 last season, his second season of truck racing in 2022 was a successful one in Division 2. Makes his Division 1 debut this year. Row 4, one of the youngest men in the championship, 23-year-old Bradley Smith, local man from Gravesend. Starts his MAN alongside an even more local man, number 3, Stephen Powell. Lives literally just down the road from Brands Hatch. Had a couple of wins in his first season in Division 1 last year. The 6-time Division 2 champion, looking for his first Division 1 title this year. Row 5, number 12, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart in his MAN. And another man moving up from Division 2 to Division 1. Number 14, John Bowler, making his Division 1 debut today, the man from Stockport. Row 6, number 92, Simon Faulkner. Second full season of truck racing for the Hampshire driver in his Iveco. And number 68 alongside him is Craig Reed, brother of Simon, scored his maiden Division 1 win here at Brands Hatch last year, was 9th in the points. He had some problems with his transmission yesterday and has repaired the truck for today. Row 7, another Division 1 newcomer, 41, Simon Cole, his first full season in Division 1 this year, another local driver from Dartford. Alongside him is the vastly experienced number 95, Ricky Collins, the heavy haulage company boss from Yorkshire. Had one race win last year, made his debut back in 1991, and his only championships coming in 95 and 97, so it's been some time since we've seen Ricky Collins as the champion. Then there's a small gap and we'll have the Division 2 trucks starting behind the 14 in Division 1. It's a slightly smaller Division 2 field this year because of those drivers that have moved up to Division 1. On the grid we will have number 5, Adam Bint, who we just heard from in his Volvo White Aerodyne, looking for his first title since 2016. Alongside him will be number 6, John Powell in his DAF, local man from Kent, 4th in Division 2 last season. Behind them, number 10, Craig Evans, suffered a blown gearbox in testing yesterday and was working late last night to repair his MAN, looking for his maiden win in this race in Division 2. And welcome back, number 28, Jim Bennett. After a couple of years away from truck racing, the oldest man on the grid, 73 years young, Jim Bennett in his classic Seddon Atkinson. Now hopefully at the back of the grid behind him we will see number 22, Paul Rivette, the former multiple Renault Clio champion in his MAN. We'll wait to see if he is there. Division 2 trucks are just making their way along Cooper Straight now. There's Craig Evans, he's made it out. Behind him, Jim Bennett. And yes, it looks like, no, that's Tom O'Rourke's truck behind Jim Bennett. So not sure if Paul Rivette is there, which would be a shame. He was working to replace the gearbox in his MAN and missed qualifying. Got permission to start from the back of the grid, but I'm not sure if it's ready in time for this first race. Which is a great shame for the team sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Hopefully we will see Paul Rivette out later in the event if he doesn't make this race. On-board cameras in this race, we're on board with Jock Borthwick, number 32. There's Tom O'Rourke heading into the pit lane where he will start, the MV Commercials MAN, the man from Scotland. We look back on the grid from Stuart Oliver's truck, the number 7 on row 2. Thanks to Chris Clark for his assistance with our onboard cameras this weekend. Looking back from Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion. Waiting for the rest of the grid to form up. With Bradley Smith, who should start behind Stuart. See the 46 colour, the blue, white and green truck. 89 is Simon Reed with the Iveco Stralis. The most numerous truck on the grid is the German-built MAN. We've got the Volvo of Stuart Oliver as well. The Ivecos of the Reed family and also Simon Faulkner. John Powell is in his DAF LF, Adam Bint the Volvo White Aerodyne and the Seddon Atkinson of Jim Bennett. Getting ready for what will be a 15-minute race to kick off the British truck racing season. In the grid fully into line, and there's our other camera truck, that's Jock Borthwick from Hoyk in the south of Scotland. But to think how many hours they spent travelling down to Brands Hatch this weekend, the two Scottish drivers, just getting the grid correctly into line then. Stuart Oliver will start on the outside of row 2, but on pole it is the Daimler Freightliner of number 1, Ryan Smith. We've seen the Bagheera Freightliners in the European Championship in recent years, the Czech-built machines. That's where the bodywork comes from, but it's Daimler-Benz power on the chassis of Ryan Smith's new truck. Beautiful looking bonneted machine. David Jenkins and his familiar MAN alongside him. They are major rivals, those two. There's always been a rivalry over the last few years between Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins. Simon Reed has qualified well on Road 2 alongside Stuart Oliver. Jock Borthwick ready for his Division 1 debut alongside Bradley Smith. Slightly amended grid because of the absence of Tom O'Rourke. Alongside Jock Borthwick is Bradley Smith. Then we've got Stephen Powell, runs a pub just down the road from Brands Hatch. We know where the celebrations will be if he has a win today. Michael Oliver alongside him in the MAN. That's the truck Martin Gibson raced a couple of years ago. He's now concentrating on car racing with the Fun Cup Enduro Series. Then we've got Sir John Bowler, number 14, making his debut in Division 1 today, alongside Simon Faulkner. New livery on the number 92 Iveco Stralis. This is, you can see the dark grey truck there on the fifth row of the grid. Very menacing looking machine that is. Then Craig Reed, the younger of the two brothers. Simon Cole alongside, used to race the Team Hard sponsored Mercedes Beast, as it was known, in Division 2. Made a one-off appearance at Donington Park, at Convoy in the Park last season, and back for the full season this year. And then Ricky Collett lurking at the back of the Division 1 grid. I remember an incident about 3 years ago when Stuart Oliver got his truck hooked on the back of Ricky Collett's MAN and was towed round Brands Hatch for a lap. Well, saves a bit on diesel and tyre wear, I suppose. And then we've got, has to be said, a slightly smaller than usual field in Division 2, but that's because 3 of the contenders from previous years have moved into Division 1. So Adam Bint will probably start as the favourite in Division 2 in the black Volvo white Aerodyne. He was the first truck to run on the greener HVO fuel over the last couple of years. And now HVO fuel, supported by Green Biofuels, has a partnership with the British Truck Racing Championship to commit to a more sustainable future, offering a cleaner alternative to diesel. Green Biofuels advanced GD Plus fuel made from waste-derived cooking oils and fats, supercharged with an engine-enhancing additive. So greener fuels being used by the British Truck Racing Championship this year, which is great to see. So they're off and rolling then. Looks like we got us a convoy here at Brands Hatch. A convoy of what should have been 19 trucks. Paul Rivette, sadly a non-starter. Tom O'Rourke will start from the pit lane. Ryan Smith in that aggressive-looking number 1, the Daimler Freightliner, run by Worldwide Truck Racing. Check them out on social media for more updates. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to this. Will Ryan Smith kick off his title defence with a victory? Be a new name on top in Division 2 this year. It was Luke Garrett who took the Division 2 title last year, but not on the grid this season. I think he's planning to race in Europe as well. Looking back from Stuart Oliver as they head along the Cooper Straight, the pace truck leading them round, ready to unleash these 19, well, it should have been 19, there are a couple missing, these 5-ton, 1,000 horsepower beasts. Biggest machines in British motorsports. Ready to rumble here at Brands Hatch, a brand new season for the British Truck Racing Championship. There's Jim Bennett in the classic Seddon Atkinson Strata at the back. Great to have the truck racing veteran back after a couple of years away. Here we go then. Pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins, the arch rivals, lead them up towards the red lights. It's time to go truck racing in 2023. Wait for the power to come on. The pack is unleashed, and here we go, down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Ryan Smith takes the lead from the inside line ahead of David Jenkins. Now, are they all going to get round Paddock Bend okay for the first time? John Bowler running up wide on the outside line. Looks like they've all made it round the Division 1 trucks. It's flying Ryan Smith, who leads up towards Druids Hill Bend for the first time. We go on board with Jock Borthwick in the 32. They swing their way through, and he's been hit. Jock Borthwick's tangled up with Stephen Powell. They go off. Oh, Michael Oliver's caught up as well. Bradley Smith's gone off too. Well, 4 trucks involved there. Borthwick's getting going again. And, well, it's certainly first day back at school, isn't it? 4 trucks off at Druids. Let's hope they can continue. Ryan Smith leads from David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver third. There's a hole been created in the field there already. The first 4 left clear as a result of that tangle. The Reed brothers in 4th and 5th. There's mayhem at Druids, and not surprisingly, the red flag is coming out. Well, Bradley Smith's truck stranded there. Looks like the left front suspension may be broken. A lot of contact there in the Druids. There's bits of bodywork everywhere. Look at the state of Jock Borthwick's truck, and that's just the first half lap of the season. A baptism of fire for him in Division 1. On board with the 32 truck as he makes his way. He's going to have to come into the pits to get that checked. It's a crack in the windscreen as well. No, he's not going into the pits, he is heading up to the grid. So the trucks will be reassembled on the grid. The marshals will then go to work up at Druids Hill Bend, and it'll be the first job of the weekend for trackside recovery. They manage all the car and truck recoveries here at Brands Hatch with their fleet of vehicles. We'll see how a race truck is recovered after an incident here. Let's take another look and see what happened there. They charged their way up to Druids for the first time. Watch the 32 and the 3. Stephen Powell just charged kamikaze up the inside there and sent everyone else skittling, I think is what happened. Dear oh dear. 4 of them off. And luckily everybody else was able to get through on the inside. Bradley Smith there, looks like his steering was broken. He went into the gravel. That was just an over-optimistic move, I would say, there from Stephen Powell. Just charged up the inside, clipped Jock Borthwick first of all, sent him spinning around. He went into Bradley Smith, and then they charged into Michael Oliver and sent him into the gravel. Borthwick was able to get going again, so were Powell and Oliver eventually. Bradley Smith's truck stuck there and debris everywhere. On board with Jock Borthwick. He was tapped once on the way towards Druids, and then again. I wonder if Stephen Powell had a brake problem there, because he just didn't seem to slow at first at all there. And then just went straight on. Jock Borthwick quickly on the throttle and away. And now they've got to clear the wreckage. Which of the trucks have we got there? That's the Towing and Engineering DAF, based near Heathrow Airport, that's been brought in by Trackside Recovery this week. I've got the Land Rover there as well. That's going to recover Bradley Smith's truck, not to be confused with Brad Smith, who's raced in Division 2 over the last few years. Bradley Smith, number 46, the son of Tony, who used to race in the championship in a Finnish-built Sisu. There is the number 12 of Michael Oliver back in pit lane. He's coming to have his damage checked over. Marshall just talking to Jock Borthwick there. We must say thank you as always to the Orange family. Our marshals here at Brands Hatch. We could not go racing without our volunteer marshals. They've got a fair bit of sweeping up to do at Druids Hill Bend. Now the teams will check the trucks over. And will we have a full complement for the restart? Well, Stephen Powell's back out there. Team probably checking if his brakes are okay after that incident. Missing Bradley Smith. We know he's been recovered up at Druids. Michael Oliver's in the pit lane. The Division 2 trucks were able to avoid that. Tom O'Rourke, I would suspect, has gone back into the pit lane to restart from there. He had to start from the pit lane because of a technical infringement after qualifying, which was frustrating for the Scot because he had taken pole position. First ever pole position in British truck racing. Team at work under the front end of Stephen Powell's number 3. Those further back were thankfully able to escape that pile-up. Now, once Bradley Smith's truck has been recovered, you can hopefully get this race back underway. I would imagine it would be over the full distance of 15 minutes because we haven't completed the lap. Just check the timing screen. Just been told restarted race will be 12 minutes. So we'll shorten it slightly. And race control have told us incident involving numbers 3, 12 and 46 under investigation. So now the teams just have to wait it out. Confirmation from the Hyundai Coupe Cup race. The penalty given to Neil Hurren was indeed an out-of-position start. He got a 10-second penalty. Bradley Smith is making his way back round to the grid. You can just see at the top left of your picture there at Surtees. Info on Tom O'Rourke. The speed measuring device on his truck was not operating in qualifying, so that's the reason he had his pole position taken. All of these trucks are limited to 100 miles an hour. It's 56 miles an hour on the motorway. Whereas race trucks are electronically limited to 100 miles an hour. They all have a speed measuring device that makes sure they're not breaking that 100-mile-an-hour limit. And because in qualifying Tom O'Rourke's speed measurement device was not working, then he had his pole position taken away. Used to be measured via tachographs, similar to those fitted to road-going lorries. But nowadays all done electronically. Vision Track, I think, are the company involved in doing so. We'll try and take a look again in a moment at what happened there at Druids as Bradley Smith has retaken his grid position. Just waiting to see if the other trucks are going to rejoin. Jock Borthwick's headed back to the pits. Let's have a look again as we see, Stephen Powell just straight into the back of Jock Borthwick, taking out Michael Oliver and Bradley Smith in turn. Not Borthwick, straight back on the throttle and away. But there we see Stephen Powell just didn't seem to slow down. He hit Borthwick once and then hit him again, sending everyone skittling towards the gravel trap. Luckily, everyone else was able to find room on the inside to get through. Borthwick, to his credit, got out even in front of Tom O'Rourke. There's Tom, the 86. On board with Jock once again. He got hit once on the run up to Druids and then harpooned again. I think Stephen Powell's brakes were playing up there. One of our YouTube commenters asking why these trucks are limited on track. It is for safety reasons. I think 100 mile an hour is a safe limit. All the drivers are okay. Just waiting to see if all the trucks are okay to take this restart. Another comment says, whose idea was it to race trucks? Well, I can tell you it all started back in 1984 at Donington Park with the first ever UK truck races. There were a number of celebrity guest drivers involved. Martin Brundle had a go, no less. Motorcycle legend Barry Sheen, Paul and Peter Grimer, the hot rod racers, And many more besides were on the grid that day at Donington, and back then they were road standard trucks. Some of them literally drove into the paddock, unhitched their trailers, went out and raced, and then after the race carried on with their journeys. That was what the Italian Tullio Ghislotti did, who won the first ever Truck Super Prix at Donington Park. Now we've got movement at the front of the grid. Looks like we are about to get going again. I know about that event at Donington because my family were there. Okay, ready for a restart then. We're told incidents involving trucks 3, 12 and 46 will be investigated after the race. They're ready for a restart over 12 minutes. The pace truck leads them round. Let's try again with the season opener for the British Truck Racing Championship. 4 of the Division 2 trucks back out there. There's Adam Bintz, very smart looking daff of number 6, John Powell alongside. Craig Evans and Jim Bennett behind. Shame we haven't got Paul Rivette out there. Hopefully he can fix his gearbox issues. He'll be back out later in the weekend. Ricky Collett at the back of Division 1. Division 1, the more powerful, more modified machines. No Michael Oliver on the grid. Jock Borthwick has headed back into pit lane. We'll wait to see if they do join in from the pit lane. Bradley Smith is there. Ryan Smith, no relation, and David Jenkins on the front row. Here we go then, let's try again. There's Craig Evans, number 10. Repaired his truck overnight after he blew his gearbox in testing yesterday. Ready for a restart. The pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins ready to lead them off once again. Waiting for the red lights to go out. And we're back underway. Super start by Ryan Smith. David Jenkins moves across to protect second place, but Ryan Smith's away and gone already. He's about 3 truck lengths clear as they head into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Side by side between Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver for third. Bradley Smith round the outside into 5th position as they thunder their way up towards Druids. Let's hope they all get round this time. Stephen Powell positioning himself on the inside once again, but he's got it slowed up this time, just ahead of John Bowler on his Division 1 debut. They're all round Druids okay for the first time. Adam Bint leads Division 2 down into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Division 2 staying with Division 1 for the moment. Simon Cole just ahead of Adam Bint there. Bint leads Division 2 in the Volvo Whites, the older Volvo than Stuart Oliver's example. As they come round towards Clearways for the first time, and Stephen Powell's off again. There is something wrong with that truck. Whether it's steering or brakes, I'm not sure, but again, it just didn't turn there going into Surtees. Luckily, he didn't collect anybody that time. I think that's going to be end of race for Stephen Powell. At least he hasn't got far to go to get spares, based on the same road as Brands Hatch outside the circuit. Over the line they go. Simon Cole might be in trouble here as well. He's dropped back behind some of the Division 2 runners there. There's Tom O'Rourke as well. He's up to speed once again. So it is Ryan Smith who leads from Jenkins, Simon Reed, Stuart Oliver, Bradley Smith, John Bowler. Then it's Craig Reed in 7th place. Simon Faulkner going well, learning all the time. His 2nd full season of truck racing. Tom O'Rourke's got past Simon Cole in the number 41. No Michael Oliver out there or Jock Borthwick. Damage from the incident at the start of the race. There is O'Rourke coming through. He's eager to make up for lost time after losing his pole position. Charge their way along the Cooper Straights up to the completion of their 2nd lap. Ryan Smith will see what lap time he sets this time through. 58.103. Fantastic lap for Ryan Smith. He's already nearly 2 seconds clear of David Jenkins at the front of the field, with Simon Reed in 3rd. There's Ricky Collett over the line in 9th place, chasing Simon Faulkner, who's running well in the Iveco, chasing Craig Reed. Adam Bint behind them rounds out the top 10 overall, and he leads Division 2. looking for his first title since 2016 in that Volvo. John Powell, second in Division 2. He could have to cede to the quicker Division 1 truck of Tom O'Rourke. There's a battle developing between Faulkner and the very experienced Ricky Collett. Down into Graham Hill Bend. Ricky Collett, it's his heavy haulage company based up in Halifax, hauling some of the biggest loads seen on lorries in the UK. There's Adam Bint behind them. O'Rourke's got ahead of John Powell now, trying to catch his fellow Division 1 runners. Ryan Smith continues to extend his lead. 2 seconds clear now of David Jenkins. Simon Reed in third. Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion, is fourth. Bradley Smith, none the worse for that tangle on the first start, is rounding out the top 5. Craig Reed, John Bowler, sorry, in 6th place ahead of Craig Reed. Ricky Collett has a look there at Paddock Hill Bend on that newly liveried number 92 truck, and it's very dark grey livery. Brilliant looking truck that is. Collett has another look at Druids. I don't think he'll get through there. Fairly well strung out other than this battle in this first race of the season for the British Truck Racing Championship. O'Rourke made up 2 places on that lap past the Division 2 runners. Not surprisingly, Stephen Powell has pulled into the pits. So there's 15 trucks running now. Out of the 18 that took the start, the 19 that are here. John Bowler runs a little bit wide there coming through clearways, chased by Craig Reed, the man from Stoke. The Reed brothers took 5 race wins between them last season. Simon took 4. Craig, in the season finale here at Brands Hatch, got his maiden Division 1 win, former Division 2 champion 2 years ago. With a couple of tenths pulled out by Ryan Smith at the front of the field. He continues to lead. Already well into this restart. 7.5 minutes to go. Lead group is well strung out. We concentrate on this battle between Faulkner and Collett. These 2 are closest at the moment. Craig Reed has been given the black and white driving standards flag for exceeding track limits. Any further breaches and he could get a penalty. Simon Faulkner bounces over the curb in the Iveco Stralis, one of 3 Ivecos on the grid. Over the line they go. The lead gap is now up to 3 seconds. Ryan Smith pulled away by nearly a full second that time around. Tom O'Rourke's got ahead of our Division 2 leader. There is the Oxfordshire driver, number 5, Adam Bint, in the Volvo white Aerodyne. Should be a Volvo black really in that livery, shouldn't it? That was the first truck to use the new HVO fuel, as Ricky Collett finally gets past Simon Faulkner. Been trying that for about 5 laps. And moves up into 8th position. Now down to the business of trying to catch Craig Reed ahead of them. They're a couple of seconds back on the Iveco. There it is, chasing John Bowler. Good smooth run on his Division 1 debut. He's looking to get some points on the board. It's 15 points for a win, 14 for second, down to 1 point for 15th place. Bonus point for pole position and for the fastest lap. Fastest lap of Division 1 currently with Ryan Smith. There he is, starting his title defence perfectly, as he always does here at Brands Hatch. He's nearly 4 seconds clear of David Jenkins now. No stopping the Daimler Freightliner, sponsored by Northside Truck and Van Limited, run by Worldwide Truck Racing. I know Ryan would dearly love to go and compete in the European Championship someday, budget permitting. First, he wants to match Stuart Oliver's record of 10 British Championships. David Jenkins in second, champion back in 2011. Simon Reed, could we see him on top in Division 1 in years to come? Stuart Oliver giving chase. He's been there, seen it, done it and won it in truck racing. He was European champion a few years ago as well. There's a gap back to Bradley Smith, the youngest man in the race, just 23 years of age. He first competed in a truck race before he was old enough to have an HGV licence. It's only an ARDS licence, Association of Racing Driver Schools licence, that you need to race trucks. Just over 4.5 minutes of this first truck race of the season to go. The first of 5 this weekend. A couple more black and white flags going out. Number 10, Craig Evans, and number 89, Simon Reed. Just a warning for exceeding track limits. Having settled down on this restart after that incident first time out. Adam Bint continues to lead Division 2. He's the favourite for the title this year, along with Paul Rivette if he gets his truck up and running. Had 4 wins, Adam Bint, last year. It's the battle for second. John Powell in the number 6, the DAF LF. 6 wins last season, was only 4th in the points in Division 2. Craig Evans behind has yet to win a race. He's had a few podiums though, a consistent driver more than rapid. Made his debut in 2019. There's a battle further back. Ricky Collett has got ahead of John Bowler. Chasing now Craig Reed. It's the fight for 6th position. So Ricky Collett has closed up. Bowler's dropped a couple of spots there. The number 14, he's sideways coming off Graham Hill bend. I thought he was going to spin it there. Just getting used to the power of his new number 14 MAN. Simon Faulkner in behind him. 3 minutes to go. Ryan Smith leads by over 4.5 seconds now. Looking set to take his now traditional opening race victory here at Brands Hatch. Second fastest times from qualifying for each driver will decide the grid for race 2 later on, and then we get into the reverse grids for the rest of the weekend, where the top 8 in each division get reversed on the grid based on results of previous races. It'll be the top 8 in Division 1 and all 4 or 5 in Division 2. Battle for 6th continues, headed by Craig Reed. And Craig, I've just been informed, Craig Reed has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. He was given the warning earlier on. So Craig Reed will get a 5-second penalty added to his race time for exceeding track limits. Simon Cole has just got the black and white flag as well. So the officials being pretty hot on track limit breaches. Well, there's our leader. Ryan Smith leads by 5.2 seconds. David Jenkins is 2.5 seconds clear of Simon Reed. The leader coming up to lap Simon Cole in the number 41. Jim Bennett, I think, has already been lapped in his Seddon Atkinson. Seddon Atkinson, quite a classic name in British trucks. Used to be based up in Lancashire. I believe they were taken over by Iveco several years ago. Simon Cole has been lapped. There's just over a minute left on the clock, so we might get 2 more laps out of this. Such is the pace being set by Fly-In Ryan. What's the gap going to be this time? It was 5.2, it's now 5.6 seconds. So another 0.4 of a second stretch clear. Simon Reed another 2.5 seconds back in 3rd in Division 1. Adam Bint continues to set the pace in Division 2. He's 3 seconds clear of John Powell. There's Craig Evans behind Powell in 3rd in Division 2. Ricky Collett still ahead of John Bowler. Craig Reed still ahead of them, and he's got that penalty, which will be added on. There's Jim Bennett being lapped in the Seddon Atkinson. It's good to have Gentleman Jim back in the championship. Been away for a few years. He's rebuilt the Seddon Atkinson for this year. Tom O'Rourke behind him there. Tom's up to 10th place, the last of the Division 1 runners, with the exception of Simon Cole, who's just getting dialed in after only a one-off appearance last year. As across the line goes Ryan Smith, some 14 seconds left on the clock as he comes up to the line to start his final lap. Over 6 seconds clear now of David Jenkins. It's been pretty much a stroll in the park here at Brands Hatch. The first race of this new Daimler Freightliner. It has worked absolutely perfectly for Ryan, the man from Nottinghamshire, in the worldwide truck racing Daimler. Through Graham Hill Bend for the last time. Simon Faulkner, I can tell you, may have got ahead of John Bowler further back, but John Bowler having issues with his transponder. No, he is still 8th. And here comes Flying Ryan into clear ways for the final time. A perfect start to the defence of his British truck racing title. Is it going to be 8 in a row? Well, if his luck keeps up like this and his speed keeps up, it's certainly very likely. Ryan Smith opens the season with a victory. Second place will go to David Jenkins. The gap 6.233 seconds at the line. Third place for Simon Reed. And Stuart Oliver a lonely 4th. An equally lonely 5th is going to go to Bradley Smith, on the worst for that spill on the opening lap. And then 6th place across the line will be Craig Reed. But wait to see where that penalty places him. Over the line goes Craig Reed. I don't think he's got 5 seconds clear of those behind him, so 6th will go to Ricky Collett. John Bowler on his Division 1 debut 7th. Craig Reed ends up 8th. Simon Faulkner is 9th, and Tom O'Rourke will round out the top 10, having started from the pit lane. In Division 2, meanwhile, the win goes to Adam Bint in the Volvo White Aerodyne in 11th overall. John Powell holds off Craig Evans for 2nd, and a lap down, Simon Cole will finish 14th, and Jim Bennett, the final finisher, in 15th. Congratulations to Flying Ryan Smith. A dominant display to kick off his 2023 season. Bad luck to those who suffered damage in that race, but the result confirmed Ryan Smith the winner by 6.23 seconds over David Jenkins. Simon Reed over 3 seconds back in 3rd place. Stuart Oliver and Bradley Smith racing pretty much on their own towards the end of that one in 4th and 5th. And then a long gap back to Ricky Collett in 6th position. John Bowler a good 7th. Craig Reed a 5-second penalty dropping him to 8th. And Simon Faulkner and Tom O'Rourke rounding out the top 10. Adam Bint wins Division 2 in 11th overall. He finished some 3 seconds ahead of John Powell. Craig Evans 3rd in that division, ahead of the Division 1 truck of Simon Cole in 14th. Jim Bennett the final finisher in 15th in the Seddon Atkinson. Stephen Powell pulled into the pits with problems after that shunt. And of course, Michael Oliver and Jock Borthwick didn't take the restart. Well, a lively opener then for the British Truck Racing Championship for 2023. Look back at some highlights of that first race. Well, the main talking point was on the opening lap when Stephen Powell went straight on at Druids and claimed 3 other trucks as a result. Jock Borthwick, Michael Oliver and Bradley Smith. They would eventually all drop out. Stephen Powell would take the restart, but it wouldn't last long for him. Borthwick and Michael Oliver's races were done for good. Seeing it from Jock Borthwick's point of view, wallop, straight round and straight into the gravel trap. So a fairly chaotic opening lap. That led to the red flags coming out. The restart didn't last long for Stephen Powell. His truck went straight on at Surtees over the grass, and that was the end of his race. And from there on, it was a dominant display by Ryan Smith. The main battle in the early stages was between Ricky Collett, John Bowler and Simon Faulkner further back in the order. They later caught up with Craig Reed. See them lapping Jim Bennett there, but Ryan Smith was away and gone out in front for his usual dominant season opening victory. Over 6 seconds clear at flag fall of his rival David Jenkins. Adam Bint, meanwhile, was pleased to take Division 2. Celebrations from Adam Bint, and now we can hand down to Pointy in the paddock to talk to some of the drivers.
And again, okay. Well, we have no idea how much of that previous chat we just caught, Ryan, but just in case, congratulations on your first place.
I don't want to. I want to go over again because it's so important to me. This, we built a brand new truck, first new truck we've ever had. As I've just said, Arnie, Aaron Parkin, is not seeing his family in 8 days solid. He stayed in the garage. Billy the same. Libby had time off from work. Adam, just they've worked tirelessly, and we've built it all ourselves. And I want to say a big thank you to Tim and Melanie Frost at Unit 8 because they supplied us some parts that without them with timing that we just never got. So, and of course all my sponsors. I don't want to take any credit for that win. The truck deserves it, the team deserves it, and the partners deserve it. But
must have been the autopilot that won the race then. Fantastic, well done Ryan, congratulations, great start to the season. We have obviously had a bit of damage. If we look over to your left here, poor old Michael Oliver, not a great start. Again, not even his doing or his fault. But we've had issues on the second corner, first race. Michael, that wasn't even your doing. I know you probably don't want to talk to us, but you know, you are completely oblivious to what was going on behind you.
No, I knew exactly what was going on.
Oh, right.
We just couldn't do out about it. Honestly, from last year, I reckon I will eventually finish a lap.
Yeah. I mean, is there a thing of start how you mean to go on, or we think we're just getting it out of the way early on?
Next question.
Okay, fine. When you start, well, watch your back, cameraman. Come to me, Adam. Come hither, so he doesn't get destroyed by the wrecker. There we go. He's gone. He's sweet. Okay. What's actually damaged? Are we talking, you know, back out after lunch, or are we going to have to look what's actually wrong with it?
Oh, we'll be back out, but the back axle's come out. The water tank's punctured, which isn't a problem. I don't need water.
Doesn't need water.
No, but the back axle's got to be in.
Right. Yeah, that makes it the wheels move, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I might need a tyre.
Couple. Yeah. Do you know anyone that does tyres?
I know a good company. Good company.
Googly Woogle?
Googly Woogle.
Well, I'm glad you're keeping high spirits, Michael. Condolences for that first race, but there's a whole season ahead of us, and I'm sure. Always fun to be around Michael Oliver, putting a smile on the darkest of situations. Let's now go down to the paddock and hand out some trophies after a quick chat to some other drivers in Park Ferme from that first race of the season.
Back to studio.
Back to the studio.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
It is the Division 1 Championship leader who has taken pole position from qualifying. Ryan Smith, number 1, leads the championship by 58 points, and he starts alongside number 7, the 10 times champion Stuart Oliver. 16 titles between those two in Britain. Second row, number 68, Craig Reed, last year's Division 2 champion, alongside number 12, we just heard from him, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart. Row 3, 46, Bradley Smith, the youngest man in the race, alongside 86, Tom O'Rourke. Row 4, number 18, John Newell, we heard from him a moment ago, alongside 69, David Jenkins, the man currently second in the points. He won't be too happy to be down in 8th place. Row 5, number 3, Stephen Powell, lives just down the road from Brands Hatch, literally, alongside number 81, Mark Taylor. The 6th row, 95, Ricky Collins, hoping not to spin again, alongside 41, Simon Cole. Good to see him back out with his new MAN, only his second appearance of the season, and completing the Division 1 grid, number 92, Simon Faulkner. Then a gap, and we've got the Division 2 runners. Number 32, Jock Borthwick from Scotland on pole. He was actually 5th fastest overall in qualifying, right up along in with the Division 1 trucks. He starts alongside the points leader by only 3 points, number 42, Luke Garrett. Then on the next row, number 5, Adam Bint, alongside 14 of John Bowler. Then number 10, Craig Evans, alongside number 16, Brad Smith, not to be confused with Bradley Smith in the 46. Brad Smith, number 16, just 3 points behind Luke Garrett in the Division 2 points. And number 6, John Powell, starts from the back. We'll look at the points situation then. Ryan Smith leads David Jenkins Division 1 by 58 points. A couple of points behind him is Stuart Oliver, number 7, and John Newell is only 6 points behind Stuart Oliver. So 4 drivers can still win mathematically the Division 1 title. Ryan Smith, though, despite a change of truck in mid-season from his Daimler, his bonneted truck, that's now been sold. He's now back in an MAN. We will see he will start as favourites for the Division 1 title, looking for title number 7 in a row. And then the second group is Division 2, the slightly less powerful, less modified trucks. Luke Garrett leads them in the orange truck, 3 points ahead of Brad Smith in the cream and red coloured machine, starting 6th on the grid. John Powell is 40 points behind Brad Smith. Jock Borthwick, who's had a few mechanical problems this season, is 9 points behind John Powell. And technically Craig Evans is still in with a chance mathematically of the title as well. He's 68 points off Luke Garrett. There's 80 points maximum available across the course of the weekend, because it's 15 points for a race win, down to 1 point if there was a 15th place. It goes 15, 14, 13 and so on the point system, and there's a bonus point for the fastest lap in each class as well. So that's how it's going to work, and how we're going to decide the titles. The DAF pace truck leads them round then. Flying Ryan in pole position, the 40-year-old from Nottinghamshire, runs a vehicle hire business. Starts alongside number 7, Stuart Oliver, in the bonneted Volvo VNL. 10 times a truck racing champion. He's won a European title as well. It's no secret that Ryan Smith wants to match his achievements, Stuart Oliver. There's Division 2. Jock Borthwick on pole. John Bowler in that beautiful Union flag liveried DAF. There's John Powell at the back, the number 6. Brad Smith won't be too happy to be down in 6th on the grid. David Jenkins won't be too happy to be only 8th in Division 1 as well. Good to have Simon Cole back out. He came in as a reserve this weekend because Simon Reed, number 89, unfortunately has had to withdraw. I think he had problems in testing earlier this week with his Iveco, the brother of Craig Reed. So we won't see the other Reed Truck Sport entry out this weekend, sadly. There is Craig, a great effort in qualifying, lining up 3rd. Good to have Bradley Smith back as well, number 46, the 21-year-old. As we heard, he's missed the last couple of rounds due to a lack of engine for his MAN. Time to go truck racing here on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit then. This will be a 15-minute race. 5-ton, 1,000 horsepower beasts. When the red lights go out, 20,000 horsepower will be unleashed into Paddock Hill Bend. This first corner is certainly not going to be for the faint of heart. Pace truck is in pit lane. We are ready to rumble here at Brands Hatch. Here they come, up towards the red lights. When they go out, we will be underway. The power comes on, and here we go, and a super start by Stuart Oliver. He's out-dragged fly-in Ryan Smith, and it's Oliver who leads the way into Paddock. David Jenkins already up on the outside, 3 wide with John Newell and I think that's Mark Taylor into Paddock Bend for the first time. They've somehow all got round Division 1, and it's Oliver who leads Smith. Michael Oliver's got away well up into 3rd. Craig Reed having a go on the inside. He's got 2 wheels on the grass. He's nearly losing it. He's made contact with Michael Oliver. Jenkins will cut back to the inside. Craig Reed's all over the place. His good qualifying efforts has come to nothing. Sideways, Michael Oliver's going to spin out. He's going into the tyre wall. Wallop straight in goes the number 12. Oh, disaster for Michael Oliver. I imagine that will be a race stoppage because there's damage to the tyre wall, but we will wait and see how things pan out. Division 2 will be coming down the hill as well. It's Jock Borthwick who leads them ahead of Garrett in second place. Adam Bint is third, but surely they're going to have to stop the race because of that damage to the tyre wall. Michael Oliver is getting going again. Tom O'Rourke's gone straight on at Surtees across the grass in the MV Commercials, number 86 MAN. Craig Reed's in the gravel, so's John Newell. They're going everywhere. And there's contact there further back. Who's been hit by Bradley Smith? It's Tom O'Rourke as he rejoined. There's bits of bodywork all over the place. There will definitely be a race stoppage. Ryan Smith going for the outside, meanwhile, on Stuart Oliver. Everybody else has been delayed behind them. It's David Jenkins up into third position. Now, has everybody else managed to get going again? We'll wait and see. Brian Smith going for the inside now on the run up into Druids. He goes through, takes the lead from Stuart Oliver. Now, has Michael Oliver managed to get going? Is the race continuing? It looks like it at the moment. I thought we were going to see a stoppage, but no, Michael's got going again. Down the hill they come into Graham Hill Bend, but they're slowing. I think the red flag has come out. Yes, the clock has stopped. Yes, we have a red flag. Not surprising, really. A mayhem-filled first lap, as some predicted. Just so slippery out there. We lost Michael Oliver. We lost a couple of trucks at Clearways as well. We saw Bradley Smith hit the back of Tom O'Rourke as he tried to rejoin. Well, we're getting ready for a restart here at Brands Hatch. Our thanks to Trackside Recovery for their efforts and all the volunteer marshals as well. You may have noticed Trackside Recovery have brought in Mick Gould Commercials, massive American Peterbilt as a recovery vehicle. You may have spotted that coming back into the pit lane there. Very impressive truck indeed. Well, they'll give you a bit more info on that if we see it out later on. That enormous Peterbilt. I think it's as big as my house, that truck we've got out there. They've got a couple of other special recovery trucks here this weekend as well. The tyre wall has been rebuilt on the rundown Graham Hill too by our marshalling team, and the Trackside Recovery Ford Ranger was out as well, picking up the bits of bodywork. We can see Bradley Smith in the pit lane, having the front end of the 46 truck worked on. Great shame for Bradley because, as we said, he's missed the last 3 meetings due to a lack of engine for the 46 truck. He missed Donington after that blow-up in testing. He didn't get to go out at Snetterton or Pembrey either. And then his comeback here at Brands Hatch lasted less than a lap as well. So there's a gap on row 3 of the Division 1 grid. Everybody else is back out there, though. As we say, Simon Cole, good to have him back. There's one truck that didn't take the initial start, Simon Faulkner. Number 92 is not there with his Iveco, the ex-Reed truck sport machine. It'll be a 12-minute restart, so we've shortened the race slightly. And the green flag now waves. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver lead them off. Rain has stopped coming down for the time being, but it is still very, very slippery out there. Don't forget there's a maximum of 80 points in each division available across the weekend. Who's going to get the first 15 points in each division? Of course, the bonus point for fastest lap as well. We will update you on the points as best we can over the course of the weekend. Depends how good my mathematics are. I'll do my best to update the Excel spreadsheet as we go. The DAF Pace truck leads them round once again. Smith and Oliver on the front row. Craig Reed and Michael Oliver, Oliver Jr. on row 2. Row 3, Tom O'Rourke now on his own. John Newell and David Jenkins back on row 4, both with an outside chance of the title this weekend. Ryan Smith, 58 points clear though, with 80 available. It's looking like his title to lose once again. Stuart Oliver still with a chance. Likewise, Jenkins and Newell. They're the contenders. Division 2 it is much closer, but with Luke Garrett on the front row and his title contenders Brad Smith and John Powell, his main challengers towards the back. Craig Evans, 5th in the points, still with an outside chance if things go his way, but he'd have to rely on the front runners in Division 2 hitting trouble. Let's see what's going to happen this time then. Ready for slip and slide around Brands Hatch once again. 2 Division 1 trucks missing, no Bradley Smith or Simon Faulkner. Borthwick and Garrett in the MANs head up Division 2 ahead of the older Volvo of Adam Bint. 12 minutes of truck racing to come then. Take 2 with their first race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. The revs are up and here they come towards the red lights. The lights go out and we're underway. Now, is Stuart Oliver going to repeat his good start from the first race? He's trying to get across on Ryan Smith, but I don't think he's going to do it this time. Smith's got the inside line as they head down Paddock Hill Bend. Michael Oliver up into third place. They're still side by side for the lead. Smith will have the inside though for the right-hander at Druids. He's got the lead ahead of Stuart Oliver. Michael Oliver up into third place. Craig Reed on the outside this time. Then Tom O'Rourke ahead of David Jenkins. Division 2 meanwhile, looks like Luke Garrett's got an inside run. No, Jock Borthwick moves across and takes the inside for Druids. The Scotsman leads and right into the tyres. That's David Jenkins. Jenkins has crashed out on the exit of Druids. That's one of the title contenders gone. So Tom O'Rourke has moved up into 5th place, I think, as a result of that. Jenkins was trying to get down the outside. Tom O'Rourke in the lightweight MAN with a lot of its bodywork missing. Michael Oliver's on the grass trying to challenge Craig Reed. I think they've just about got away with that. They've already clashed once today, fighting for 3rd place. And now Reed is muscled wide by Michael Oliver there. John Newell's going to spin out if he's not careful. Good save by the Yorkshireman ahead of Stephen Powell, Mark Taylor and the rest of them, but David Jenkins is in the tyre wall on the exit of Druids. We'll see if he can get out from there, unless it's going to be another red flag. Yes, I think the Reds are out again. They're slowing again. And we have another stoppage. So we've got to rebuild the tyre wall on the other side this time. Let's have a look what happened to Jenkins. It was contact with John Newell. Sent him wide onto the grass. No grip there. Here come the tyres. Wallop. It's very wet now. Hopefully the drivers will drive to the conditions. As we try again, is it going to be 3rd time lucky with the British Truck Racing Championship Race 1? Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver at the front. This reduced 8-minute race. Borthwick and Garrett in their MANs head up Division 2. Steam pouring off the water-cooled brakes already. Pace truck pulling into pit lane. Here they come then up towards the red light. What's going to happen this time? Is Stuart Oliver going to sprint away from the outside again, as he did at the first attempt, or is Ryan Smith going to cover him? Here we go, the power comes on and we're away. And a much better start by Ryan Smith this time. He'll lead the way into Paddock. Craig Reed covering the inside on Michael Oliver. Decent start by Tom O'Rourke in the lightweight MAN with some of its bodywork missing. Stuart Oliver sticking to the outside on Ryan Smith as they go up Halewood Rise for the first time. But it is Ryan Smith who's got the lead. Craig Reed slots into 3rd place. You can see the spray has increased hugely. Oliver around the outside, John Newell up the inside takes Tom O'Rourke. Then it's Powell, Taylor, Collett and Simon Cole at the back. Here comes the charge from Division 2. Jock Borthwick away well once again. He leads from Garrett, Bint and Bowler into Druids. All Borthwick sideways. He slides wide, just about gets the slide under control. And he's got the lead ahead of Luke Garrett. Adam Bint defending from John Bowler. Brad Smith with a decent start up into 5th place ahead of Craig Evans. Along the bottom straight and into Surtees and McLaren. Let's hope nobody's going to go across the grass on the inside there this time. No, they're all keeping it safe and sensible. Ryan Smith leads the way in the number 1. Stuart Oliver in 2nd place. Now David Jenkins, nearest title rival to Ryan Smith, has got to come through the entire field from the back. Tom O'Rourke a little bit wide there out of Clark Curve onto the main straights. Over the line they go in this 8-minute race. Smith, Oliver, Craig Reed, Michael Oliver, John Newell in 5th position. Then we've got the 86 of O'Rourke and a gap back to the 81 of Mark Taylor in 7th. Division 2 is led by Jock Borthwick. He's 0.7 of a second ahead of Garrett in 2nd place. Oh, and running wide there, Michael Oliver, almost into the gravel. Bit of an overshoot there at Druids. John Newell goes through into 4th place. Tom O'Rourke trying to get through as well. Oliver holds him off in the GT tyres MAN. Taking it gently. Look how wet it is at Graham Hill Bend. They've managed to make it through. Spray and water pouring off the GT tyres fitted to these trucks. As Ryan Smith continues to lead, led by nearly 2 seconds at the end of the opening lap. Bit of slip and slide there. Tom O'Rourke and Mark Taylor. May have been a bit of contact there into Surtees as they got on the brakes. The leader's starting to get strung out now. They know there isn't much time. They've got to attack fairly quickly. Smith over the line, leads Oliver by 2 seconds. Craig Reed in third, a further 2 seconds back. It's Newell up to fourth. This is the battle in Division 2. Borthwick and Garrett are away and gone. This is the fight for third between Adam Bint in the black Volvo white Aerodyne. And behind him is Brad Smith in the number 16, along with pushing through on the inside there. Tom O'Rourke gets past Michael Oliver. Another bit of bodywork goes flying. Tom O'Rourke's truck's going to have no panels left on it by the end of this weekend. That's up into 5th position. Michael Oliver down to 6th. Mark Taylor is in 7th place. Down the hill into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend once again. We hope conditions clear up as the weekend goes on, but the forecast was not great, sadly, heading into this weekend at Brands Hatch, as Ewan Dunlop told us earlier. Just keeping it as steady as they can. Ricky Collett on the tail of Stephen Powell, the local man. Runs a pub in the nearby town of West Kingsdown. Simon Cole at the back in the 41. Collett a little bit sideways. Here's the fight for third in Division 2. John Bowler ahead of Brad Smith now, the Union Flag liveried DAF. He's 4th in division. Brad Smith behind him in the 16. Then it's Craig Evans in the number 10 MAN. Now David Jenkins hasn't made any progress from there. They both got ahead, David Jenkins and Bradley Smith, of John Powell, number 6. Here comes Tom O'Rourke attacking John Newell. He won't get through there. In the MAN Superleggera, Craig Reed running a little wide there, coming out of Druids in 3rd place. The lead is now up to 2.5 seconds for Ryan Smith over Stuart Oliver. He's also done the fastest lap of the race, so we'll get a bonus point for that. Adam Bint still under fire in the battle for third in Division 2. Borthwick and Garrett are away. Michael Oliver on the grass again. That's about the 3rd time he's done that today through Surtees. Need to be so careful through that's the slipperiest part of the circuit. He's got Mark Taylor on his tail. O'Rourke's pulled away, chasing now John Newell, the Yorkshireman in the number 18 MAN. Returns to truck racing a couple of years ago after a considerable absence. Mark Taylor having a look in the 81. Brabham Straight absolutely awash. These two being caught by Stephen Powell and Ricky Collett as well. Just under 3 minutes of the race to go. Ryan Smith seemingly on his way to victory. We'll wait to update you on the championship points when we get the official results through from the timekeepers. It certainly looks as though Ryan Smith is going to be heading for 16 points here. I don't think the lap times are going to improve from here. Ryan Smith with a 1:10.0. Quickest lap of this race. The Division 2 leaders are catching Simon Cole, and Luke Garrett is also catching Jock Borthwick. Garrett currently on 14 points. Now, who's done the quickest lap in Division 2? Yes, it is Jock Borthwick, the race leader. He's got Luke Garrett on his tail. They've got ahead of Ricky Collett in the 95. Now, these two MANs, as we said, they were up among the Division 1 contenders in qualifying overall. Jock Borthwick did a time that would have been good enough for the 3rd row if the two divisions were combined together. He's under pressure here. He's sideways there through clearways. Look at that. Yeah, at the back of the MAN, trying to come round him. It was more like a speedway bike through there. Steering from the rear almost. And Garrett senses his chance. He's having a look on the outside. He's looking for his 3rd Division 2 title this year. Borthwick looking for his 1st. They've got Ricky Collett on their tails, who I think has started more truck races than he's had hot dinners over the years. Simon Cole ahead of them in the 41. Collett up the inside. Now Luke Garrett won't like that because they're in different divisions, and he'll see Ricky Collett as interfering with their lead battle. He's got every right to do so, of course. They're free to race each other, whatever class they're in. Just over a minute of the race to go now. This is helping Jock Borthwick. He may let Garrett dive up the inside there. Well, doesn't exactly let him. The 2 wheels on the grass there for Colin. He's in the more powerful MAN in Division 1. He gets through back onto the tail of Simon Cole. So now Garrett is free to attack Borthwick again. Collins attacking Cole. Trying to get past the 41. Of course, Simon Cole coming into race effectively as a reserve when Simon Reed had to withdraw because only a maximum of 20 trucks can race at the same time at Brands Hatch. Well, there's our leader. We haven't forgotten Ryan Smith. He's leading by 5.5 seconds now. He's got the new fastest lap of the race. I said the lap times might not come down, but Ryan's just done a 1:09.782. So he is getting quicker in these wet conditions. He is heading straight for 16 points towards his championship cause, getting ever closer to that 7th consecutive title. Here's the battle in Division 2. Luke Garrett still having a go. Who's got the fastest lap in Division 2? It is still Borthwick. He'll be on for 16 points if he can hang on. The clock has counted down to 0. It is going to be checkered flag this time for Flying Ryan Smith. The Nottinghamshire driver comes in to pick up his first win of what he hopes to be 5 this weekend. He wins race 1 here at Brands Hatch. Now who's going to be second? Truck slowing there. That's John Powell being lapped, I think. Stuart Oliver comes over in 2nd place. Craig Reed is going to complete the podium, and meanwhile we stay with the battle in Division 2 there. John Newell just beats Tom O'Rourke home. And the battle in Division 2, is Luke Garrett going to get up with Jock Borthwick? He seems to have the better of the grip onto the straights. It's going to be close here. Garrett's going to have a go up on the outside. Borthwick moves to cover. Garrett's up there on the outside. They're going to finish side by side. It's going to be a photo finish over the line. We'll have to go to the time because I think Garrett got it. He did. 0.078 of a second. Luke Garrett steals the win from Jock Borthwick with an outside run right on the finish line. Incredible. Right. Now time to turn to my Excel spreadsheets, put the provisional points in, and we can see what the championship standings are. David Jenkins will only pick up 5 points. He was 11th in Division 1. That's disaster for his title hopes. Oliver 2nd, the other title contender John Newell. He finished 4th, so he'll get 12. Ryan Smith gets 16. We'll see again there. There's that photo finish in Division 2. Right on the finish line. Look at that. That's the only portion of that race from which Luke Garrett led Division 2. But it was the most important 10 feet or so. And he's got the 15 points. Jock Borthwick will also get 15, 14 for 2nd in class and a point for the fastest lap. But it's Ryan Smith the winner by just over 5.5 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver. Craig Reed completing the podium, John Newell holding off Tom O'Rourke for 4th place, then Michael Oliver 6th, Mark Taylor 7th, Stephen Powell, Ricky Collett and Simon Cole completing the top 10. Luke Garrett, there we see it, 0.078 of a second, snatches the win in Division 2 from Jock Borthwick on the line, and David Jenkins only 11th in Division 2. That will spell disaster for his title hopes. Ryan Smith has almost done it. We'll go to the points in a moment. Bradley Smith takes 12th in Division 1 and 14th overall. Adam Bint 3rd in Division 2 and 15th. And the remaining finishers were John Bowler, Brad Smith, Craig Evans and John Powell.
Right then, you join us down here in Parc Fermé just after the first race of the season and the weekend. You managed to, Simon Reed of course, ladies and gentlemen, managed to steer clear of most of the trouble in that first few moments.
Yeah, saw it all happening behind me, obviously in my mirrors, and I straight away I thought, yeah, what had happened, it was quite a serious incident, so I thought we'll be red flagging, but it looked like, yeah, there's only a couple of them that didn't get back out, so yeah, not too bad. Such a shame for Jock Borthwick, I suppose. His first race in Division 1 and first time he's had to be, sent home, I suppose, for the race. Yeah. I'll be honest with you. I've been in exactly the same position, on that inside line, on the grass. Just moved over on me, and yeah, it was unfortunate. Mark Taylor last year, year before actually, ended up taking the brunt of it. But yeah, it's so easily done when you especially you know, second corner in the race, like first race of the weekend. Yeah.
It's like everybody looks at that Paddock Hill bend, that first bend of the race, like, oh God, what's going to happen? And then all of a sudden the drivers are like, oh, we've made it round.
Yeah.
Okay then, and then, oh no, wait, we've still got the hairpin.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're straight on, you get round it, and then you're straight on just to cover that inside line. Unfortunately, the inside line can be the slower one, and your compound next to you can be buzzing round the outside, and you're caught in the inside traffic. So it's just luck of the draw, really.
Well, serious pile-up to begin with, but of course, overall, second place for you. So is that third? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Shows I was paying attention, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? And we were just talking about penalties. Do we feel that Bach are on the pulse a bit more starting off this year?
Yes, yeah, I'll be honest with you, I only stepped a wheel on, I wasn't completely off the track. I just stepped on bottom of Graham Hill, and yeah, I got 2 warnings for it, and obviously had to clear my act up. Obviously 3/4 of the way through the race where the tyres are going off a bit, you've got to just reel it in.
And we think, of course, that there'll be that fairness now this season as well, that everybody will be under the same scrutiny.
Yes, yeah, and that's the aim of the game, isn't it? That's the aim of the game, to as least damage as possible, you know, and as least contact, but it's tight, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you speak to Michael Oliver, you just can't avoid it sometimes. You can be completely oblivious to it and it still gets you.
Yeah, he's unfortunate, the lad is sometimes, I must admit.
He always seems to be in the wrong place at the right time.
A bit, yeah, but then equally, you know, sort of 3/4 of the field, well, 90% of the field have got, you know, a top-end engine in.
Big time.
You know, and it's just pulling it together with the truck and chassis and the driver, and away you go. You know, anybody can be up the top.
No, indeed. So, back with your very nice Iveco. Have we had a facelift on this year? The front bumpers look a little bit different, am I right?
Yeah, they both had the S-Way front end, which isn't just a body kit, unfortunately. It's the quarter panels, the front panel. It's quite a complex jobby, and to do 2 of them as well, it's been tiring for the team and everybody, to be honest.
But what a great turnout. I mean, the team looks great, the trailers look great, the trucks look, of course, fantastic, and of course with a podium for the first race of the season, you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, no, I'm happy, chuffed with it. Yeah, the team have, you know, hat off to the team. You know, there's nothing special with it. It's just hard work.
Yeah.
Hard work, long nights, long days, just pulling it all together. So
determination.
Yeah, spot on, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Simon. Congratulations. We'll get you some silverware handed out shortly. We're doing it on camera this year as well. I know. Hopefully no bubbles, because I haven't got that many T-shirts with me, and it gets a bit. That's it. Yeah. That's it. Right. Exactly. Leave the hat on. I'd say. Leave the hat on. Simon Reed, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic effort for the start there. Well, let's go and have a proper chat now to Adam Bint. Now he's got his helmet off and he's managed to make it out of his extremely restrictive bucket seat. Let's pop over here. So, Adam, we obviously had a quick chat to you before that first race there. Division 2 seemed to steer clear of any major issues.
Yeah, that first start I quite enjoyed it, because managed to go around the outside of all the trucks that was broke down, ended up in the middle of Division 1, so it's quite good. Yeah,
you didn't get the altitude sickness though. I've heard sometimes that happens when you find yourself among the Div 1s.
No, we're far superior driver than them.
Now, quickly onto the fuel that all the trucks are running this year. You've obviously been using the biofuel for a little while now, haven't you?
Yeah, we've been using HO since 2016, and we've done because we've had to try and bring the smoke down to keep the engines performing but help the environment as well, and that's how we've been managing to do it over the last few years.
That's fantastic. And how do you feel about now, obviously a lot more of the drivers in both, well, all of the drivers in both the divisions getting to use it? Obviously one of the championship sponsors now giving us the biofuel for the race trucks.
Yeah, it's the way that all sports need to go to be clean in whatever we're trying to do moving forward.
Do you think that there's a space for, or do you think there's a possibility that moving away from trucks with more car-based sports, that we'll start to see more diesel-run championships so they can be on a more biofuel? I'm not a professional with biofuel. Is there a petrol derivative of it, or is it mostly the dirty dervs, so to speak?
It's mostly the diesels, but when it cuts 90% of CO2, a lot of PM, which is actually the black soot, and NOx as well, just by changing the fuel, you can put it in any engine, any diesel engine. You can put it on top of normal diesel. So if you can't get any, and you can just put it like normal diesel on top of it. So it's very versatile in what you can do with it.
It's extremely clever. I mean, I'm excited to say, I mean, we've obviously seen no performance lack at all with regards to the speed and power of the trucks. Seeing some of the best lap times we've had at Brands Hatch. Obviously, race conditions are something to go on, of course. But yes, certainly not detrimental at all. So, well, thank you very much for talking to us. Congratulations on your result. Again, we'll get you a trophy very shortly if we can, you know, muster the troops and get enough people over. I was just told Simon Reed we're doing them on camera this year, so everyone's got to be on their best behaviour.
We managed to get pole position win and a fastest lap, so...
Wow, so that's points as well. So those that don't know, obviously you get a certain amount of points for winning a race, but then of course if you get the fastest lap in your division, that's an extra 1 point. So even if, for example, you did come second, not that he did, but you'd get the extra point on top of those, which would give you the same overall points as pole position.
Yeah.
See, I did that well. I rehearsed that. I was reading it in bed last night. Right, Adam, fantastic to talk to you properly. Thank you very much for being with us. Let's have a look at possibly some highlights, possibly some adverts. Nobody knows. But I am going to go and find some more drivers and give them some trophies very shortly.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
So you join me down here at the GT tent, one of the championship's main sponsors for a few years now. I'm here with Stuart Little. Stuart, tell us just quickly what your role is within the GT organisation.
I'm here today just to supervise the fitting of the race tyres and publicise GT as a whole. We as a company are very proud to represent the truck racing, work with the guys and use this as an opportunity to develop our tyres. As we can see around us, our truck tyres that are behind me directly correlated the build with the road tyres that we've got on display. So it's a great development for the company and a great sort of focus point for everyone to sort of see GT as a real ongoing product.
It is, no, fantastic, and of course you've been around for quite a while now, and obviously the proof is in the pudding, coming in a few years ago and becoming the official tyre brand of the British Truck Racing Championship. But again, like you've said yourself, we've got a lot of road tyres on display here with several different attributes. Obviously we've got the all-weathers over here, which you actually do for vans as well.
Oh yes, we've got a massive range that we don't really always see. We go from the car, we've got the car sports tyre, we've got high performance tyres, we've got quite a number of main manufacturers now take our tyres OE. So you can look around the forecourts and you'll see GT there. Obviously with a truck tyre, we're developing that forward. Martin, our race technicians, has been round yesterday, looked at some stuff, told me some secrets information that's coming out shortly. So we've got some really good stuff going on with GT.
Those at home Martin, of course, being Martin Gibson, Division 1 driver for Team Oliver Transport a few years ago, a good friend of mine as well. He actually tests all sorts of different vehicles for the GT team. I mean, he was telling me once before that he was in a VW, I believe, and he was doing 90 miles an hour in a van, and was then told to turn left. And it's like, just slow down. He's like, no, just turn left and see how they handle. And he says it was scary, but he did it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, he has some stories that will make your hair go. Mine's already gone, that's why I'm wearing the cap. But yeah, Martin's quite an exciting guy. Any race driver has got his stories, but Martin puts it into practice every day over at Coventry at Myra. And yeah, that's where we're developing the tyre in this country. It's great to see.
It is fantastic to see, and what we're about to see just to your left and your guys right is of course the pace truck going out for the first race of the season, of course with all of the trucks behind it following with the GT race developed race tyres, brought to you by the GT tyre company. Well, Stuart, thank you very much for talking to us. Thank you hugely for being involved in the sport and continuing to support the championship, and I'm sure we'll get to see more from GT as the weekend progresses.
Yes, cheers, Ewan. And the track not quite as sodden as it was earlier on by the look of things for our truck racers, but it's still going to be very slip and slide out there. The grid for this one set by the second quickest time for each driver in the qualifying session this morning. So it will be Ryan Smith once again on pole position. Only needs a few points from this one to secure his 7th consecutive title. Stuart Oliver, number 7, starts alongside him. Second row, Craig Reed, 68, and Bradley Smith in the 46. Hopefully the repairs after race 1 will prove effective and he'll be able to start from there. Row 3, John Newell, number 18, alongside number 12, Michael Oliver. John Newell got a reprimand from the clerk of the course after the first race for some contact, so he'll be on his best behaviour hopefully this time. Row 4, number 86, Tom O'Rourke, and 69, David Jenkins, who again struggled in qualifying, down to 3rd in the championship now behind Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell and Ricky Collett on row 5, row 6, Mark Taylor and Simon Cole, and hopefully we will have Simon Faulkner at the back of the Division 1 grid. Then we've got the Division 2's Luke Garrett qualifying on the inside this time of the front row alongside Jock Borthwick, then Adam Bint and Brad Smith behind them, Craig Evans and John Bowler, and finally John Powell in the number 6. Bradley Smith is there, number 46, that's good to see. Is Simon Faulkner there at the back? Well, there's Simon Cole, the white and pink MAN. No, I don't think Simon Faulkner's coming out. I think he must have had problems. Oh, hang on. Is that Simon Faulkner? Yes, it is. He is there, just a little bit late out of Paddock. So Simon Faulkner will get a race this time for number 92. Their way up to the grid then. There's Craig Evans, Mr. Consistent in Division 2 over the last couple of years. There's John Bowler, number 14. Finally, John Powell with his DAF. Had a bit of a struggle so far this weekend. One or two trucks missing some bodywork after that chaotic first race. It took 3 attempts to complete. It'll be a 15-minute race, our final race on our coverage today actually. We'll move on to racing tomorrow. We open at around 10:20 with our 3rd truck race of the weekend, followed by the Mini Challenge Trophy category, and then the pickup trucks for their first 2 races tomorrow. 5 drivers in contention for the title in the pickups, although one of them, George Turicki, the reigning champion, not racing this weekend. So it's likely to be 4 drivers fighting for the title, unless they can overhaul George's points total, and he was only a few points ahead coming into the weekend, but so we'll look at that tomorrow. Ryan Smith on pole position, Stuart Oliver alongside. 16 British titles between them. It could be 17 at the end of this race, it could be 7 for Ryan Smith. Great effort by Craig Reed in qualifying. He lines up 3rd. Of course, tomorrow we'll have the reverse grids. Race 3, the grid is decided by the results of race 1 that we had earlier on. Race 4's grid is decided by the result of the race we're about to see. with the top 8 finishers in each division flipped around. So if you finish 8th, you will start on pole, subject to any amendments. Who was 8th in race 1? Let's have a look. Let's remind ourselves. Well, 8th in Division 1 was Stephen Powell, so he'll be on pole tomorrow. And Division 2, well, everybody's flipped around. As long as they finish, there'll be John Powell on pole. But this could be the race where Ryan Smith clinches it and makes it 7 in a row. Stuart Oliver out to stop him. Basically, Stuart Oliver is 62 points down. There are 64 points still available for the weekend, so Stuart Oliver needs to win every race this weekend, get fastest lap in at least 2 of the remaining 4 races, and hope Ryan Smith doesn't score points in any of them. Is that Pointy waving to us down on the grid? I think I saw him down there next to Ryan Smith's truck. Good to see Bradley Smith back out, the 46, was racing trucks before he was old enough to have an HGV licence on the road. Because you don't need an HGV licence to race trucks, you can race them on an ARDS race licence, the Association of Racing Driver Schools. You just need to pass your race licence and you can race cars or trucks. Paul Rivets, we've seen the multiple Renault Clio champion, racing trucks. Great suggestion from our director here in the studio. Those of you who are regular viewers of BARC TV will know of James Ibbotson, the Hillman Imp racer in the classic touring cars. What would he be like behind the wheel of a race truck? We know how sideways he drives his Hillman Imp. The young man from Milton Keynes. I would love to see him at the wheel of a race truck. Well, we'll see what we can arrange for next year. We've got the full complement of 20 trucks out there. Simon Faulkner's there this time in the number 92, the man from Hampshire. We've seen quite a few celebrity names in truck racing over the years, of course. Motorcycle legend Barry Sheen was a successful truck racer, as was Steve Parish. Came in from the world of motorcycling. He was European champion. Other greats include Davina Galitza, the former British Olympic skier. She was a successful truck racer. Martin Brundle's had a go at truck racing. The Grimer brothers from the world of hot rods. The legendary Barry Lee, of course, who, well, you could give Barry Lee a wheelie bin to race and he'd be quick in it. World hot rod champion, Eurocar champion, truck racing champion. He's won everything. Great British truck racer was Richard Walker. Now races historic cars. I last saw him a few years ago in the Lotus Cortina with his son at Donington. I mentioned Kurt Goranson earlier on as well, the most flamboyant truck racer of all time. Used to be full on sideways in his Volvo, the Swede. I'm getting all nostalgic now. Walker was the man who raced the American Kenworth, the Century Oil sponsored truck. That got destroyed in that massive start line crash at Zolder in the European Championship. Sadly, the European Championship no longer comes to Britain. We have seen British drivers race in it though. Jamie Anderson, who starred in the British Championship a few years ago, now does the European Series. Ryan Smith and John Newell have both appeared in it as well in recent years. We're getting ready then for race number 2 for the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend here at Brands Hatch. Is this the race where Ryan Smith makes it 7 years in a row as champion? He just needs a few points from this race to secure it. He'll want to seal it with a win. Simon Faulkner at the back of Division 1. Luke Garrett 7 points up in Division 2, so he won't secure the title here. Here they come then, Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver, MAN and Volvo, side by side on the grid. Up towards the red lights, 15 minutes of racing about to get underway. Is this the race where Ryan Smith becomes champion for another year? We'll find out. We get underway. Down towards that first corner, good start by Ryan Smith, he holds the inside line, decent start by John Newell as well, coming through from row 3 on the inside of Bradley Smith. They're all bunched up there behind the leaders in Division 1. They plunge down the drop, then up Halewood Rise. Smith has got the lead. Stuart Oliver moves across to defend second place. Bradley Smith trying to go around the outside in the 46. Division 2 getting underway. It's Jock Borthwick has got a good start there, but Luke Garrett trying to lean on him round the first corner, but it's Borthwick who powers into the lead from the outside. Jock Borthwick has got the lead in the early stages in Division 2. Adam Bint in third place, then Brad Smith round the outside of John Bowler to take fourth place. Craig Evans tucked in behind them. Division 1 all okay so far. Ryan Smith leads down the Cooper Straight. Oliver second. Bradley Smith's up into third place. Craig Reed's dropped back and Ryan Smith's gone wide coming into Surtees. Onto the curb there, but he holds it together. Michael Oliver likes going over that bit of track as well. He nearly did again there in the number 12. John Newell's up into fourth. Craig Reed down to fifth, and Stephen Powell's made a good start into sixth in the number 3. Running wide there, Tom O'Rourke. He's dropped a few places back off the grid. But Ryan Smith, look at the power of that MAN as he charges away. Look at Bradley Smith round the outside in the 46. This is the best we've seen him run so far. The repairs have certainly worked on his MAN. He's having a go at the 10 times champion Stuart Oliver for second. Through Paddock Bend for the second time. John Newell in fourth place, then Craig Reed. Bradley Smith trying again. Stuart Oliver defending the line. But with Ryan Smith disappearing ahead of him, he can see his championship hopes disappearing. If Ryan Smith wins this, he is confirmed as the champion. A bit of a slide there for Bradley Smith. He drops back coming out of Druids. He's had one podium this year. Then we've got John Newell in fourth position, the Yorkshireman. Craig Evans running wide there at Druids, nearly into the gravel. He's staying ahead of John Powell, who's had a troubled weekend so far in the DAF. Division 2 is still led by Jock Borthwick. Tom O'Rourke and Mark Taylor leaning on each other there further back. There's nearly some contact there. Craig Reed under fire from Stephen Powell. David Jenkins in 7. They're still leaning on each other, the two white MANs there. Mark Taylor comes out ahead. It's getting wetter again out there here at Brands Hatch. The wipers going. Behind these two, it is Michael Oliver. And we've got Ricky Collett in the 95. Down towards Paddock Hill Bend once again. Ryan Smith is clearing off. He leads by over 3 seconds. He's got the fastest lap as well. He is about to wrap up the championship, surely, unless something goes very wrong indeed for him. Mark Taylor with some battle scars after that bit of a collision with Tom O'Rourke. It's been a fairly quiet season for Mark Taylor. Started off as Ryan Smith's sponsor. He's under fire from Tom O'Rourke. They make a bit of contact there into Graham Hill Bend. They survived that. I thought Mark Taylor was going to be spun out. Trying again as they come down the straight. Michael Oliver wants in on this as well. Ricky Collett behind them, and then Simon Cole in the 41. Then we've got the Division 2 leader. Luke Garrett's taken the lead in Division 2. Just caught a glimpse of the orange truck there in the background. So Luke Garrett has retaken Jock Borthwick. We concentrate on this busy battle in Division 1. The main fight at the moment is for 8th place between Taylor and O'Rourke lost it. He hits the pit wall. Round he goes, spreads mud and dirt all over the main straights. Round he goes, and his MAN now looks even more second-hand. Division 2 leaders, hopefully they will see it and move out wide. This is going to be dicey. He's trying to move out of the way. Hopefully he can get going again, or the race will have to be stopped again. Yes, everybody's seen him. They've avoided him. He's hit the pit wall, spun around. There's mud all over the circuit. And if Tom O'Rourke can't get that MAN fired up, it's going to be another red flag. You can't continue racing with a truck stranded in the middle of the Brabham Straits. Yes, I think we may be going red flags again. I can see the truck slowing down. Yes, we have a red flag. Can't continue racing with Tom O'Rourke stranded there. I don't think it was contact with Mark Taylor that spun him round. I think he spun all on his own. We'll see again in a moment. I think we may have to get the track sweeper out to clear up after that one, because, yep, he just got sideways all on his own. the MV Commercials boss in the MAN, and wallop into the pit wall. Round he goes, throws muck all over the circuit. Ricky Collett taking to the grass in avoidance, and luckily everyone was able to see the stranded truck and go wide to miss it, else that could have been a major disaster. Will it be title number 7 for Flying Ryan? Luke Garrett's got it all to do again. He'd just retaken the lead in Division 2 from Jock Borthwick when the race was stopped. Look at the state of Bradley Smith's truck, but it's certainly not slowing him down. Ricky Collett. I would love to see him take a win this final weekend of the season. John Powell at the back in the RSM commercial driver training truck. If you want to get your HGV licence, go to them. Borthwick, sponsored by MV Commercial, alongside the Apollo-backed truck of Luke Garrett at the front of Division 2. Seven and a half minutes of racing to come then. Our final race of the day here at Brands Hatch on day 1 for BARC TV. They struck into pit lane. Can Flying Ryan seal title number 7 with a win? We're about to find out. Stuart Oliver alongside him. Up towards the lights, a blaze of headlights from the trucks. Waiting for the red lights to go out, waiting for the power to come on. The power comes on, they leap away, and here we go. Decent start by Stuart Oliver, good start by John Newell, trying to move across on Bradley Smith, and look at Stephen Powell up the outside in the number 3. That's brave, almost 3 wide into Paddock Bend. I think John Newell's got round the outside of Bradley Smith into 3rd place. It's side by side for the lead between Smith and Oliver, but Smith's got the advantage into Druids for the first time. Bradley Smith trying to hang on around the outside, and he's done so. He stayed alongside John Newell. Can he hold the place? That dive up the outside by Stephen Powell didn't work. Here's Division 2. This time Luke Garrett's got it right. He has pulled away from Jock Borthwick at the start. 3rd place is Adam Bint ahead of Brad Smith, John Bowler, Craig Evans and John Powell, as they sort themselves out around the first lap. And round the outside, Craig Reed on the grass there has pulled ahead of Bradley Smith. Well, unorthodox from Craig Reed, but it seems to have worked as Ryan Smith leads the way from Stuart Oliver. John Newell has held 3rd place. Bradley Smith has dropped back to 5th behind Craig Reed. Then Stephen Powell and David Jenkins. A tough weekend for him so far. Crashed into the tyres, and that's a restart from the pit lane in race 1. Only able to pick up a small number of points. That has effectively written off his championship chances. It's just between Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith now, and Stuart Oliver has to win. He has to win and get fastest lap and hope Ryan Smith doesn't score. Ryan is out in front, surely heading for the title. He leads by 1.5 seconds. Mark Taylor on the tail of David Jenkins. Behind him, Ricky Collett. Leader goes a little bit wide there through Paddock onto the curbing. Said earlier, you don't want to get a rear wheel onto that green painted tarmac, because that will lose your grip completely and he might spin around. David Jenkins dives up the inside into Druids, passes Stephen Powell up into 6th position, looking to secure 3rd in the championship. Craig Reed a little bit sideways there as he battles with Bradley Smith. It's John Newell still there in 3rd place. Now, he could, I think, snatch 3rd in the championship from David Jenkins. He's only a point behind him, yes. So he could snatch 3rd in the championship here from David Jenkins. It'll all be settled once and for all tomorrow, of course, with 3 more races. Jenkins wants to make a move on Bradley Smith, trying to move up on the 46. Behind him, Mark Taylor under fire from the number 95, which is Ricky Collett. Ryan Smith leads by nearly 3 seconds now. He took a 1.5 seconds away from Stuart Oliver there. Opened out the lead to 2.9 seconds. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 8.7. Only one of the drivers dipped below 1 minute 10 so far in Division 1. That's David Jenkins, as Adam Bint moves past Brad Smith, excuse me. tries to at least. They're side by side. It's getting darker out there. John Bowler, meanwhile, side by side with Craig Evans as Brad Smith holds the place around the outside. John Powell in behind them. The two more modern MANs, though, of Luke Garrett and Jock Borthwick are well clear. They're 2 seconds apart, but they're a long way clear of this group. You can see them ahead. John Bowler under fire from Craig Evans, almost literally there. And Evans goes through. The MAN man getting more competitive, gets ahead of the DAF, the other Dutch-built machine of John Powell behind them. 4 minutes of the race to go, and Ryan Smith is 4 minutes away from a 7th consecutive title. As the rain comes down here at Brands Hatch, it's a battle for second in this race. There is Ryan Smith. He's increased his lead by another 1.5 seconds on that last lap, near enough. 4.6 seconds clear now of Stuart Oliver. John Newell, Craig Reed still ahead of Bradley Smith, who's under fire from David Jenkins. He wants to catch John Newell, else John will be into 3rd in the championship. There is John sideways out of Druids, and David Jenkins has run wide onto the curb as well. Bradley Smith sporting the battle scars of race 1 when he tangled with Tom O'Rourke and Mark Taylor. Taylor in 8th place behind Stephen Powell. There they are. 9th is Ricky Collins. And a gap back to 10th, which is Simon Cole, and then the Division 2 boys. The gap is closing, 0.7 of a second in it in Division 2. Jock Borthwick's not finished yet. With less than 3 minutes to go, Ryan Smith well out in front. The party will begin down in the pit lane, I'm sure. He's heading for his 7th consecutive championship. There he is, well out in front. 5.3 seconds now, the gap back to Stuart Oliver. Oliver had to win this race and hope that Ryan Smith didn't score. John Newell up there in 3rd. Looks like he could steal 3rd in the championship from David Jenkins. Well, if things go his way, you never know. There's only 8 points covering the next 3, so if things go his way tomorrow, he could get 2nd, John Newell. We'll have to wait and see. There's Oliver in 2nd, Newell behind him. Craig Reed still going well in 4th, last year's Division 2 champion. We'll have to wait till tomorrow to find out who's going to be the Division 2 champion for 2022. There are the Division 2 leaders. They've caught Simon Cole. It's Luke Garrett ahead of Jock Borthwick, and they're well ahead of the rest. That's Simon Faulkner, the last of the Division 1 runners. Third in Division 2 is now Brad Smith. He's got ahead of Adam Bint. Here's the battle in Division 2. 90 seconds on the clock there. That's the slipperiest part of the circuit now, coming out of Clearways. It's where Tom O'Rourke spun earlier on. Borthwick is not finished yet, nor is David Jenkins. Look at this up on the outside of Craig Reed. Bradley Smith's already gone through. He's got 4th place away from Craig Reed's Iveco. And now David Jenkins having a go at the Stoke-on-Trent driver. Through Druids come the Division 2 leaders. Still Luke Garrett hanging on, looking for win number 2. Now who's got the fastest lap in Division 2? Because every point is vital at this stage. I think it is Borthwick. He's got the quickest lap by 0.4 of a second at the moment. It could all change though. Less than a minute on the clock. Ryan Smith is coming round to start his final lap. Oh, Bradley Smith spun! Oh, what a shame. Such a good run he was having. He spun it coming through Clearways. Now can he get going? Yes, he can. Be careful, Bradley. Don't bog it down in the gravel. Oh, Luke Garrett's hit him. Oh, my goodness. What happened there? Luke Garrett went wide at Clearways. He smashed into Bradley Smith's truck. Now, that could change things in Division 2. Certainly in this race, but for the championship, we'll have to wait and see. There's Brad Smith. He can't believe it. He could get ahead here. Meanwhile, the clock is about to count down to 0. But are we going to finish under the red flag? Well, the clock's just gone down to 0, so it will be checkered flag this time anyway. Ryan Smith, he's already celebrating. There's nobody anywhere near him. He's nearly 7 seconds clear at the line. And here comes the man from Nottinghamshire. He used to be number 88, but we haven't seen that for a few years. Stuart Oliver defending from John Newell for second. They're going to come through. They're going to let them come through to the checkered flag, I think. Round clear ways for the last time. Well, he had to cope with a change of truck in mid-season when he sold his bonneted Daimler for this MAN. But coming in across the line here at Brands Hatch to confirm himself as champion, it's 7th heaven for flying Ryan Smith, 7 championships in a row. Well clear of Stuart Oliver in second, John Newell is third, then Craig Reed fourth, David Jenkins is fifth, Stephen Powell will come over in sixth, then it's Mark Taylor and Ricky Collett. What about Division 2? It's going to be Jock Borthwick, I think. Simon Cole is there, yes, Jock Borthwick all on his own, wins Division 2, and I think he'll get fastest lap as well. But Ryan Smith cuts loose in celebration. 7 titles in a row. And another step towards matching the 10 of Stuart Oliver. Borthwick's won Division 2, second for Brad Smith and third for Adam Bintz. We'll have to see how that's affected the championship. Luke Garrett only finishing 5th in Division 2 after, well, I don't know if there was some contact there with Jock Borthwick. We'll try and see that again if we can. But Garrett went wide and Brad Smith was already in the gravel and he cannoned into the side of him. An extraordinary incident there. That could have a bearing on the Division 2 championship. We'll have to do the mathematics in a moment, but first of all we will give Ryan Smith his moment. We'll see it again here. Brad Smith just trying a little bit too hard to catch John Newell, went spinning around. Almost a full 360. I thought he was going to bog down in the gravel and we'd have the race stopped, but he tried to get going again. But then a little further round clearways came Luke Garrett. No, there was no contact there, and then smash. Jock Borthwick and Brad Smith couldn't believe it. I don't know whether there'd been some contact just before then, possibly with Simon Cole, but well, we'll just have to work out the result then. But meanwhile, the champion is in pit lane, and we'll hand down to Pointy, who is there to greet him.
Welcome here to the pit lane as we see Ryan Smith, truck number 1, points perfect ahead of the pack now, sealing the deal for his championship. Absolute top mechanic. Arnie was ready with the stickers. Don't forget, this time last year they had hats at the ready. They were waiting. They knew that this was going to happen. Pan round, we see the team gathering for handshakes and hugs. Top sponsor as well, Keith Sims from Northside Truck and Van. Quick word with you, you've got to be happy with that result.
Absolutely over the moon.
It seems emotional,
I can now relax.
Relax, I don't know about relax. You watch you want another truck next year, mate. You've got a problem ahead of you.
No.
Here we go, he's getting out the truck now. Everybody congratulating him. So we can shut this door. Watch your back. Oh. Circuit photographs. Ryan Smith, congratulations, push in front of all your teammates. Billy, Arnie, brother Rich, Ned, Pablo, the team, the whole team. Come on in, guys. Come on, let's bring you forward a bit. Let's fit you all in the shot. Ryan, congratulations. You were very modest before, correcting me. No, I've still got 2 points to get. You've got a lot more than 2 points there, didn't you?
Yeah, look, I said it before, we can only drive the equipment that the mechanics give you, and, you know, the past months that the main mechanics had with his father, you know, we dedicate that 7th title to Mick Parkin and Janet Parkin, his dad, who created, you know, a phenomenon, who with no qualifications from a truck, or 7 years ago never even touched a truck, and without him, you know, none of this would have been possible. So that's for Mick Parkin. The sponsors here, Keith Sims, if you'd like to have a quick word.
We've been kicked off. We have spoken to Keith. He's very happy. Well, it's all very full throttle here. As you can see, the schedule's a little bit behind. But Ryan Smith, Division 1 champion of 2022. Drivers coming over. Stefan from Team Newell. It really is a fantastic atmosphere. So you've done your dedications, you've done your thank yous. tell us, you know, the thought process you went through this year. It's been up and down, but you've still managed to smash the championship.
You know, I think that's what the amazing thing is about this championship. I think, you know, we're at war one minute and then we hug each other the next, and it's a weird relationship, but I think it's everybody's desire to win, and I think, you know, I'm the same. I don't want to lose, I don't want to finish second, and nor does the other competitors, and there can only be one winner, and luckily enough it's me. I'd like to say a massive thank you to Keith Sims, MD of Northside Truck and Van. You know, without him, he's changed my approach off track as well as on track, and he's helped me learn to be a better person. And, you know, we'll carry on building, and we'll carry on. We'll come back next year with a new Daimler, I believe. You know, it's time. We had a new truck. We're going to do a few events in Europe. We're going to spread our wings a little bit. But for now, I want to enjoy it with my team. I want to soak it in, because it's surreal, because it feels like yesterday when I started racing. I've been in it 8 years. I'm 7 years A-class champion, which is some feat I don't think it's ever been done before. And you know what? I still get up in the morning with that fire in my belly to do it. And this chap here, 10 times champion.
10 times? Stuart, he's catching up with you now. Have you got any words of wisdom?
Well, I'm just concerned that he peaked, but he obviously can still do it. So we'll see.
me and Stuart have dominated the sport over the last many years. He's 10 times champion. He's got the one European champion that I ultimately won. You know,
always remember that one.
But this is the caliber of person you're racing against. Somebody with that same desire as you, and there can only be one winner, and he's a worthy second place if he gets it.
Definitely. Well, fingers crossed. And yeah, you taking another fantastic result there. Ryan Smith, another round of applause for Ryan Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. And Stuart Oliver doing another great result there for you as well. Where does that put you now? Are you still comfortably second at the moment?
Well, I'm second. I don't know how comfortable it'll be. Nothing's comfortable until tomorrow night.
3 races left.
3 races left, yeah. But we'll just see how it goes. You know, it's we've had a good day today to get a full feel for the weather, and I don't think it's going to be cracking this.
Sunshine tomorrow. I've decided it's all about manifesting on social media at the moment, and I'm manifesting good weather.
Oh well, I look forward to that in the morning. We're getting up to a bright sunny morning.
Could you imagine?
Be nice, but I
right.
doubt it.
Well, thank you for talking to us, Stuart. We'll get down there. Obviously, emotions are high. Everyone's very happy with the outcome of that race, especially Ryan Smith's team. We got a full race in, ladies and gentlemen, but still 3 more to do tomorrow. But as of me now, I'm going to head down, hand out some silverware, and get celebrating with Team Smith. Thanks for joining me here in the pit lane. Back to Dave in the studio.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first season trophy presentation down here at the GT trailer in the paddock at Brands Hatch. Quite an exciting start to the season and that first race. Corner 2 showing us some serious action, but we have indeed got some results for you. We've also got some spectators. Look at all these people. Pan round at them. Show the audience, so to speak. Yeah, let the viewers see the viewers. Right, so we don't usually do televised, so let's all behave ourselves and have a quick chat on the podium to each position, and then we've got a special trophy from last season. Can I get a ooh? Okay, we'll get better at that as the season goes on, I'm sure. Right then, as tradition dictates, we'll be starting, of course, with the Division 2 drivers, and starting off in 3rd place. Can we please put our hands together for Mr. Craig Evans? And shout out to MD Commercial for sponsoring the hats with these. Please sit there, shake your hand, hop up on the number 3, sir. And in 2nd place, he did eventually arrive for his trophy. Another round of applause for Mr. John Powell. It's all right, it's fine, it's okay. Got to fix these things, right? Which means, in 1st place, the champ for race 1, Mr. Adam Binns. Oh my goodness, there's some weight in that, careful. Yeah. Right then. So, very quickly, Craig, one word that describes that race for you. Exciting. Exciting. We got exciting off Craig Evans. One word from you, Anne? Boring. Wow, it is at the front, isn't it, huh? That's more than one word, John. Goodness me. Right, round of applause again then for your Division 2 Top 3 first race in the 2023 season. Thank you very much, gentlemen. On to now, of course, Division 1. Some of them did in fact manage to finish the race, so that's always a bonus. So, starting off in 3rd place, can we please put our hands together for the Jolly Green Giant, Simon Reed. You told me you were going to do your hair before you came over. And in 2nd place, absolutely smashing it round that track, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Dave Jenkins. Frightened the life out of me coming out of assembly area this morning. Well done, Dave. Good job. Which, of course, leaves 1st place going to none other than 7-time champion Ryan Smith. That's something, I hope you can hold that very heavy. Well done. There we go. And again, I think we're just going to do the one word that describes your race. Exciting. We got exciting in 3rd place. No, so 3rd place got exciting. I like that.
Orgasmic.
Oh, I like that. And it's in the dictionary, so we can put it out on air. And Dave?
Lonely.
Oh, lonely. Right, well, on that note, another round of applause for Division 1 Top 3. Race 1 here at the weekend. We've of course got a bit of break now and then another race later on. Before we lose you all, we have a very special award to hand out to a driver that is present. I'd like to call up Paul Garrett to have the honour of handing this trophy. Now this was a BTRA decided trophy from last year's season that I've been asked to throw out. Paul, tell us what's it about, mate?
This is for the Crasher of the Year last year, and it's very complimentary for today's race as well.
Right, I see. Of course, not the official Crasher of the Year last year, but we have got one. So, the winner of said trophy, is it written on the front? Oh dear, I think he got 2 of them. It's a Mr. Michael Oliver. Oh dear. So, a round of applause for Michael's first trophy of the year. If he's about, is he right? He was here. He was hiding. I don't blame him for not being around for it, to be honest. I believe he might have got one from last year for the BTRC as well. So, I believe Father Stewart, he's a vicar now, yes, I said Father Stewart. Is he coming? Or is he going to boycott the whole thing? He's coming, we've got a thumb up. Round of applause for Michael Oliver. Starting as he means to go on.
pushing it, zip it up. There you go, sir. Well done, fantastic. Hopefully we'll get some racing out of you this season though, Michael. But if all else fails, at least you're going home with a bit of trophy, right?
Yeah, well worth the crash. Well worth the crash.
Well worth the crash. I mean, it totally pays for the damage and everything.
Oh, well, yeah. Lovely that, isn't it?
Lovely bit of glass. You put it in your windscreen. Keep it on the track. Right then, round of applause to Michael Oliver. Yeah, I'm not gonna. You know, stop it, mate.
Well, we've still got plenty of things to see and show you this weekend here at the British Truck Racing Championship down in the paddock. So just for now, we're going to throw you back over to the Bark live stream whilst I find some more drivers to have a chat to.
Has come through to fourth, didn't have the quickest run in qualifying, and Alan Cooper is fifth. Now, there's no yellow flags coming through Paddock, so I assume Paul Tompkins got going again. Let's see it again. Just lost the back end, challenging Matt Simpson, and around he went, going over the old rallycross course there on the inside of the exit of Paddock, but he avoided the barrier and was able to get going again. He's rejoined in 14th place, Paul Tompkins. This is the battle for third, Smith and Jones, Michael Smith and Rhys Jones, Rhys the reigning champion. Cooper behind them in fifth, Dean Tompkins sixth, Aaron Thompson has dropped away a little in 7th place. 5 laps to go this time. Black and white flag being shown to number 21. That's Dean Tompkins for possibly exceeding track limits. And truck 41 rather has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That's Aaron Thompson. So he'll have 5 seconds added to his race time. He's at the back of this group, the red and white pickup truck. Dale Gents thinking about a move for the lead there into Druids. Matt Simpson holds him off. Racing since his early teens in the mini stocks. I remember seeing him in action in his mini at my local venue of Hensford Hills Raceway in Staffordshire, the home of hot rod racing. His father Jeff was number 303 then in the National Hot Rods, taking on the likes of Ricky Hunn, Danny Hunn in this race of course. Phil White as well, who we've seen in Eurocar and pickups. I'll stop now before I get too enveloped in nostalgia. 4 laps to go for Matt Simpson to hold off Dale Gents. Dale's father Mark raced on the short ovals in the UK and on the continent as well. Here comes Dale now, he's all over the back of Matt Simpson. Michael Smith in third, former Formula 1 stock car driver. In the offshore fuels truck, former champion. In the pickups, current champion Rhys Jones behind him. Local driver from Herne Bay in Kent. Alan Cooper in fifth, then it's Tompkins Jr. that is, Thompson, Chris Brockhurst 8th, Matt Moore is 9th. I think we may have lost the number 29 of Tom Hutchins, he's dropping down the timing screen. We'll try and find what's happened to him. Over the line go the leaders. Normally here at Brands Hatch we see the field a little more bunched up than this. Maybe they're just saving themselves for a little later in the weekend, just getting the trucks dialed in. Of course, we've got a second race and then the grand final later on in the weekend as Rhys Jones. That was an optimistic move up the inside. We nearly had a Stephen Powell moment there. Michael Smith slides wide, Jones through into third place. There was contact there between the two of them. Rhys Jones in the bright pink machine up into third place. 2 leaders have escaped a little as a result of that, Simpson and Gents. See them sliding about on the edge of adhesion. Just a couple of laps to go now for Matt Simpson to hang on. Started from the second row, battled his way past Dale Gent to take the lead at Druids. Looks like they're coming up to put another lap on the 25 of Russell Smith. And from Andover in Hampshire near Thruxton. He's learning his craft in what I think is the ex-Paul Jones truck. Dives out of the way of the leader. Now there's Paul Tompkins, he has got going again. He's back in 10th place, he's recovered well behind Daniel Fisher in the number 5. There's Simon Ward in 71, the Leicestershire driver. Used to race a Vauxhall Astra GTE. In classic touring cars, had a few wins in that. He's got Danny Hunn, number 39, of the famous Essex-based hot rod racing family behind him in the familiar red and yellow colours of the family's cars. Into the final lap we go then of our pickup truck season opener. What has Dale Gent got left in the tank? Can the 83 move up alongside and challenge Matt Simpson for the lead, or is it going to be a win for the ex-touring car man? Dale Gent, which side's he going to go? Into Druids. Mr. Bob back in behind, down the hill they come. Has Matt Simpson done enough? It's only the left here at Graham Hill Bend, along the Cooper Straight, then flick left at Surtees and round the long right-hander for the Sir Jack Brabham Straights. I think Matt Simpson has just about done enough in our pickup truck racing championship season opener. Unless Dale Gent can slipstream him on the run to the line. They slide their way through Clark Curve for the last time. Gent will try his best. He's going to try and get up alongside Matt Simpson. Simpson moves to cover. Gent's not going to do it, and Matt Simpson takes the win in the opening pickup truck race of the season. Dale Gent second, Rhys Jones third ahead of Michael Smith, Alan Cooper, Dean Tompkins. Seventh will go to Chris Brockhurst because Aaron Thompson has got that 5-second penalty. He'll drop to 8th. Ninth is going to go to Paul Tompkins. He's got ahead of Dan Fisher on that final lap, so Paul Tompkins 9th. Dan Fisher is 10th. A bit of a delay on his transponder there. And Matthew Moore, on his debut in the pickups, number 84, takes 11th place. A good debut from him. Last few trucks still racing for the line further back. Mark Willis got going again after his visit to the pits a couple of laps down, so he's going to come in and finish towards the tail of the field. He'll aim to make amends in race 2. There he is over the line, the red and blue truck, and a battle to the finish between Jeff Simpson and Richard Ayling further back there. That was for 14th place. Matt Simpson the winner though by 0.18 of a second ahead of Dale Gent. Very close between those two all the way. Rhys Jones battling past Michael Smith to take 3rd. Alan Cooper 5th ahead of Dean Tompkins. Chris Brockhurst taking 7th when Aaron Thompson picks up that penalty. He finishes 8th. Paul Tompkins, recovering from a spin while challenging for the lead, takes 9th place. Dan Fisher rounds out the top 10 in the number 5. Then Matthew Moore, Simon Ward, Danny Hunn, Jeff Simpson and Richard Ayling completing the top 15. The other finishers were Mark Willis and Russell Smith. We lost Tom Hutchins, the only retirement. That wraps up the opener for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship this season then, 2023. Next up is the first race of the season for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category. We'll bring you the grid for that very shortly, but it'll be down to Ewan Dunlop fairly shortly to hear from our pickup truck top 3. Matt Simpson taking the season opener.
Cheers, Dave. More epic racing at Brands Hatch. The one thing I love about races like the pickups, all the cars, they're so similar. It does come down to pure driving skill. Last year's champion was Rhys Jones. Managed to sneak into 3rd position there. Bit of a move near the end of that race. We're going to wait for him to just jump out the car here. Didn't get a chance to speak to him earlier on today, but we'll have a chat right now. The start of your defence to your title, happy with that?
Look, we finished. So that's a good start, yep. But no, we had better pace in qualifying than what we had in the race. We go back and have a look, see what we can find.
It was an amazing move you took to move from 4th to 3rd.
Yeah, we just all got a bit tight up the top there. Michael went a bit wide going into Paddock, so I sneaked up the inside, but he tried shutting the door and I was already there. So.
Now, interesting weekend. We've moved to 3 races. Make any changes before race 2?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
What are you going to do?
We're not sure yet.
Can't tell us,
have a look first.
Mate, well done. Good start to your defence.
Thank you.
Cheers,
Thank
you. Right, let's try and speak to our race winner. All-wheel jumping with Dale actually here. No stranger to a podium. It's another one.
Well, hopefully we can carry on like this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's good. It was good start. See how it goes tomorrow, though.
I mean, it was a brilliant race to watch.
That's good.
Yeah.
It was hard work. It was good. Now it was a good race. Glad to be back in my old chassis.
Yeah.
That was had to be rebuilt from Mallory 2 years ago.
Wow.
So we've now got it back.
Okay.
And it's the one I've had the most success in. So it feels good to be back in it. But fair play to Matt. Drove the wheels off that.
He did, didn't he?
I couldn't. Had nothing really for him. So, but see how it goes in the next two tomorrow.
Good luck tomorrow, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Mate. Cheers. Right, let's go and speak to our race winner. We spoke to him earlier. Matt Simpson, former British touring car driver, had 2 wins here at Brands Hatch in the last round at the end of last year. That's 3 in a row at Brands Hatch.
I didn't look at it like that, but this is a fresh start, so it's only 1 for me. But yeah, I suppose you look at it that way. Yeah. Obviously, Brands last year was very wet, but no, obviously, really pleased to start the year with a win. But obviously, the real work starts now.
Yeah. Like, we're just speaking to Reese. It's an interesting weekend with 3 races. Make any changes to the car? Approach the race differently in race 2, or all the same?
Because the truck is fairly new to me still. I'm sort of still learning it. So I think there's more time in me sort of understanding and learning the truck rather than making radical changes.
Absolutely.
So I'll sort of probably leave it the same, if to be fair. Sort of go back, just spanner check it all, clean the tyres, and just retrack and send again.
Now, for the first 10 or 12 laps, you were very, very patient and finally made your move at the front.
Yeah, obviously, 18 laps is a long race. And obviously, it's not always won in the first lap or the first 5 even. So I was just thinking about the long game, just thinking about my tyre. Do want to use my tyre, and I still want the tyre at the end. So, but yeah, it all planned out just well. Yeah.
Matt, we're 1 race in, you're leading the championship. Well done.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Right, we're about to go racing once again. It doesn't stop here at Brands Hatch. The minis are coming onto the grid. It's going to be another brilliant race. 18 rookies in this one. Dave Goddard will talk you through it.
Okay, the cars on their way out to the grid then. This is the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category. Identical BMW Mini Cooper 1.6 litre normally aspirated cars. These are the touring car aspirants of tomorrow, some of the stars of the future in saloon car racing in this field. It was Nelson King who dominated this championship last season. He's moved on up to greater things. So who's going to take up his mantle this year? Huge field of BMW Minis out there. We should have 30 cars on this grid. In pole position, it's local man number 24, Tom Ovenden, alongside 486, last year's Rookie Cup winner, Jack Byrne, the Irishman. Second row at 93, Maximus Hall. Max Hall, the reigning junior saloon car champion. Great qualifying effort on his debut in senior racing on row 2 alongside number 71, Harvey Ryby, making the move up from karting. Row 3 at 17, Nicky Taylor. We saw him in action in the championship last year, as we did number 12, Alex Solly, who starts alongside. Row 4 is Harry Hickton, number 64, runner-up in Junior Saloon Car Championship last year, starts alongside 117 of Reese Lysitz. Row 5, number 21, Nathan Edwards, back for another season in the championship alongside another junior racing graduate, number 22, Ashley Gregory, the leading lady on the grid. Row 6, 53, James Black, and number 23, a race winner last year, former stock car star Lee Pearce, as they move off for their green flag lap. Row 7 is number 62, Alex Keane, and 81, which is Luca Marinoni Osborne. Row 8 of the grid, 11 of Gabe Fairbrother, he's one of our newcomers, alongside 32, Frankie Taylor. Row 9, 59, Reese Hurd, making the switch from Brick Car Trophy, alongside number 1, 2, 3 of Andy Cobb. And we've got row 10, which is number 60 of Brendan Fitzgerald, and 15, Cameron Richardson. Row 11, 46, Paul Manning, and 26 of Callum Eason. Row 12 is 86, Ben Taylor. Congratulations to Ben on his recent engagement. And 99, Ben Jenkins alongside him. Row 13, 96, which is Sam Gornall, and 8, Dan Armstrong. The penultimate row, 16, Jacob Heap, and number 3, Sophie Wright, the Canadian driver. And the final row is number 7, Mick Fitzgerald, and number 5, Katia Loggy. Those are your contenders then. There are subclasses in this championship as well. We've got the Rookie Cup for newcomers this year. Jack Byrne dominated that, was only beaten once in the Rookie Cup last season. The Graduates Cup for second-year drivers, and the Directors' Cup for drivers aged 35 and over. But it is Tom Ovenden who sits on pole. He's not in any of those subclasses, just going for the overall championship this year. The former rallycrosser, comes from a long line of rallycrossers in his family. Some new teams on the grid this year as well. Teams making their debuts are Ashley Gregory Racing, she's out there in the number 22 car. Chandler Motorsport have made the switch from Brick Car Trophy, where they were running their Golfs. Napa Racing UK, and also Westbourne Motorsports, well known in Clio Racing. Harry Hipton's driving for Westbourne Motorsport, and Max Hall, the two junior saloon car rivals from last season. Napa Racing UK have Cameron Richardson, number 15. Chandler Motorsport out there as well, run by Stephen Chandler and his family. Reese Hurd and Reese Lysett are driving for them. It's Tom Ovenden in pole position, driving for Accelerate Motorsports, well known for their touring car exploits, of course. And their big rivals are going to be Graves Motorsports. Their leading man on the grid is young Jack Byrne, the man from Wexford in Ireland. He could be a good tip for the title this year. Alex Solly will be one to watch as well, former junior saloon car star. He's on the outside of row 3. Real quality lineup of some of the touring car stars of the future. There's Katia Loggy at the back of the grid, driving for Accelerate Motorsports. Not sure if she's any relation to Ian Loggy, the British GT champion. We'll find out in due course. The grid is formed up then. We await this race to get underway. The first race of the season for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. It'll be a 15-minute race, and away they go. Tom Ovenden in pole position, the local man. Jack Byrne tries to slot in alongside him on the run down towards Paddock Bend. Max Hall is up there on the inside. Look at the way Max Hall is going in the 93's first ever senior race. Jack Byrne, I think, has taken the lead around the outside, and Hall through on the inside. Well, our pole sitter Tom Ovenden was rather caught napping there. Also up there in behind them is the 17 of Nicky Taylor, who's come through from row 3 as they start to sort themselves out, and a terrible getaway from the 24 of Tom Ovenden, who tries to fight back on the inside. He's on the grass down there and forces Max Hall to go wide as he slides through Graham Hill Bend. Nicky Taylor will say thank you very much and go through into second place, or try to, and all that schmozzle behind him has let Jack Byrne escape into the lead. Nicky Taylor in second place as they start to sort themselves out. There's Ashley Gregory, number 22, making a return after a spell on the short ovals at her local venue of Wharton Stock Car Club in Lancashire, battling with Frankie Taylor in the number 32 car. So a fair bit of bumping and boring around that first lap. There's a yellow flag waving down the straight there. Has somebody gone off at Paddock Bend? Yes, there's a car in the gravel there. So no passing into Paddock Bend this time. Can't see who it is who's gone off. I think it might be the Napa car, unfortunately, that's gone off down there. In that case, it would probably be Cameron Richardson, the number 15. So we'll wait to identify who that is down there, whose first race of the season has come to an early end, but it is Jack Byrne, last year's Rookie Cup champion, who leads the way. Now in the Graduate Cup this year, of course, is a second season driver, the 53 car being forced onto the grass out was James Black, the ex-Renault Clio racer. Bit of contact there with, I think that was possibly the 86 car. Nathan Edwards there in the 21 was among the favourites coming into this season. So as they start to settle down after a frantic first couple of laps for the mini challenge, it's the 26 car, in fact, that's gone into the gravel at Paddock. That's the other Napa car, Callum Eason, son of Wayne and Joanna Eason, who both competed in the British Truck Racing Championship in the past. Jack Byrne with a clear lead of 1.25 seconds over Nicky Taylor. Tom Ovenden starting to recover from his poor start. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 57.49 seconds. Max Hall in fourth, and it's Alex Solly. Harvey Ryby, number 71, is in sixth position. Then up to seventh is Lee Pearce in the number 23, the former three-time 1300 stock car world champion. 22 getting sent wide, that's Ashley Gregory. But the BMW Mini Cooper 1600cc, 130 brake horsepower cars, all very evenly matched and producing great racing as they did all the way through last season in this Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy season opener. Many of these drivers looking to move on to the bigger Mini Cooper, Mini JCW cars, the John Cooper Works. They support the British Touring Car Championship, of course. Most of the drivers on this grid with aspirations of getting into British Touring cars for themselves one day. Yellow flag still out at Paddock with that car in the gravel trap of Callum Eason. His first race in the category didn't get far. At the inside there, the 22 of Ashley Gregory. Attacking, I think that's Reese Lycett, the 117, running wide there. In behind them, the number 60 of Brendan Fitzgerald, the Irishman. Side by side there, Lycett and Gregory through Graham Hill-Bett. Still Jack Burr from Nicky Taylor for the lead. Tom Ovenden, the 24, in third place. Fourth position behind them is Max Hall, but the safety car is coming out. So the first safety car of the weekend, that'll be because of that car in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. The marshals judging that they cannot remove it under racing conditions. So we'll see probably just a couple of laps behind the safety car. Alan Evans at the wheel of the safety car this weekend. So a quick pause for a breather. Jack Byrne in the lead, looking for his first overall victory. There's Lee Pierce, the blue number 23. 64 there, Harry Hickton came so close to the Junior Saloon Car Championship title last year. The son of David Hickton, the long-time classic touring car racer. It's engine problems for Harry at the final meeting here at Brands Hatch handed Max Hall the title. Max up there in fourth place in this race. Now teammates Max Hall and Harry Hickton. Harry currently in 11th position. Safety car will lead them round single file. Let's take a look at the class leaders. Jack Byrne leads the Graduates Cup. Max Hall is leading the Rookies Cup in fourth place. The Directors Cup for drivers aged 35 and over being led by Lee Pierce in seventh place. It's the Ford Focus safety car at the front of the pack, with Callum Eason's car, the Napa Racing UK car, being removed from the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap. The telehandler in the background. Back chamber Callum, son of Wayne and Joanna Eason, the I think only husband and wife pairing to have competed together in British truck racing in the past. Oh no, there was Brian and Kaz Garnett as well, wasn't there, several years before? The British Fuels Limited trucks. Jack Byrne with the lead, 19 years of age, fifth in the championship last year, had a couple of podiums, looking to become a British touring car driver in years to come. Second place, another 19-year-old from Norwich, Nicky Taylor in the Graves Motorsport car, fourth in the championship last year. And they, along with Tom Ovenden, really are the favourites for this year's championship. Tom Ovenden, racing for the Ovenden Plant team, run this year by Accelerate Motorsports. He wants to go up into the main JCW class of the Mini Challenge and then to BTCC. Has a long-standing family background in rallycross. Safety car still out at the moment. We saw the number 7 of Mick Fitzgerald at the back of the field. Not of horse racing fame. A man from Dublin, the ex-Fiat racer in Ireland. He and Brendan Fitzgerald back for their latest year of Mini Challenge racing. Coming up to halfway in this race, it looks like the gravel trap is clear there. Well done, marshals. We should hopefully be going back to green flag racing this time. Alex Solly is nicely poised, another championship favourite this year. 9th in the title race last year with the best finish of 3rd. Former junior saloon car man. These cars so evenly matched, there's about 7 or 8 possible championship contenders in there. And they've got the subclasses to fight for as well. Safety car in this lap, we're being told. It's Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category season opener. Jack Byrne in number 486, holding the lead. Nicky Taylor weaving to keep his tyres warm. Am I seeing things, or has Tom Ovenden's boot lid come loose there? Well, we'll see as the race gets back underway, won't we? Power comes on and we are back to racing. This time they can't pass until they reach the line. Into Paddock Hill Bend they go. Holding the lead is 486 of Jack Byrne ahead of Nicky Taylor. Tom Ovenden, the rest of them pour their way through Paddock Hill Bend. It's Max Hall, the yellow and blue car, in 4th place. Then it's Alex Solly trying to make a move there for 6th position is the 23 of Lee Pearce on the tail of Harvey Ryby, one of our rookies in the white car with the gold roof, number 71. Then it's Nathan Edwards, number 21, in behind them. Frankie Taylor is in 9th position. It's the number 53 of James Black rounding out the top 10 in the Graves Motorsport car. Nicky Taylor trying to move up to make a move into Surtees there, doesn't manage to get alongside Jack Byrne. There's Ashley Gregory, the 22, bouncing off the curb. Brendan Fitzgerald, the number 60, tries to move up to attack her and re-slice it, and Ashley Gregory runs wide, puts a wheel onto the gravel. That's going to slow her up. Just learning the car on her debut. Former mini stocks champion at the Wharton Stock Car Club. She's done junior saloon cars, Formula 2 stock cars as well. Up the hill towards Druids, 5.5 minutes of the race to go. We're on lap 9. Tom Ovenden has just done the fastest lap of the race in the number 24, 56.99. First driver to lap under 57 seconds here at Brands Hatch this weekend. First 3 have broken away very slightly. Max Hall still 4th, he leads the Rookies Cup. There's Lee Pearce. He's ahead of Nathan Edwards for 7th place. There's 3 cars line astern, then everybody else lining up behind Max Hall. There's Alex Solly, the black and yellow number 12. There's Harvey Ryby, and behind him the number 71 machine comes from near Scunthorpe. Former X30 senior karting star. Now Alex Solly tries to pull out of the slipstream, trying to go around the outside of Max Hall as Nicky Taylor has a quick look on the inside to try and take the lead of the race from Jack Byrne. Jack looking good here to try and defend for his first ever overall victory. He was only beaten once by Ollie Meadows in the Rookie Cup last season. Down into Graham Hill Bend. Nicky Taylor attacking and defending at the same time with Tom Ovenden on his tail. Max Hall's pulled away just a little bit from Alex Solly. It's Ryby, Pearce, Nathan Edwards. Pearce moves to the inside. Is he going to take the place away? Indeed he is. Moves up into 6th position. Frankie Taylor, number 32, the former junior saloon car star, having a go as well. And behind him it's James Black, raced at Clio in the Brick Car Trophy a few years ago. Reese Hurd, also a Brick Car Trophy convert this year for the Chandler Motorsport team. He's further back in the order in about 15th place. Over the line they go once again, 3.5 minutes to go. Harry Hickton moving to the inside, at the back of that group attacking Frankie Taylor. It's Tom Ovenden attacking for 2nd place. Here he goes at Druids up the inside. And he's through into 2nd place. He's got the move done. Tom Ovenden, the pole sitter in this race, recovering after struggling a bit on the opening lap. Bit of trim hanging loose from the side of the car there. Now moving up to try to challenge Jack Byrne for the lead. 3 minutes to go. Nicky Taylor down to 3rd place. It is okay on Tom Ovenden's car. He won't be thinking of that right now, because he's got Jack Byrne's race lead in his sights here. Over the line they go to start lap number 12 of this Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category season opener. Down the drop into Paddock Hill Bend they go. No change in the order behind them. Ovenden to the outside into Druids. Is he going to try and get the line away for Graham Hill Bend? No, he cuts back on the exit. Brian Cement sponsored car of Jack Byrne, the man from Wexford in Ireland, just about holds the lead, but now Ovenden's got his nose down the inside as they come along the Cooper straight towards Surtees. The next left-hander, surely Tom Ovenden's going to pull ahead here on the inside line, and he's done it. Tom Ovenden takes the lead here at Brands Hatch. Great move. And now Nicky Taylor in the black car is going to try and have a go as well. He's on the outside for Clearways. Tom Ovenden, certainly one of the pre-season favourites for this championship, has taken the lead. He's fought back after dropping back on the opening lap. Now here comes Nicky Taylor, up on the outside, into Paddock Hill Bend, side by side with Jack Byrne. Just a couple of laps to go now. Max Hall behind them, still the leading rookie, ahead of Alex Solly. These five have broken away from the rest of the field. Ovenden on the inside, Byrne on the inside rather, as they go into Druids. And Hall has closed right up on Nicky Taylor now. He could snatch a podium here with a bit of luck. Alex Solly behind. Next group headed up by Lee Pearce, and Nathan Edwards attacking him. I caught a glimpse of there as well. This is great stuff. Pearce heading the group for 6th. Harvey Ryby's still in there as well, one of our karting graduates. It's the car with the gold roof. Behind him is James Black, then Harry Hickton. He's got ahead of Frankie Taylor. And in behind them is the 62 car, that's Alex Keens. Into what will be the final lap of the race then. Over the line they go. Byrne and Ovenden. Taylor still fighting away, and Jack Byrne is not finished yet. On the tail of Tom Ovenden. Goes to the inside, there was possibly a bit of contact there. I saw something fly off one of the cars. Tom Ovenden frantically defending now against a very determined Jack Byrne. Byrne knows one false move and Nicky Taylor will be through to 2nd place. Through Graham Hill Bend for the last time. Along the Cooper Straight, Ovenden pulls away a little bit. Local man from Canterbury, has he done enough? Through to Surtees, then McLaren. Into the long right of Clearways and Clark Curve. Can Jack Byrne get into the slipstream and pull alongside on the run to the flag? I don't think he's going to do it. Here they come up towards the line. Tom Ovenden is going to be the winner of the opening race of the season for the Mini Challenge. Ovenden wins it ahead of Byrne and Taylor, and Alex Solly outdrags Max Hall for 4th place on the line. The rest of them come home behind. Well, Max Hall just losing 4th overall by 0.08 of a second on the line there, but he does win the Rookie Cup. Graduates Cup is won by Jack Byrne in 2nd, but the overall win goes to Tom Ovenden in the number 24 in the opening race of the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category season. Last couple of cars come home over the line. That's Mick Fitzgerald and Katia Loggy. Just one non-finisher in that race. Bad luck to Callum Eason, who went into the gravel on the first corner. So Tom Ovenden kicks off his season with victory. He got fastest lap as well, 56.877 seconds, finishing a 1/4 of a second clear of Jack Byrne, the winner of the Graduate Cup, in 2nd place. Byrne leading for most of the way after recovering from a slightly poor start. Tom Ovenden made his way through to take the victory. Nicky Taylor it was who came in 3rd ahead of Alex Solly, who just pipped Max Hall in a dash to the line for 4th place. Max Hall, the winner of the Rookies Cup. Lee Pearce wins the Directors' Cup for the senior drivers in 6th position. 7th for Nathan Edwards ahead of James Black, Harvey Ryby falling to 9th, and Frankie Taylor completing the top 10. The 62 of Alex Keens taking 11th place from Harry Hickton on the final lap. Luca Marinoni Osborne 13th, Reese Lysett 14th, and Reese Hurd completing the top 15. As we said, bad luck to Callum Eason, the only non-finisher from the 30-car grid. A brilliant season opener for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category. Well done, Tom Ovenden. Well done to everyone else, putting on a fine display of saloon car racing here at Brands Hatch. Okay, we can shortly head down to Ewan Dunlop, who'll be there to talk to Tom Ovenden. Just letting the drivers get their breath back for a second. I'll get my breath back here in the commentary box as well. So there's more to come from the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge tomorrow. They will have another 2 races in their triple header this weekend. Next up on track here today at Brands Hatch, though, it's the Caterhams once again. The Sigma 150 and Sigmax Caterhams. We can now, though, head down to Ewan Dunlop to talk to our race winner.
Cheers, Dave, here with our race winner, and what another epic race this weekend. Tom, congratulations.
Thank you very much. That was tough. So I was very happy with qualifying this morning. I didn't get the start, So I had to work hard for that one.
Jack made it very difficult.
He did. He got a mega start. I didn't. I got a rubbish start. So I was back to third, but I knew it was still possible. I just had to stay patient. We had a really good race in front, so all props to Jack.
There's a bit of weight on your shoulders because as you're the top returning racer from last year, that makes you a kind of a favourite. Do you feel that?
I did over the winter, yeah, definitely. When I knew I was returning to this championship, I knew it was going to be difficult, but I'd have put a bit of pressure on myself, which I was so happy to get the pole this morning. And for this win, it was so hard fought. I'm so delighted, yeah.
Now, being optimistic for the season, do you see yourself as the favourite? Is that your intention to win?
I only have one goal this year, and that is to win the championship. So that's our aim, that's our target, and that's what we're going to work towards all year.
Mate, perfect start, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Right, we're going to turn around. We're going to speak to our second and third place finishers. Let's get both of you guys in. Actually, second and third. What an incredible race! You, Nicky, first.
Yeah, it was all right. Bit hectic at the start with, I think, Max and Tom literally nearly taking each other out, so I thought I could get the best of them two there. Didn't happen, but it is what it is, and at the end of the day, come away with third. I wasn't going to push Jack too hard because he's teammate, so I literally was just happy pushing with him, and then Tom sent me down Druid, which if I didn't avoid, I think I'm going exit stage right in the barrier, which on the first race of the season I don't want to do, so I'm happy with third.
Mate, you had a great season last year as well. You're clearly getting really used to the car now.
Yeah, I'm getting more and more used to the car as it goes on. I think I've pretty much got the fundamentals of what we need in this car now. But yeah, just set up work this year and just seeing how we can go more in myself rather than because I know I've got the pace, it's more just using my head and stuff. So hopefully, if all goes well, we'll be up there again this year and hopefully fighting for the championship, but we'll see how it goes.
Solid start to the year, well done.
Cheers.
Jack, come on in. Brilliant race, mate. Great entertainment for everybody watching at home here. How did it feel in the car?
Tricky. The start of the race was nice. I was looking in the mirror and there's a nice gap, and then I see the safety car boards come out. So, no, the lads definitely made it tricky there. Well done to Tom as well and getting by. It was a nice move. But we didn't let him away that easy. We kept the pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, you led for a while, so clearly you wanted to go for the win. You're right out there in front. Are you still happy with the second place? I'm sure you are.
Yeah, it's my best finish in the championship so far, but it's a shame knowing we were well in contention for the win, but at the same time going into race 2, we know where we stand, we know what we're capable of. So.
And likewise with Nicky, great season last year, rookie season. It was fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was really happy last year. We kind of got to the stage where we'd reached the maximum we could achieve running the car ourselves, so we moved to Graves, and the car is completely different. It's made a phenomenal difference, yeah.
Mate, it's a great day, it's great weather, great crowd here as well. How much fun is it to drive a Brands Hatch like this?
When I got here yesterday and the sun was out, yeah, big smile on my face, yeah.
Mate, congratulations. Good luck the rest of the weekend.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Right, if we look behind us, we're about to go Caterham racing once again. It's going to be the 150s and the Sig Max. We've already had the 135s, but we do see them again today. But they're ready to go. I'm sure Dave's ready to go as well. Let's carry on this weekend. Let's go racing.
Yes, thanks very much, Ewan. So Caterham racing up next then. We're back with the More For My Caterham Graduates Racing Club. It's their other two classes this time, the Sigma 150 and Sig Max cars out on track next. For those unfamiliar with the cars, the Sigma 150 is based on the Caterham Motorsport 310R 1600cc Ford Sigma engine. This one producing, as the name suggests, 150 brake horsepower. Sig Max cars are also Ford Sigma powered, based on the Caterham Road Sport specification. They're about 140 brake horsepower, running on Toyo tyres. Sigma 150's limited slip differential, wide track suspension. It's the slightly different engine specs in these two classes. They run on a mixed grid. It will be a 20-minute race once again. Now, the defending champion in the 150 class, Harry Senior, is out there for this one, and he's qualified second behind 121 Harry Kramer. And then the quickest car in the Sig Max category, number 6 Stephen Arnell, is on the second row. So the full grid, 121 Harry Kramer on pole alongside the number 1 of Harry Senior. Behind the two Harrys, number 6 Stephen Arnell and 61 of Angus McLean. He's in a 150. Row 3, 85 Dan Livingston. He's in a Sig Max. And number 58 of Rob Warner. You can recognise the classes by the little coloured tag on the grid graphic there. Blue for the Sigma 150s and white for Sig Max. So fourth row is number 82 Matt Willoughby, the chairman of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, alongside number 4 of Kevin Barrett. Row 5, 112 Andrew Whitten and number 67 Doug Christie. Row 6, 83 Jonathan Ems and 33 Gareth Cordy. Row 7, number 3 Oliver Smith, and 199 Nick Powell, the ex-historic racer. He'll be out at Goodwood this year, he tells us, in, I believe he said, Austin A35. Previously raced the Lotus Elan, that got wrecked at Spa a couple of years ago, sadly. 101 Paul Fielder on row 8, alongside the 32 of Ian Anderson. Row 9, number 10 Phil Clark, and number 64, welcome back Amanda Anderson, nay Amanda Black. She won a title in this club a few years ago. Row 10, number 5 Paul Jepson, and 34 Neil Evans. Row 11 is number 9 Martin Gleitch, and 7 Rob Appleton. And the final row, number 84 Ong Seng Ji from Singapore, and number 36 Sean Cronin in the PT Sports Cars machine. 24 cars on the grid. In fact, there should be 25, because we should have number 2 Duncan McCall at the back of the grid. He missed qualifying with gearbox problems and is hopefully going to be allowed to start from the back of the grid. These championships last year, Sigmax was won by Max Hayes. Sigmax Hayes, as some call him, very accomplished sim racer as well, ahead of Andy Molson and Kevin Barrett. Kevin Barrett is here in car number 4. While in the Sigma 150 division, it was Harry Senior who took the title ahead of Ben Winrow and Steve Clark. Harry Senior in the number 1 car is on the front row of the grid, so he could be one to watch for victory here. And it's Harry Kramer, number 121, who is in pole position. Comes from Northwich in Cheshire, a company director, 33 years of age, been racing in the Caterham Graduates Racing Club for 3 years now. Harry Senior comes from Ascot in Berkshire. He builds and installs racing simulators. 2021 Sigmax champion, Sigma 150 champion last year, so a very quick Caterham racer indeed. Steve Arnold, the quickest of the Sigmax division cars in this race, the 2 Sigma 150s on the front row. He comes from Hartlepool. To the very rapid sim racer in the CaterhamRacer.com online championship. As is Christian Saruta. He won one of the opening rounds of that online championship at Alton Park. But Christian not racing this weekend. So Harry Kramer in the all-red car on pole position. Harry Senior in grey and red alongside. Steve Arnold in yellow and black. In red and black alongside him is Angus McLean, number 61. And Dan Livingston in the lime green car. And Rob Warner, 58, in blue and orange, completing the third row. Then it's Mr. Chairman, Matt Willoughby, number 82. In the red and black car alongside the number 4 of Kevin Barrett. He will be one to watch here in the Sigmax category, top 3 in the championship last year. Hopefully Duncan McCall has been able to join the grid at the back. Yes, 25 cars there, so he is there. Had to replace his gearbox this morning, so missed qualifying. These cars with either 140 or 150 brake horsepower. Already seen one brilliant race from the Morphy Caterham Graduates Racing Club Championship earlier on, the 135 category. More of the same coming up here. This is going to be a cracker over the next 20 minutes around the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. The revs are up and away they go. Down towards that first corner, Harry Kramer gets away well in the red 121 car. Coming up on the outside is Angus McLean from the second row. It's 3 wide for third place, but it is Kramer who leads from Harry Senior into the first corner. That looks like it's the 85 of Livingston that could have come through the green car into third place. We'll see if he's made that stick. And look at Rob Warner up the inside in the 58 car from the third row of the grid. He's made a great start and he's up into third position. Well done to Rob Warner, a cracking first couple of corners there. But it's the 2 Harrys out in front, Kramer and Senior. One car a bit sideways over the curbs there on the inside. That's the 199. That's Nick Powell, the ex-historic racer. They start to sort themselves out then with the all-red machine of Harry Kramer in the lead. They're all line astern at the moment, pretty much. The last few markers coming through. There's the number 10 car, it's Phil Clark, towards the rear of the field. Settle in then for 20 minutes of Caterham racing. The 3 leaders together, and Rob Warner's not content with third. He's had to look for the lead there, as up the inside Harry Senior takes the lead into Paddock Hill Bend on the inside. So the approval of the crowd there watching from the paddock. I think Harry's family are in there. He's just taken the lead from Harry Kramer. Rob Warner in third, then it's Livingston in fourth position. The 82 there defending the inside line. That's Matt Willoughby, the club chairman. They start to solve. So that's all some damage to the. Is that number 9 or number 6? You can't really tell from that angle. It's the number 6, Steve Arnold, has damaged the nose of his car. That will slow him up. I suspect we'll see him call into the pits with that damage, just as we saw in the earlier race. 87, 112 there, trying to get around the outside. That is Andrew Whitten. Over the line they come. Harry Senior with the lead ahead of Harry Kramer. Rob Warner after that great start in 3rd place. It's Dan Livingston in 4th position. Rounding out the top 5 behind them is Angus McLean, the maroon coloured number 61 car. Start to jockey for position. Up the hill to Druids. Rob Warner going through into 2nd place up the inside of the 121 of Harry Kramer. Steve Arnold dragging his nose cone. 61 car, it's more purple than maroon, isn't it? Depends on how the light hits it, that car, I think. Angus McLean side by side with Dan Livingston. In behind them is car number 4, that's Kevin Barrett. Very successful in the Sigmax category last year. It's Dan Livingston who currently leads the Sigmaxes, that green and black number 85 car. Matt Willoughby in behind this group. Over the line they go then. Harry Senior already starting to escape. Now he's taken the lead, just over a second clear of Harry Kramer. Here's a replay of further back. We'll see how Steve Arnold damaged his nose. He hit the back of Angus McLean. That's how he did it. Dragging the nose cone under the front suspension there. Now, has Steve Arnold called into the pits? No, he hasn't. Not yet. He's still going with the nose cone stuck almost under the front of the car there. It won't help his straight line speed. Saw that in the earlier race, of course, the Sigma 135 division for Stefano Mara. Harry Senior has the lead. Harry Kramer back into 2nd place ahead of Rob Warner. Blue and orange colours. I wonder if that's a Gulf inspired livery. There's another Gulf car further down the order. McLean in 4th place ahead of Livingston. So the first 4 places filled by Sigma 150 cars. The Sigmax leader is Dan Livingston ahead of Barrett and Arnold. Small move being made there into Paddock Hill Bend. It's not until you walk around that part of Brands Hatch you realise just how steep Paddock Hill Bend is. It's like a roller coaster. 83 at the head of this group. That's Jonathan Ems in the orange car. A nice little battle behind him. 67 there. That's Doug Christie in the black car. Missing wing for the car behind him, which is I think the number 33 of Gareth Cordy. Still Steve Arnold pushes on with his nose cone hanging off. Wait to see if he gets the black and orange flag, if that starts flapping about. Yes, Gareth Cordy with the missing wing there, the number 33 in behind Doug Christie. Over the line they go with Andrew Whitten behind them in the number 112 car. They're fighting for 9th place. Here's your leader of this Morph My Caterham graduates' 2nd race of the weekend. Harry Senior, Harry Kramer, Rob Warner, the top 3. Angus McLean under fire from Dan Livingston, the Sigmax class leader. Holds him off, slides the car through Graham Hill Bend. Behind them it is Kevin Barrett in the number 4. And a gap back to Matt Willoughby. No, it's Steve Arnold there in 7th place now. He's got ahead of Matt Willoughby. But the damage not slowing him down. Over the line they go. 0.7 of a second in it between the 2 leaders that time through. Another second back to Rob Warner. So the first 2, the 2 Harrys, starting to pull away. Livingston ahead of Barrett and Arnold. That's for the Sigmax class. I think we've lost Matt Willoughby, unfortunately. He didn't come through on that lap. I thought he'd disappeared. So where has the 82 car gone? Number 6, Steve Arnold, has now got the black and orange flag shown to him by race control, so he needs to come into the pits to remove that errant nose cone, just as we saw for Stefano Mara in the earlier race. See it hanging off there, and Steve Arnold is going to have to come into the pits. There's Jonathan Ems in behind him, Doug Christie. Gareth Cordy, Andrew Whitton, behind them Ollie Smith, number 3. Over the line they go. Has Steve Arnold pulled into the pits? Yes, he has, in the background there. Leaders heading up towards Druids, just over half a second between the two of them. Now, what are their lap times in comparison to Warner behind? About the same, so he's not really closing on them. There is Steve Arnold. I'll take that, thanks, says his crewman. And back out goes the number 6 with the offending bodywork removed. It'll help the cooling, but not the aerodynamics. Not that Caterhams are the most aerodynamic cars in motorsport anyway. That's why they slipstream so much. Here come your leaders. Harry Senior in the number 1 from Ascot in Berkshire. Leads Harry Kramer. Leaders getting fairly strung out now. Warner third ahead of McLean. Then it's the Sigmax leader, Livingston. Doug Christie has lost a place on that lap to Gareth Cordy. You can see the lime green machine has got ahead. Who's that that's run wide? That was Angus McLean onto the dust at Paddock Bend. Made a mistake there. So he's dropped a place or two. Nick Powell moving up there on the inside of the orange car. Further behind the number 10 machine, that's Phil Clark. Trying to close down Nick Powell there, that's the number 3, which is Ollie Smith. They're battling for 11th place. Jonathan Ems ahead of Cordy, Christie, Whitton, Powell and Smith. Nice little midfield scrap developing here in this Morph My Caterham Graduates season opener for the Sigma 150 and Sigmax categories. Not too sure where Matt Willoughby disappeared to, whether he's still running I don't know. See there, McLean lost 2 places as a result of running wide at Paddock. He's got one of them back. He's got ahead of Kevin Barrett, who's second of the Sigmaxes. And he won't like that McLean is there because McLean is a 150 runner. And Kevin Barrett wants a clear run to attack Dan Livingston. Still, your leader is Harry Senior. If anything, the gap has come down a little for the lead. I think it was 0.638 of a second. We'll see what it is as they cross the line this time to complete lap 10. 0.3 of a second because Kramer has just done the fastest lap of the race, 53.173 for the red machine of Harry Kramer. McLean round the outside, takes 4th place. Won't mind too much. And that's another piece of Steve Arnold's car. I've just noticed there. That'll be the bonnet because with the nose cone gone, the air's gone underneath the bonnet and that's come off as well. So Steve Arnold is now driving a Caterham Superleggera. Meantime, there's the lead battle. Harry Kramer is in attacking mode. He got the gap down to 0.3 of a second last time through with a new fastest lap of the race. Here they come up towards the start-finish line on the Sir Jack Brabham Straight. We're only at half distance in this race, so plenty of battling yet to come. What can Harry Kramer do? He's going to try and go for the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. No, you don't, says Harry Senior. He moves wide to avoid that debris on the inside and keeps the lead. Coming up on a back marker here as well. It's the number 36 car of Sean Cronin. Cronin, he hasn't seen them there. Coming out of Druids, that could have been dicey. Excuse me, says Harry Senior. He managed to get through without incident. It's the last place they wanted to meet a back marker. Up towards Surtees once again for what will be the 12th time. Still Harry Senior, the reigning Sigma 150 champion, sets the pace. He's been Sigmax champion as well in the past. Harry Kramer on his tail. They're well clear of their opposition. Very well clear in Caterham terms. Nearly 4 seconds up on Rob Warner in 3rd. He's 1.4 seconds ahead of McLean, who's back into 4th place. Then we've got the Sigmax leaders, separated by half a second. Livingston and Barrett. Jonathan Ems is 7th. It's Cordy, Christie and Powell completing the top 10. Cordy 3rd of the Sigmaxes. and fourth is Nick Powell in that category. Well, there's Steve Arnold. His car continuing to shed body panels. Looks like an American-style street rod, doesn't it, with the extent of the engine exposed like that. And speaking of shedding body panels, look at the race leader. His front wing has come loose. Harry Kramer's going to have a go here. Is that slowing Harry Senior down slightly, perhaps? It'll be distracting him. It'll be in his field of vision there. See the front wing up in the air. And Harry Kramer is now ready to attack for the lead. They go up to Druids. Is Kramer going to have a look here as they go through Druids? No, he's not. Down the hill. I don't know if there's been some contact in there that's caused that wing to come askew. That's going to be distracting, flapping away like a flag just on the left of the car there. Harry Senior needs to keep his concentration. A long way to go, 7.5 minutes. Harry Kramer on his tail. Gareth Cordy has made up a place further back, I can tell you. He's up to 7th overall, ahead of Jonathan Ems. Now Harry Kramer will try again. This is where he's strong on the end of Paddock. He's got the move on the outside this time. He's going to take the lead. He's done it. Good move. Harry Kramer takes the lead of the race overall and the Sigma 150 category, but Harry Senior will not give him any rest at all and not give him a chance to pull away. Squeal of tyres in the background. I hope that wasn't somebody having a spin. Rob Warner still 3rd overall. Livingston still leads the Sigmax division. This group are still at it further back. The 1-1-2 of Andrew Whitton ahead of Doug Christie, who's dropped back a couple of places. Nick Powell's got ahead of this group. Then Ollie Smith. That's the 101 car of Paul Fielder in behind. Powell under fire from Ems. 2 orange cars. They're scrapping over 8th place behind this man, Gareth Cordy. I seem to remember it was him who lost a wheel a year or so ago at Snetterton on the back straight in rather spectacular fashion, and the wheel last seen heading for Norwich. Over the line they go. This group well behind the top 6. Nick Powell has a look on the inside. The width of Paddock has been slightly reduced by number 6 Steve Arnold's bonnet. In what is now a decidedly air-cooled Caterham 7. I think he's still going. Have a look down the timing screen. Yeah, he's in 23rd place, ahead of Ong Seng Gi, the Singaporean driver, and Sean Cronin at the back of the field. Here come the leaders, 5.5 minutes or so to go. They're heading up towards the start-finish line. There's Rob Warner in 3rd. Angus McLean is still 4th, and there's the battle between Livingston and Barrett. This is for the lead of the Sigmax division, the slightly less powerful cars. Kevin Barrett in the sort of camo liveried car, the number 4. Comes from Orset in Essex, chasing Dan Livingston from Crowborough in Sussex. And here's this group further back, headed up by Gareth Cordy. It's 6 of them at it now. Nick Powell in that group as well. Used to share a beautiful blue Lotus Elan with his son Eddie. That was sadly destroyed in an accident at Spa-Francorchamps a few years ago. There's Dan Livingston just trying to keep his lead and maximum points in the Sigmax division. I think Harry Senior may have taken the overall lead back again, looking at the timing screen. Yes, he has. Ah, the distraction's gone now. Look, that wing has come off. So he's retaken Harry Kramer. That was coming out at the end of the lap, I think. Again, being a Caterham race, it's impossible to know where to look. So much going on around the circuit. Lap 18 now, 4 minutes to go. Oh, and Angus McLean's lost it. Going through Graham Hill Bend onto the grass. Loses 2 places. But those 2 cars in a different category to him, so he won't mind too much. Whether his Toyo tyres are going off, I'm not sure. Nick Powell has now got ahead of Gareth Cordy, we saw in the background there. That's for 3rd in Sigmax. Although I think I read that Nick Powell is running as a guest car this weekend. So whether he's eligible for points or not, I'm not sure. Never mind that, because look at the way Harry Kramer's going. Around the outside on the run out of Paddock Bend. Doesn't quite get ahead of Harry Senior. Terrific fight between these two. They're way ahead of everybody else. Harry Kramer still shadowing Harry Senior, looking for the right moment to attack. Coming up to lap a slower marker here. I think that's the number 7 of Rob Appleton. Kramer to the inside. There's not enough room there on the inside. We have to complete lap 19. Over the line they go. Senior moves wide to block any attack from Harry Kramer. The back marker will get the blue flag from the marshals. That's the Golf liveried car of Rob Appleton. Blue flag is now waved to warn him that the leader is there. Through goes Harry Senior. He's increased his lead just a little bit there over Harry Kramer. 0.4 of a second in it at the line. It's more than that now, I think. Never saw what happened to Matt Willoughby. He is still running a lap down, so he's not shown it, but he's not shown as having called into the pits, so he must have had a spin somewhere. 2 minutes to go, just over, for the leaders. Still this group are battling away. Powell, then it's Cordy, Ems, Witten and the rest of them. This is the fight for 7th position. Doug Christie behind Jonathan Ems, then it's Ollie Smith. Leaders head up the hill into Druids. A little bit of a slide there from Harry Senior. Is he feeling the pressure? Are his tyres going off slightly? Rob Warner looks fairly safe in 3rd place. Great start from Rob in this race. Nick Powell still heads this frantic fight for 7th place. Jonathan Ems having a look on the inside at Druids. Can't get past Gareth Cordy. Andrew Whitten behind them, Doug Christie, Ollie Smith. And behind them is Paul Fielder in 101, the dark blue car. It'll be 2 laps to go this time for Harry Senior. He's pulled away a little bit now from Harry Kramer. 0.7 of a second just under between the two of them. So I think Harry Senior could be home and dry in this one, but this is Caterham racing. Anything can happen in the next lap and 3/4. It seems sliding a bit there into Druids. Rob Warner still 3rd. He's just over 2 seconds clear of Dan Livingston, who's now 4th overall after we saw Angus McLean run wide at Graham Hill earlier on. Livingston only 0.3 of a second clear, though, of Kevin Barrett. So there's battles in both classes here for the victory. Going round to start the final lap this time. Harry Senior looking to make a perfect start to his title defence. Over the line begins the final lap. There's a back marker ahead. A few more beyond that as well. The 2 leaders almost together again. The next car to be lapped is former champion Amanda Anderson in the number 64, making her return to Caterham. We've seen her in GT racing with the Ginetta as well in the past, just getting dialed in on her return to the sport. And it's going to be a win in the Sigma 150 division, at least for Harry Senior. It's between Dan Livingston and Kevin Barrett further back. We'll pick them up as they come over the line. And after a great fight with Harry Kramer, here comes the reigning champion. Number 1, Harry Senior, out of Clark Curve for the final time. Up over the start-finish line. There's the checkered flag. Harry Senior wins it. Kramer comes over in 2nd. And Rob Warner, a few seconds back, will take 3rd place. Now, who is going to take the... well, this is the battle for 6th. Ahead of them, Dan Livingston has taken the Sigmax victory, I can tell you, ahead of Kevin Barrett by 1/4 of a second. And the 6th place fight... 6th place is going to be Angus McLean. The 7th place fight, rather, is Nick Powell ahead of Cordy, Ems, Witten, Christie, Smith and Fielder.
So I hope you all enjoyed seeing a bit of the cars racing action there from the Bark live feed. Whilst you were doing that, I had time to go and sit down with Ryan Smith, the defending 7-time British Championship, in the paddock to have a little catch up with how he thinks this season's going to go. So you join me here at the Ryan Smith tent, the base where all the action happens, with 7-time British Truck Racing Championship, the man himself, Ryan Smith. Ryan, thanks for joining us.
No, more than welcome. I'm pleased to be doing this interview with you, Robert.
Robert. We can see that you've already had a trophy so far this weekend. Obviously a lot more to come. The question, of course, is out there. We've done it 7 times. Are we going to make it 8?
Well, the good thing, the younger's still there. So, you know, that when we had the blow up last season with the engine failure, we came back and we won it in the last meeting. So it's kind of relit the fire. Obviously we know about the new truck. Yeah, the Desire's more there now.
The Flames of Desire.
The Flames of Desire, yeah. They're more there now. I mean, the first one's special. The second one, concrete's it. The third one, you're like, that was a bit unexpected. But then when you get to the 7th, now it's about records and leaving your name upon the beautiful sport.
You mentioned there that although, of course, each championship is important to you, that you kind of get that lull in the middle where, oh, okay, yeah. Do you feel now that it's been so consistent that there's a slight more amount of pressure on you to continue achieving?
It's a great statement what you've just said, because that is exactly what happens. It's not that I get nervous. I get nervous now because I'm scared to lose. Because if you lose one race, all the fans, all the spectators, oh, that's it, it's done. I've been wrote off before, but I have to give huge credit to the competitors as well, because year by year, I'm being pushed and pushed and pushed by everyone. You know, it's amazing what individuals have done here, and long may it continue from all.
Obviously, people always joke about your position in most of the races, and oh yeah, well, we know who's going to be at the front, but you know, we have to try and explain to the viewers at home that if there's one tiny mistake that you make out on track, that couple of second head start very quickly diminishes.
And that's the case, and anything can happen. And honestly, the scariest part for me, and this is the first time I've ever said this, is if you look at wildlife and you look at a lion that's dominated something, territory in that era, eventually there's a new lion that comes along and dethrones the old lion.
Oh, I like that. That is, yeah.
But it's true, and it's a fact of life. There is somebody that's going to come and dethrone us of what we're doing, but I just hope it's not in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I mean, there's we're obviously 3 off Stuart Oliver's record. Obviously, Stuart's still in the championship. Do you feel like you were the young lion to come into the Pride and kind of challenge his supremacy?
Well, if you look at Stuart's achievements over the years, it's remarkable. But I've got to say, on the other side of that coin, it's been over a 30-year period, and it's been over an 8-year period, 9-year period, whatever it is.
Consecutive championships.
So if we can cement our name at the side of the likes of Stuart Oliver, the Richard Walkers, the Steve Parishes, who are still talked about to this day within the paddock, then you leave something and you leave your name and you've achieved something in life. And when we're long gone, my name will be on trophies and on the internet, and which is a nice feeling. But the desire is still there. I don't see the desire burning out quite yet. I'm really enjoying myself. Pressure still to every race that I go out to, I still get butterflies. The minute the lights go off, I am in complete zone.
Well, yeah, I can only imagine. I mean, I've been lucky enough many years ago over in Europe to actually get a passenger ride in one of the trucks. In fact, actually, down at Liddon Hill, I was lucky enough to go out with Michael Oliver, and on that particular occasion, we finished the lap, and it's extremely exhilarating to say that the power goes down to the tarmac in such a unique way.
And because these things are 5 ton and they look enormous, they look slow. Well, you know firsthand when you get inside one, they are unbelievable. The acceleration is frightening. But again, the sports move forward. Trucks are getting faster. People are developing. You know, lap times are being blasted from what they was. and also the championship's growing at a rapid pace, and that has to go down to the organisers. Steve Thomas, Emma, Stuart Oliver, Steve Powell, yourself, absolutely everybody is taking the sport to new levels and to new heights, and I think in the next few years truck racing will be a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, you've said this before, and I've witnessed you saying this out loud, that you believe that it's nowhere near over and done, and that actually it's just the beginning. Onto that subject, what are your personal thoughts on our new sponsors with regards to the biofuel?
I think it's a step in the right direction. I think, again, credit has to go to the promoters for bringing, saving the drivers money, because as you know, with the climate of the country, Europe, things are difficult financially. So anything that the championship coordinators can do to help, it helps us, and it saves a lot of money. But again, the growth of the sport, I always address it like this to a sponsor. This is the biggest billboard in motorsport, and if you look around you, everything you see was delivered on one of these things. And when you break it down like that, this has a place in motorsport in this country and around Europe to be one of the big guns.
It's true. I mean, as a celebration for haulage in its own right, it's a fantastic opportunity for sponsors to kind of get out there, show what they're worth, and bring more attention to the people that are running the country, the haulage industry in the UK.
Well, look, in COVID there wasn't enough drivers. This industry kept the country moving, and the drivers, every driver that drives an HGV kept this country afloat, and that's the credit to the people that's involved. But like I said, this sport, you look at the show trucks, you look at the attention to detail that these haulage companies and these drivers are putting into the road side of things, and I think you can see within the paddock what the racing drivers are putting into the machinery. I mean, I didn't see it, but I've seen photos and a little video of the race, and absolutely everybody should be proud of what machinery they've turned out.
Great turnout. And then very quickly, just to summarise on your machinery, very similar truck to what we started the 22 season with. What improvements have we made, and why did you go for the same Freightliner, Bagheera-esque, as some people would describe it, truck?
Well, it's actually a Daimler Freightliner, which is pretty much like the Bagheera. Daimler own Mercedes.
Ah, that's the connection.
The connection, right. I have to go with that because my predominant sponsors are Northside Truck and Van.
Well done.
I got that in.
You just got it right.
But if you look round on the truck, there's new partners come in,
Yeah, and it does look absolutely fantastic. It does stand out.
And new partners have come in. So, Brigade, a big road safety camera system that actually I use, compare HGV insurance for, the trucking world of the road. It's networking and bringing partners together and taking track to road and road to track. And it's amazing, and you'll relate to this, how many people that come see truck racing for the first time are then addicted.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people still don't know that truck racing exists.
I mean, I'm a plumber and a gas engineer day to day, and the amount of customers I chat to and go, "Oh, I do this on the weekends." They're like, "You what? They race lorries?" I'm like, "Yeah." And they see it and they look at it, and then the next time I see them the next year for a boiler service, I watched that on YouTube all last year. It was fantastic.
And that's what I say with the growth. In the next 12 to 18 months, this sport will catapult.
And just before we leave you then, one more question. Division 2 obviously looks quite quiet this year. However, I've spoken to a couple of the drivers and I'm looking at it as a perfect opportunity for some fresh blood to get into the sport at a lower level. What advice would you give to a driver or possible race driver out there looking to maybe dip their toe in truck racing?
If you are seriously looking to get involved in truck racing, be prepared to be hooked. And I say that because I came in as a flyby to try it as a 1 year, and apart from my children and my family and my wife and my dog, truck racing is probably the most important thing in my life. So when you can explain your story to people who have a go at it, not many people leave truck racing, I assure you that. And if you look at Stuart Oliver, Ricky Collett, Dave Jenkins, they've been here from the day dawn. So this is a sport that we're, with apart from Matt Summerfield that's unfortunately not racing at the moment. If you look at Steve, if you look at Stuart, myself, and a couple of others, there's probably 18 championships within. More, because Stuart's 10 or 11, I'm 7. Ricky Collett, I'm sure, won once. Dave's won it once. So if you look at that, there's nearly 20 years worth of champions in the current championship now. And I don't think you can say another sport that's got that in it.
That's a very good point. None of them become commentators yet. That's quite impressive. Just goes to show we've still got that draw. It's in their blood, and they're not going until they're pushed.
And you look at Convoy in the park at Donington. If you look 30 years ago, whatever date it was, there was a 10-mile queue on the M1. You were in the forefront of it. Convoy in the park this year will do record numbers again. It's astronomical, and again, it has to go down to the organisation, the promoters, the drivers, collectively all pulling in the same direction, and it's good for all.
It certainly is, and I believe we might have someone waiting for an autograph. If they want to come in and grab an autograph, this is obviously the thing that I personally love about British truck racing, is that although obviously everyone's got their own tents, it's such a more family-oriented, open environment that people can really come down, get involved, not necessarily get hands-on. You're not mechanics yet. Just have a wave, say hello. There we go. and it's just fantastic that there aren't really as many closed doors as you might experience in other race series, and it's just a fantastic atmosphere for everybody to come along and have a go. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for talking to us. Good luck for the rest of the season and future seasons ahead. I think I can safely say that we're looking for that number 8. Ryan Smith, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, it was great to have time to talk to Ryan Smith there and really do a deep dive on where he's come from and where his season is going in 2023. Of course, I've just got time to go and speak to a few more drivers down here in the British Truck Racing Championship paddock just before the next race of the weekend. So you join me here, chilling out, contemplating and, shall we say, reflecting with Steve Powell, Division 1. Now, second year in Division 1. First race, second corner, not too good for you.
Not the best start, no. We was very looking forward to this race, and had a little bit of an incident with Jock. I have apologised. I thought I've outbroke myself, but I've now been told that he might have turned in on me. So I think it's whatever, but yeah, it's just gutting for the first race, really.
Yeah, it is a shame, of course. There's a lot of high hopes. Of course, in a way, feelings go out to Jock being his first race in Division 1 and getting sent back to the paddock before he'd even completed a full lap.
Oh, I'm gutted for him. It was only his rear bumper was hanging off. So I'm gutted for him. I'm gutted for Michael because he got tangled up in it as well.
I think Michael just seems to attract trouble like that, though. Going on last year's incidents, a lot of them not totally his fault. So
I think he was just feeling left out and he just wanted to get involved because usually he is the centre of it. So I thought, I'm just going to join in with it. But no, I'm going for everyone, really. I mean, we got it back out and it was fine, but the centre pin had gone in the spring, so I had no steering. So we thought we'd put it retire it into the pits and get it done. So a bit upset first race, but the pace is there. It was good in qualifying, so yeah, more to come. Not more to come. Just hopefully
more improvements to come.
Yes, more improvements to come.
Not more of the first race.
It's really frustrating for your first race of the year, but everyone's still healthy, so that's the main thing.
That is the big thing. And moving forward then onto the race that we're about to witness, of course, the truck is going to be ready. It's going to be, there's nothing major. You think it will be back out on time?
Oh, 100%, yeah. They've nearly done it already, so it might look a little bit sore, i.e. with the panels and the door, but we'll make it look as pretty as possible for tomorrow. So, looking forward. It just messes up the weekend, really, because that's the result for the first race tomorrow, so we're going to start at the back, and then that's also then the result of that one for the last race tomorrow, so we're automatically on the back foot, unfortunately, but we're here.
But then you never know what's going to happen. No one could have called what happened today. Everybody around Brands Hatch was watching in awe, and they managed to make it past that first corner, and then all of a sudden, oh no, they haven't.
To be fair, once you get round that first corner, you do actually have a sigh of relief because you're going to finish the race, and then I've never seen it up there really, So it was
not first lap, definitely
not like 3 or 4 of you, you know what I mean? So it is a shame for everyone really involved. So, but Yeah, we'll get it better.
I blame the pigeons. It's definitely the pigeons' fault. I don't know about that. On quickly to the engine we should talk about. Now, a lot of Division 1 trucks this year have obviously had their brand spanking new MAN engines come over from Europe. Do you think that's levelled the playing field, or do you reckon that's given certain drivers bigger opportunities to improve?
I think with a new engine, it's going to be fresher. I mean, the one we had last year had done 3 seasons, so for us to have a new one, it's definitely got more power, more boost in it. So 5 or 6 of the other competitors have got the same. You've got the Rude engines out there. I think the Petrofitters have got the touch on them. Ryan's absolutely flying with what he's built. So I'm pleased for him to be there. I'm pleased for Arnie because of the hours he's put in, you know. So.
Yeah, Arnie, the unsung hero of the BTRC, I think, that so many people have got nothing but good things to say about him.
I mean, I spoke to Ryan last week and he was like doing 12-hour days and stuff like that. So for it to go out there for them, for what I know, we've done it before. We've built one and recabbed them, and it's a big job, you know. But to go out there and have a result for them is brilliant, you know. So.
Yeah, fantastic. Still got to find that go faster button is hiding somewhere.
Absolutely, and let's hope like it doesn't carry on like this all year because it gets a bit boring. But
yeah. Well, it's usually like the second place champion, isn't it? It's like right, we know who's got that one, but let's concentrate on second and third now. See who wins that one.
Absolutely. So it's like, but hat off to him. I mean, he can drive. He's got a good bit of kit there. So, but everyone else has improved. Division 2, I mean, they're flying. So. It's good for the championship, you know. So with the new engines, obviously, it should be quicker. So just got to stop crashing, really, and then we'll be all right, you know.
I think you'll be okay. I mean, you did quite well in Division 2 without crashing too often. So maybe, you know, just call on that experience, Steve.
It was different in Division 2 because we was out in front, so you had no one to crash. It's like now when you've got 15 of these 14 new ones going into the bend, and there's going to be cars, especially at Brett. I mean, it's tight. So
it is a very tight track. Yeah.
I can't wait for Pembury.
Oh my goodness, I can. You know, I like running drinking water and electricity, but maybe, you know, Pembury's coming.
I think they've built new toilets there.
Never.
They have, yeah, and showers, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
They're in like the field next door. No one can get to them, but they've done it.
Yeah, no, they're at his house.
No, the Pembury is a fantastic track, and a lot of the drivers spend a lot of time practicing at Pembury, which is obviously down in South Wales. We're actually there with the championship twice a year. I believe the first one of the year will be Convoy Cymru as well. If the weather is usually fantastic, strangely, because it can go either way, can't it, at Pembury?
It can, yeah. I mean, like with the Convoy event, I think it's really good. We've got 3 of them this year. Truck sport, it's going really well. Do you know what I mean? It's brilliant. The manufacturers now getting involved, so everything's going in the right direction. The trucks are looking brilliant. Division 1's growing. Not too good for Division 2, but the gap between them is increasing. So I think it's good for the sport.
No, definitely. And of course, with there being such low numbers, I was talking to someone earlier on in the media centre about this. With the lower numbers in Division 2, surely that for newcomers to the sport, that gives more opportunity to get in at a lower level, learn the ropes, get a truck on track, and we one day might be able to get back to a time not so many years ago where we were running the division separately.
Absolutely. I mean, like, there's a lot of trucks sitting around and people say they're going to come out. They need to come out. If we can get up to like 35 as the promoters, then we can have enough budget to have 10 races. But unless they commit, then there's not a lot we can do.
That's it. You've got to have your name on the list quite far before the start of the season to confirm that you're coming.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, from a promoter side of view, we can't do it. So, like, if they're there and they want to race and they want to pay the money to enter, then we'll have 10 races.
So there you go. Let it be told. 2024, if you want to join Division 2, have a bit of fun, have a bit of a championship for yourselves, get involved as soon as you can. Steve, it looks like you're being called to look at something that might have happened to your truck. Good luck with the next race. Let's go now and have a chat with just one more driver. See if we can't find Mr. John Powell. Right, here we are down in front of Bradley Smith's truck now. Bradley, did you manage to steer clear of most of that action in race 1?
No, I got involved in it. I think Steve hit Jock, which then went into me, so I just got clipped. I nearly got away with it, but I just got clipped. And then got stuck in the gravel and couldn't get her out. So, but managed to get pulled out, rejoin, and bring her home in 5th. So yeah, happy with that.
Good result for the start of the season, I suppose. Of course, there's some serious engines out there this year. Your engine, of course, waiting in the wings from last season.
Yeah, good engine now. So it's nice you can trust it and just crack on and learn driving. Just learn driving the truck.
You certainly can't say you've not had enough time.
No, not have enough time. So yeah, no, I was really enjoying it. I think just finish every race. And yeah, just keep on the tarmac.
And speaking of the next race, whereabouts we started in that one?
I think I'm P6 from the 2nd fastest qualifying time. So on the inside, just keep it tight and bring her home.
Fantastic. Good to speak to you, Bradley. Good luck for race 2. Thanks for talking to us. Let's go now and see who we can find in Division 2 just before the next race of the weekend. So you join me here just in front of the podium, which unfortunately, Paul, you missed out on this race. We're still having gearbox issues, is that right?
We are, yeah. Their team are currently putting in the third gearbox of this weekend, so fingers crossed for race 2 we're going to be out there and everything's going to work as it should. They've worked so hard on the truck, you know, to get here. It's all been rewired electrically. It's amazing, you know, getting in and driving the truck yesterday in the test session that we did. Everything just felt really, really good, except for our issue with the gearbox. So fingers crossed we can get this right and get this Napa truck out and be competitive.
I mean, you've got to say that, you know, unfortunately not a performance thing, but the livery and the paint job looks fantastic. It really stands out. It's beautiful to look at.
The whole of the Napa family for this year, you know, the 4 touring cars, the 4 minis, the Porsche, the stock car and the truck, it just all looks fantastic, and it's very special to be part of everything that Napa are doing. And of course still Tacosys on board. Tacosys have been with us for a long time now, so you know, thank you very much for them for staying on board. So, you know, let's not forget them in all of this Napa as well, but yeah, the Napa family, it's very special and such a pleasure to be part of it.
Awesome. Well, good luck. Let's hope the team pull their finger out, get that third gearbox finished off. 3 gearboxes in one day. That's some going, that is. That's a lot of work. Well, Paul, thanks for talking to us. Good luck. Let's see you out on track in the next race. Right, that's Paul Rivett down here in the paddock. Hopefully we'll see him out doing some racing very shortly. Wow. Here we are. As you can see, it is my great honour to, for the first time in a very long time, welcome you to the grid walk here at Brands Hatch British Truck Racing Championship 2023. It has returned. There are so many spectators. We look down, the sea of Brands Hatch moving towards us, getting up close and personal with these incredible machines. Phones out, cameras out, the sun, all importantly, is out. People not realising that they're on TV, walking past. It's going to be fantastic. They're going to see themselves tomorrow on the stream and go, oh look, I walked past him talking rubbish. Fantastic. The environment here is brilliant, and we'll be doing this again tomorrow. So if you're watching this live now and you feel like popping down, tickets are still on sale, so feel free to head down tomorrow morning for a day of truck racing action. So we're here for a little while now, so come with me if you will, and we'll see who's knocking about, shall we? Right. To my left is Jock Borthwick. Now, Jock Borthwick also doing a bit of a sponsorship with My Name's Doddy Foundation, which is an incredible charity. And something else that's heading in the charitable direction, a very special young girl in the name of Holly. Hello, Holly. Let me come round here, get a better angle on you. Hi, Dad.
Hello, how are we doing?
Very good, very good. Hi, Holly.
Hi.
Are you shy?
Yeah.
Are you nervous?
Yeah.
You won't be after this, don't worry. So, tell everybody at home watching a little bit about why you've got a tartan bike.
Dobby died with M&D for Christmas, and I'm cycling on all the tracks 2 times with my dad for Doddy.
So you're doing, so let me just get this straight, you're going to cycle this bike around all of the circuits that the BTRC race on this season to raise money for?
M&D.
M&D, My Name's Doddy. That's fantastic. Yeah,
yep.
Great. Brilliant, that is.
Hey, can you follow me on Facebook and send me lots of...
Dad, do you want to just talk? No. You want to follow you on Facebook?
No,
follow Dad on Facebook.
I'm not on Facebook, fortunately. We have a Facebook group,
right,
of with all the information on,
which is called. Now we've got him.
There we go. Yeah, Holly's Cycle.
Holly's Cycle for MND Doddy. Brilliant.
Yeah,
there we go.
There's a GoFundMe page there. It's got all the dates of where we're going, so you know, just like and share it and do what you can, really.
Fantastic. So My Name is Doddy. It's Holly's Cycle for My Name's Doddy M&D. Yeah. So there you go. Search it on Facebook. Follow her story. Obviously, she'll be doing this after the truck racing's finished.
The circuit's closed. We'll be doing it.
I think it's fantastic. So these guys actually reached out to me earlier on in the year, and Emma, who helps organise the British Truck Racing, obviously one of the promoters, hopefully squared it away. Yeah. We're not just going to have a random cyclist on the circuit.
No. Hopefully not. Hopefully she's done her job.
To steer around the road cleaners, okay?
Yeah.
Have you been practising on your bike? Have you been getting some miles in?
Yeah.
We've done nearly 20 miles so far, haven't we? And the whole event is 25 miles, so it's equal to a marathon. But it's better than going to John O'Groats and Land's End, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to do 5 miles in one go, would you, Holly?
No.
No. Are you excited to be riding a bike around a racing circuit?
Yeah.
And what do your friends at school think of what you're doing?
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa, oh whoa, they think whoa. I thought you said well, right. Well, honestly, Holly, give me a fist bump. Amazing. And you, Dad, well done. And Mum's over there on the camera. Get a shot of Mum on the camera, Adam.
With the hair to match.
The hair to match. The colour scheme is strong. Absolutely fantastic. It's really good that there's people like Holly that want to give up their time, you know, match it with a great sport like truck racing, and we're happy to try and support these things as well, of course. So yes, if you've got the time, please give what you can, whatever you want. Head over to the Facebook page, and of course they'll be happy to receive anything you're willing to give. So let's now move on. Guys, thanks very much. Round of applause for Holly, whoever's listening. There we go. Nobody apparently. Brilliant, wonderful. Thank you. We are getting very busy now, Adam. If you just pan around, don't bother looking at me for a minute, have a little look around all of these spectators that have come out today for one of the very few grid walks that we've had at Brands Hatch. Of course, grid walks with other championships, not such a rare thing, but usually the timetable's so tight at the truck racing, it's unfortunate, but we just don't have the time to fit them in. So I am so proud and so happy that this opportunity has come back to the sport. Let's head forwards now. I'll try and clear the way for you, Ad. Don't worry about people. They'll move or you'll hit them. It's one of the two. It's okay. Working our way to the front, we've got Division 1 here. Just look at all these fantastic people. Shall we talk to a few of them, shall we? Let's have a chat to someone. You're wearing a nice coat, and we've got a marshal here as well. What's your name?
Anthony.
Where'd you come from?
Anthony.
You've got to wait for the microphone, Anthony.
Right,
now
sorry,
go.
sorry. Anthony.
Anthony said Anthony. Okay, and you're from?
From Kent. I'm from local.
Oh, so not that far away then. And how long have you been a marshal?
Since I was 16. I'm 32 this year.
That's a long time. Quick maths, how many years?
16.
16. Sure?
I'm not sure. No.
I'm not sure. I think it's 16 as well. No, if it's 16, it's 32. It's 16. Let's go for it. Yeah, I'm with it. I'm also not very good at maths. 16 years of age, in fact. How did you get involved with it? Did you know somebody? Did someone bring you along?
Basically, my dad. My dad started off as what I was, and then just carried on going with him. He worked his way up through the ranks, ended up in race control, and I just followed on when I was 16. Wow. Started off in the assembly area. As soon as I was 18, I was on the bank.
How many events roughly do you do each year?
It all depends. All depends where I am. So I could be at Silverstone, I could be at Formula E for London, and yeah, this is my local circuit. So yeah, it varies. You can take up the whole year. But
and of course, just to remind everybody, this is actually a voluntary process, isn't it? No one takes any like massive wages from marshalling, do they?
No, we're all volunteers. We all take our spare time, and yeah, we don't do it for money.
You trade your time for experience and enjoyment.
Exactly. It's for the love of motorsport, and that's what I've got. So that's why I do it. That's why I do it.
Well, as we quite well know, in any of the championships, especially truck racing, without marshals, we wouldn't have racing, would we?
Exactly. No, that is it. That is. Without us, there honestly wouldn't be no racing. So. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for all your hard work. We've got some interesting patches going on here. You've obviously been around the block. Take us through a couple of these autographs we've got here.
They're basically Formula 1 drivers. So I got them from Silverstone last year. That was my first Grand Prix that I marshalled. It was a goal. So yeah, I achieved it. Now my next goal is Le Mans and maybe marshal abroad.
Le Mans and marshal aboard. That's incredible. Look, see, we've got people who know people. Fantastic. See, you're starstruck now. Oh, well done, buddy. Fantastic for all the work that you do, and keep up the good work. For anybody that wants to get involved in marshalling, would you say there's a way, like a website to go? Did you know who you'd speak to? Oh, the BMC, so marshals.co.uk, there you go, marshals.co.uk. If you want to come and see some free racing, but also give your time up for a very good cause, then come along, get involved. We'll be happy to have you, won't we? Thanks very much for talking to us.
No, thank you.
Cheers, bud. Enjoy the weekend. I'll take it this is family, is it?
This is my partner, Sarah.
Hi, partner, Sarah.
Hi, nice to meet you.
I feel like Sarah doesn't want to be on the microphone, so let's focus on her intently. And this is?
This is Bailey.
Bailey.
Hi, Bailey. Nice to meet you. And you having a good weekend so far?
Yeah.
What's your favourite part about the truck racing so far?
The trucks.
The trucks. I mean, that is a given, right? I mean, that's quite important. Would you say, out of the trucks and the cars, what are you here to see the most?
Trucks.
Good, that's all. Just checking. We should do a little bit of customer research, but we're doing well there. Thanks for talking to us, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Let's spin around and head into the sun now, which you guys probably won't like very much. But of course, we've got to do it, unfortunately. So The trucks do look fantastic, and again, it's very rare that we get this opportunity. We've spoken to marshals, we've spoken to some great people involved in a charity, Little Holly here. Let's have a quick look at some of the trucks and what state they're in now, Adam, I think. So, obviously lined up on the grid, we've got Steve Powell's truck, which come a bit of a cropper earlier on in that first race. You might have seen the huge amount of damage that I think we had 4 trucks involved in that. They were pulling bits of cowl and bumper off before the race even got started. Unfortunately then, of course, as we spoke to, you might have seen the interview by now, Steve just couldn't get it back out on track for that race. Of course, Jock Borthwick managed to pull it out of the bag. He's back on track for this next race, and we actually had the honour of looking inside Michael Oliver's truck, who has done an incredible transformation with huge amounts of damage and managed to make it out on the circuit as well. Yes, Steve, hello. Just telling everybody how you did that little crash thing earlier on, wasn't you? Oh, are you sure? Okay, just checking, just checking. Hi guys, we've got a good group here. Don't all separate. Are we having a good time? Just answer all together.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. And where are we all from?
Folkestone.
Basingstoke, Folkestone, right, and that's not massively far away, is it?
I'm from Liverpool.
You're from Liverpool? It's come a very far way. Watch the wheels, right, just count how many we've got. Was it worth the journey? You having a good time?
No, I live in Folkestone.
You live in Folkestone, but you're from Liverpool. Oh, I see, fair enough. So you're better than everyone now, is that what you're saying? I'm not from Liverpool anymore, I'm from Folkestone. So let's have a, what's your name?
Eddie.
Who, sorry?
Eddie.
Eddie. Okay, so you've obviously seen these guys sort of race once already, Eddie. Ready, Eddie. Which one would you say is your favourite?
Probably 69.
69, Dave Jenkins, the black and red one, right?
Yeah.
And why do you like that one so much?
Because from first I
obviously the number. But why? Go on.
Because from first I picked him and he came second.
Oh, I see. So you're a betting man. Right, well, in this case, right, who do you think is going to win this race?
Probably number 1.
Number 1, Ryan Smith. The do you like the shape of Ryan Smith's truck? Who are you, sorry?
Harry.
Hello, Harry. And do you like the shape of Ryan Smith's truck?
Yes.
Do you prefer these flat ones or the ones with the big noses?
The ones with the big noses.
They do look cool, don't they, Harry? Yeah, they are. I kind of like the ones with the big noses myself as well, to be honest. So we've got Dave Jenkins as the favourite here. Have you got a different favourite truck?
No.
No, you like the same one? Brilliant. And young lady, what's your name?
Ellie.
Hi, Ellie. And which truck do you like the most?
I don't know.
You're not paying attention, you don't really, you're not that bothered, are you? It's okay, don't worry. You don't have to be. You were forced to come against your will. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Are you enjoying the crashes at least?
Yeah.
Everybody enjoys the crashes, don't they? Right, well, Basingstoke and Folkestone, thank you for being here. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And Harry, Ellie and Eddie, great names, by the way. Thanks for talking to us, guys. We'll speak to you later on. I am doing that. I'm getting them go now. Number 3, yeah, they all said that, didn't you? All said that. Nod, everyone. Nod. Yeah, they all said that. Look, see, they're nodding. I'm definitely not the favourite. Right, let's head through the crowd a bit more, Adam, and we'll try and find some more people to talk to. Still can't believe the weather that we've got here this weekend. Honestly, Brands Hatch can be one of those circuits. We arrive on Thursday. We had hail and rain on Thursday, and we didn't think it was going to be like this weekend. It was extremely cold last night. Wasn't it cold last night?
It was very cold last night, Pointy.
It's so cold. So
cold.
In
fact, there was icicles last night. Did you have icicles anywhere?
I did, on my head, because I didn't wear my hat, and I should have. You should always sleep in a hat when you're camping.
In a hat? Is that a bonnet or a hat?
Well, more of like a woolly hat, so I would call it perhaps a beanie.
Maybe a beanie. You would have slept in a woolly hat.
No, that hat I need, yes.
Oh, that's it, yeah.
Show him that hat. This hat, this is the hat I should have slept in, the Pikachu hat. What is this, a bucket hat?
Yeah.
So it's a Pikachu bucket hat. What's your name?
Hannah.
Hi, Hannah. What made you choose the Pikachu bucket hat today for racing?
It was the only one I have.
That is a good reason to pick a hat. That is a fantastic reason to pick a hat. Have you been to truck racing before?
No.
And what do you think of it so far?
I really like it.
You really like it. Do you think you'll be coming back?
Yeah.
You know, it's funny, the amount of people, obviously I've been doing this for a few years now, the amount of people that still don't know that this exists. Will you be telling people to come with you at some point this year?
Yeah, definitely.
Fantastic. You heard it here first, folks. All right. She said, come down. She said, come down. Just look into the camera and say, come on down.
Come on down.
I love guest interaction. Fantastic. Fist bump for you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks very much, guys. And look what the cat dragged in. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Ewan, my good man. How are you, sir?
I was about half a mile away. I heard you and I came and found you.
You always hear me before you see me. That's one thing you can be certain of. How's your day
been,
buddy?
buddy?
I feel so distant from you this weekend because we've got two cameras going.
When we were here in November, you don't
Don't
do that.
do that.
No, I've got my own. When we were here in November, it rained for about 48 hours. How good is it just to see the sun out? I feel a bit hot actually.
I'm a little bit warm. Yeah, I managed to find a new shirt that, you know, fits me a little better. I dropped the gilet. I think would have been way too hot. Too hot.
Can I say something?
Go on.
You've lost a lot of weight since last year.
It's not. No, it's the camera. I've paid extra. We've got a special lens. It is possible. No, thank you. It's diet and exercise. It's all lies. Yeah, you've just got to watch what you eat. That's all you
Apparently we are sharing a microphone now as well.
Haha. So I was correct after
Who
all.
have you spoken to? Who do I need to go and find?
I mean, essentially, we've spoken to some great people, some great guests. We had a word with little Holly, who will be riding her bike around each circuit this year that we visit, obviously, with the British Truck Racing to raise money for My Name's Doddy.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
We haven't seen any drivers per se just yet, so we might be popping around to see some of them. But of course, we had a great sit down with reigning champion Ryan Smith earlier on. I don't know whether you saw that, but we went really deep dive and got to know the man behind the wheel.
Fantastic. I mean, there's so many great drivers here. I was saying to somebody earlier, everybody on this grid is like a character, isn't it? You couldn't pick, what is it, sort of 15, 20 guys you got this year. Everybody's different. Everybody's got a great story. Yes, they're all in these fantastically fairly similar trucks, but my goodness, everybody is, it's so many unique characters.
They bring their own personalities to the table.
And then you're a character yourself, aren't you?
I'm sure I've been called other things whilst on circuit, but yes, that's it. I think it really is such a combination of all the things that brings truck racing, and of course all the other sports that follow the series as well. I mean, what have we got this weekend? The Caterhams, we've got the Minis. Who else have you been talking to?
We've got the BMW Kubos last thing tonight. We've had 3 classes in the Caterhams. We've got the Minis. We've got the who else have we got? We've got so many.
We've got the Honda Kubos. There's so many races, and it's a massive package. And like I say, it's fantastic that this season especially we've managed to find the time for what is obviously a brilliant event like a grid walk.
It's very, very rare on Bark that we get to see grid walks. We had one last year. In November last year we had a grid walk, but it wasn't as busy or as beautiful as this. If we just turn around, look at the crowd.
Just look around, guys. Let's get some footage. We are slowly being driven away like the cattle that we all are at the end of the day by the ambulances. Exactly. Thank you. We got a quick catch one. Case escape. Yeah, so we are obviously getting close. Wave, yeah, cameras over here, guys, get in there, yay! That's it, fantastic. We are all being moved along now. Of course, we get to stay where we are, but if everybody else has to leave, safety and so on, we'll make sure we've checked all the fire exits and got everybody out of the way. But of course, it does mean one thing, that we are about to go racing. Now, Ewan, obviously you've been quite busy with all your other championships so far today. Did you manage to catch that incident at the beginning of that race?
I did. What was it, about 35 seconds? We were in the media centre just over here to the left, and we had a bit of a joke about, will they get past lap 1 with the red flag? They didn't get halfway around lap 1, but the rest of the race, very clean, very great. Ryan Smith continuing where he left off last year.
Of course.
What happened to Tom O'Rourke's lap time this morning? Because he was leading for a little while. And you questioned it. What was the story there?
I think actually, this is only rumour, so don't quote me, but I heard on the grapevine he was actually topping 115 miles an hour at one point. That's possibly why he managed to do a much quicker lap time. Of course, Ryan Smith, pulling ahead of the pack in the race this morning, managed to pull the fastest, I think it was 58.1. He's qualifying 58.6. So the fact that the reigning champion was capable of doing just that, to be saying that Tom O'Rourke managed to do 2 seconds faster is astronomical.
I mean, it looked like an anomaly, and it was. Right, we are the last people on the grid now.
Yeah.
Everybody's getting ushered all the way down. I think we might have to say a last few words because all the drivers are just about getting into their trucks now.
Yeah, they do seem to be mounting up. The marshals are doing the rounds, of course, just to get another shot of all the marshals we've got here, doing a fantastic job keeping everybody safe, because that is why they're here, is for safety and to make sure that everything goes and runs as smoothly as possible. And without all of these guys watching what everyone's doing, it wouldn't work out too well at all. I believe then that we are going to probably head away now to some other footage, so I will leave you here. We're going to get into our positions and get ready for the second race of the weekend on this very sunny Saturday in Brands Hatch.
Good old Pointy, full of fun as ever. Great to hear from some of the fans and officials down there on the grid. Great to hear from one of our volunteer marshals as well. Visit the website marshals.co.uk or look on barc.net if you fancy volunteering as a marshal, getting up close to the action and joining the Orange family, as we call them. Good to hear from some of the fans as well. Great to hear from young Holly as well, doing her cycling tour of UK race circuits to raise money for My Name's Doddy, of course, the Scottish rugby legend Doddy Weir started that charity as he battled motor neurone disease, sadly succumbed to his illness at the end of last year. Greatly missed by everyone in Scotland and the rugby community, so good luck to Holly. Let's have a look at the grid then for race number 2 for the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend. This is based on the second fastest times in qualifying. Ryan Smith, number 1, will start on pole alongside number 69 David Jenkins in the MAN. Second row, number 7 Stuart Oliver and 89 Simon Reed. Row 3, 32 Jock Borthwick. A lot of damage from race 1. Good to see he's repaired the truck. Start alongside 46 Bradley Smith. Row 4, number 3 Stephen Powell. He's repaired as well. Start alongside 14 John Bowler. On the 5th row, 92 Simon Faulkner, although I can see in the background there his truck moving forward. Has he had a problem, I wonder? Starts alongside number 12 Michael Oliver. Hopefully he'll get to start this race. Row 6, 68 Craig Reed and 41 Simon Cole. I didn't see him as the trucks came up to the grid, so we'll wait to see if Simon's there. And completing the Division 1 field, number 95 Ricky Collitz. Then we move back to Division 2. Craig Evans, number 10 on pole, alongside number 6 of John Powell. And number 5 Adam Bint, the winner of race 1, and 28 Gentleman Jim Bennett. 86 Tom O'Rourke, as explained, will start from the pit lane after his qualifying times were disallowed due to that infringement, where he exceeded the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. The speed recording device was not activated in his truck during qualifying. So Simon Faulkner has pulled off from the grid. Simon Cole is not there. But we do have an addition at the back of the grid, of course. I can see down there the Napa MAN of Paul Rivette. He's made it out this time. They've repaired the gearbox issues with the MAN. He's going to be one to watch in Division 2 this year. Many times Renault Clio Cup champion in the early 2000s. Has had a brief go in British touring cars as well. Very successful saloon car racer. Of course, the Napa Auto Parts squad, big presence in British touring cars this year. Also in the Mini Challenge, as we saw earlier, and in Formula 1 stock cars as well. I believe it's Jack France 216 that they're backing this season. Seen their colours in NASCAR for many years in America as well. But it's Flying Ryan on pole position once again in the Daimler Freightliner. Beautiful looking brand new truck straight out of the box. Was prepared yesterday, finished preparing it yesterday morning, the Worldwide Truck Racing Team. And we will be getting underway very shortly. A 15 minutes race for the British Truck Racing Championship coming up in just a few moments' time. Thanks again to all the sponsors and partners of the British Truck Racing Championship, including we saw GBF, Green Biofuels, suppliers of the high-performance HVO fuel. Adam Bint was the first truck to use that fuel in the championship. Their advanced GD Plus fuel used by all competitors this year, made from 100% waste-derived cooking oils and fats, supercharged with an engine-enhancing additive. Cleaner. Still waiting confirmation on who's going to be carrying our cameras during this race. I believe it's going to be Adam Bint and Simon Reed carrying our cameras for this one. We'll confirm that shortly. That's what you just heard there as we were setting them up. If you got a rather loud noise from trackside, sorry about that, ladies and gents. It just proves that our onboard cameras are live. Thanks again to Chris Clark for his help with our cameras. Looking back there from the truck of Simon Reed, it looks like we're on board with Jock Borthwick again as well in this race, hoping to get a bit more footage than we did in race 1 when he got harpooned into Druids for the first time, unfortunately. Watch for Tom O'Rourke coming through from the pit lane as well, trying to catch up with his Division 1 rival. So we're missing a couple of Division 1 trucks by the look of it. Simon Faulkner has pulled off the grid, unfortunately, and no Simon Cole either. We saw him a little slow towards the end of race 1. Almost ready to get underway then with this 15-minute race, race number 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. There are 2 more car races to come after this. We've got the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup in partnership with Toyo Tyres, and also the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship as well, their first race of the season. James Card in his M3 defending the title. Awaiting the all clear from the clerk of the course, Steve Burns, to get this race underway. The course car is into pit lane. "11 Division 1 trucks plus 1 in the pit lane, and a full complement of 5 in Division 2 this time. Watch for Paul Rivette from the very back in the MAN, a very quick driver indeed. Made a one-off appearance in that Napa MAN at Donington last season, in for the full season this year. It's the arch rivals on the front row, Ryan Smith from Nottinghamshire, David Jenkins from Stafford. 8 titles between them. Add in Stuart Oliver, 18 titles between the first 3 on the grid. Here we go. Hopefully Simon Faulkner can join in as well. We saw him pull off the grid with the last minute problem. There's Tom O'Rourke's truck in the pit lane, the MV Commercial MAN. Tom O'Rourke got into truck racing as a sponsor, first and foremost. He brought MV Commercial to Convoy in the Park at Donington for a display. Never been to a truck race meeting in his life, but decided, I'm going to have a go at that. There go Division 2. I can only see 4 Division 2s. Has Paul Rivette not got going? Oh no, there he is. I thought for a second we'd lost the MAN again. What a magnificent sight they make. As they head round Druids, pace truck leading them round the DAF. I am really looking forward to this race. There's Paul Rivette. NapaAutoParts.eu, the Napa Racing MAN. Looks beautiful, doesn't it? Also sponsored by Tacosys. He's at the back of the Division 2 grid. Great to see Craig Evans on Division 2 pole for, I think, the first time in his career, looking for his first win. Had a few podiums over the last 2 years. Ryan Smith looking for 2 wins out of 2. Scored 14 wins on his way to the title last year. David Jenkins alongside him. Stuart Oliver and Simon Reed on row 2. Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith on the 3rd row. And Stephen Powell and John Bowler. Michael Oliver alone on row 5. We ride with Jock Borthwick as they come through clearways. The pace truck is in pit lane. Looking back from Simon Reed's truck as the revs begin to rise. Here we go. Up towards the red lights when they go out. Get ready to feel the thunder as the power comes on from these 1,000 horsepower engines. Here we go with race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith will take the lead as they go into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Stuart Oliver trying to get through on the inside there. He can't quite get alongside David Jenkins. We ride with Jock Borthwick alongside Bradley Smith. Looking back now from Simon Reed as they head up towards Druids for the first time. Will they all make it round Druids Hill Bend this time? Smith leads from Jenkins. Oliver side by side for 4th between Bradley Smith and Simon Reed. Reed moves through on the inside. We look back from Simon Reed. There's Bradley Smith behind us. Then it is Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. Then Michael Oliver. He's got away well. Stephen Powell just behind him as they file their way down to Cooper Straight for the first time. It's called Cooper Straight. It isn't quite straight. Up towards the left at Surtees, the right of McLaren. Ryan Smith has the early lead from Jenkins, Oliver, Reed, Smith, Borthwick. Oliver Jr. is next in the order. Division 2 is being led by the look of it by John Powell. There's Paul Rivett, just waiting for the right time to make his move from the back of the field. They complete the first lap then with Ryan Smith already over a second clear of David Jenkins at the front of the field. 15-minute race. Already the first 4 have pulled away slightly. 5th place is Bradley Smith, then Jock Borthwick, then it's Michael Oliver and his rather battered MAN after the contact earlier on. Seems to be a bit of a damaged magnet over the last couple of seasons, unfortunately. And hang on, the red flag is coming out. What has happened? Oh, that's what's happened. It's Tom O'Rourke. He's in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. It's quite a long way up Paddock Hill Bend towards Halewood Rise. So what has happened there? That'll need a tow from trackside recovery. Hopefully there's not too much damage there and they can quickly get the truck out of the gravel. Try and see what's happened there in a moment, I think. As the race is stopped again, another truck in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. It's the unfortunate Tom O'Rourke. He's not having a happy weekend so far, sadly. See if we can see what's happened. Back of the field, coming down Paddock Hill Bend, he runs wide. Yeah, the truck just straightened up in the middle of the bend. I don't know whether something broke in the steering perhaps there. And into the gravel he goes. Great shame for the Scotsman. In the MV Commercials MAN. He's had to start from the pit lane twice after he lost his practice times and now could be out of this race. No safety cars used in truck racing, of course. It is a red flag. We were on the second lap of the race. I imagine that will be again a slightly shorter restart. You can see where the truck has dug through the gravel there. Out comes the recovery vehicle, organised by Trackside Recovery here at Brands Hatch. That's the LJ Transportation recovery truck we've got there. That's a DAF XF. Jason Farnell riding the recovery truck, so thanks to him for his services. Organised by Trackside Recovery. You can see their pickup truck on the left of your screen there. They've hired in this truck from LJ Transportation and Nationwide Vehicle Assistance. Speak 3-axle DAF. Gross train weight of 80 tonnes, we're told, and has 2 15-tonne winches. To haul a race truck out of the gravel track. Based with LJs in Essex, Kent and London. So if ever you're on the M25 and there's a closure up ahead of you because of, say, a broken down or a crashed lorry, you never know. It might be that big 3-axle recovery vehicle that's recovering it. see how to recover a race truck from a gravel trap. Remember at the bonfire weekend meeting at Brands Hatch last year, the Mick Gould Transport's Kenworth was here, a big American truck. That was certainly a sight, recovering the race trucks. Other partners of the championship this year include TRP Parts, largest range of parts for all makes of truck and trailer. Over 130 locations across the UK. They've supplied the pace truck we saw in this race as well. Also Road Transport Media. That ensures media coverage across titles such as Commercial Motor, Truck and Driver magazine, Transport News, all covering the British Truck Racing Championship this year. MV Commercial are also partners of the British Truck Racing Championship, headed by Tom O'Rourke, who's currently in that gravel trap. Also Vision Track telematics specialists, so providing our race trucks with onboard cameras this year for use by the championship. Freyhav Trailers, Total Care vehicle lifts and testing equipment, GT tyres, MAN Truck and Bus as well, because the majority of the trucks here this weekend are MANs. Well, while this truck is winched out of the gravel trap by Trackside Recovery and LJ Transportation, Pointy is down in the pits.
So, I'm not quite sure. I don't think he's quite sure. I don't think anybody's 100% sure on what on earth just happened there with Tom O'Rourke, but I'm sure we'll get to find out when we speak to him later on down in Parc Fermé. All we do know is that we've got our second red flag here at the weekend with our second race here at the weekend at Brands Hatch. So not a great start again. However, a reshuffle and a re-grid, as you can see behind me. So for those of you that are new to British truck racing, this is what happens if there's a red flag. They will get relined up if it's within the first lap of the race. If it's a red flag after that, then of course they'll be brought into the pits or restarted. So a re-grid, re-race start is obviously quite rare usually, but we've had two this weekend so far. Lots of yellow flags if we need to get someone off or let someone out, but we are currently underway recovering Tom O'Rourke from the gravel bank on the exit to the Paddock Hill Bend. Looking up though, we can see a fair amount of spectators waiting to see what happens next, and of course you lot are wondering, my goodness, is it like this all the time? Yes it is, basically, to be honest with you. It does happen quite a bit, and we're not sure why these things happen, but of course what you have to understand is that in British truck racing, the amount of weight and the amount of power that are going through these trucks, things just break. We don't have to go over speed bumps for things to fall off. They just break and fall off on their own sometimes. We're under huge amount of pressure to operate these things at such high speeds. Again, just to go through the specs, we've got 12-litre engines with over 1,000 horsepower, 6,000 Newton meters of torque, which is ridiculous. You can pull the skin off the planet with that kind of power put down, and not to mention 4.5 to 5 tons in overall weight means that anything that can move during a race is getting stretched and pulled to its utmost. The marshals aren't letting the teams back out onto the grid at the moment, which is good. Sometimes the teams get an opportunity to check tyre pressures, have a little play, wander round, look like they're doing something important, whereas in reality they just want to run out onto the racing track again and go, oh look, we're looking at the truck. Well, you don't really need to. Hilariously though, if we look around just quickly, there are people literally watching me, watching you, watching them on the phones. This is how important the live stream is at the truck racing, because of course when you're down here as a team member in the pit lane, you can't see most of the track. So the live feed has been fantastically useful for the teams to keep an eye on what's been going out on the circuit, and of course react to it accordingly, i.e. sending hateful messages to each other in the paddock probably, and you know, generally getting ready for a few drinks after they finish. We were running a little bit early, but of course now with the recovery underway we're running a little bit late. What have you got there?
You go, mate.
Oh, thank you so much. It's not autographed. I don't want it if it's not. We got more? Oh, look, this is the one I really wanted. The Craig Evans postcard. Like Pokemon cards. So I've got to catch them all, haven't I? I've got to catch them all. Have we been sent away? Are they getting ready to send them back out?
Pointy, you're in charge.
No, I'm not in charge. I might be in charge of that, but I'm not in charge of that. I haven't got a clue what goes.
You call the shots.
I call the shots. Okay, right, can we get them back out now then, please? Somebody blow a whistle or something. Michael didn't no, Michael's nowhere near that. Are we going back out now?
We are now, we're moving now.
We're moving now. 30 seconds, you see? I demand, she was right, I am in charge around here. That's incredible. Right, 30 seconds just in time for a last recap of what just happened and probably another look-see how the recovery's going on. I'll leave you here down in the pit lane. Hopefully, we'll get some racing out on track. So back to Dave in the studio.
Well, as you can see, Tom O'Rourke's out of the gravel trap and now appears to be showing us how to do a three-point turn in a race truck. Either that or his steering has failed. He's now parked across Graham Hill Bend, which is the last place he wants to be at the moment, because we're about to get this race restarted. Can someone come and help me, says Tom. That wheel doesn't look like it's at a very healthy angle, does it? Oh dear. Ah, here's the other tow vehicle. Wants to get more exposure for trackside recovery. Oh, we saw him heading down towards Graham Hill Bend, and then I think he was heading up to the back entrance of the paddock to restart from the pit lane. But he didn't get there. I'm not quite sure what's happening here with Tom O'Rourke at the moment. Where's he going to go now? Let's look at the angle of those front wheels. There's something amiss with the steering, I think, on that truck. At least he's discovered it now and not at the restart of the race. What's he doing? Course car watching on. We will get this race back underway fairly shortly. Just looking at the timing screen, it will be another 12-minute restart. Yeah, here comes the other tow vehicle back again. Didn't I just drop you off, says Jason Farnell, the driver. See it again here, watch the top right of your picture. Tom O'Rourke, it's as if the truck just suddenly snapped straight on in the middle of Paddock Hill Bend. I think something broke there. He just went straight into the gravel. H&A truck assistants out there with their Land Rover as well. It's a multi-company operation here, all orchestrated by Trackside Recovery. Our thanks to Steve Bewers for providing a bit of background info on the recovery vehicles this weekend. Thanks to him and his team for their service. Keeping things moving. There's certainly something awry in the steering here, which is why you normally see a race truck towed from the back. Rear end lifted up by the tow vehicle. It's easier and quicker to lift from there, and also the handbrake is on the back wheels of a truck, so there's no need to fill with air to release the brakes. But if your steering's broken, it has to be towed from the front, so it might take a little longer. Our YouTube viewers has asked any Freightliner, International, Western Star or Mack trucks We do have a Daimler Freightliner, the Freightliner bodied machine of Ryan Smith. Don't have the others though. I believe it was David Jenkins and his father Tony used to run a Mack in the British Championship. I have seen a Western Star, I think in the European Championship a few years ago, but I forget who drove that at the moment. There have been a couple of American trucks raced in the UK. I remember back in the late 80s, Richard Walker had his famous Century Oils Kenworth, which got destroyed in that horrific start line crash at Zolder in Belgium. They slammed into the back of a stationary truck. Thankfully Richard was okay and everyone else. I suppose the Volvo Whites GMCs could be classed as American as well. Plenty of those have raced in British and European truck racing over the years. The last man to race one of those in Britain was Brian Burt, a West Country-based racer a few years ago in Division 2. Who else did we have? Slim Borgard, who sadly passed away over the winter, the great Swedish drummer turned racing driver. He was a leading exponent in Volvo Whites, won the European Championship in those. George Allen as well, and his brother Les, owners of Trucker Line, based in London, specialist in truck crash repairs. Thanks to Andrew Spate, one of our viewers, who just reminded me Dick Pountain had the white road boss as well. Yes, the man behind Pountain's Trailer Rental. Number 47, dark red livery. You're awakening all these memories for me now. Wish I still had all my old meeting programmes and truck magazines now. This one got rid of years ago to make room for other motorsports. While this recovery takes place then, let's head down to Pointy. Let's see what he's got for us.
Well, you joined me back down on the pit lane, a lot longer than 30 seconds that we were promised by Paul Garrett then live on air. We'll be having words later on. And the teams are still eagerly waiting the start or the restart of the second race. Every now and again you get this vibe in the pit lane, you think the race is about to restart, people start revving their engines up. It's like when a light would turn yellow at the traffic lights and everyone thinks they're going but isn't allowed to just yet. It's hard to explain and describe that kind of vibe that you get, but we're feeling it right now. It's a little bit tense, it's a little bit anticipation, it's a little bit worries. Are we going to start at some point today? So yeah, we do get this. This is real racing. Of course, with a lot of things you see, you only see the good bits, you only see the action-packed bits. But of course, this is what actually goes on with all motorsport, whether it be trucks, cars, speedboats, the lot. There is always downtime, and downtime of course for these guys on a day like today isn't what you want. It is probably around 30 degrees in those lorry cabs right now, with the engines running underneath them, obviously to keep the compressors going for the brakes, to keep the water pump going for the coolers, to keep the engines warmed up. Of course, they are losing heat out of their tyres all the time, which they'll be upset about, whilst gaining huge amounts of heat in the cab. We're talking fireproof shirts, fireproof overalls, helmets, balaclavas, very small window openings, some completely sealed in with perspex for safety of course, but it's going to be getting a bit toasty. If we look across now, we can see the front runners. Obviously we've got on the front row Ryan Smith next to Dave Jenkins. Now this obviously could give Dave another opportunity to scoot ahead in that first corner. If he manages to get that starting just perfectly, he might be able to beat Ryan Smith down that first bit of pit straight until they get to the corner. Of course, a rolling start in British trucks, just so we try our best not to destroy the gearboxes any more than they already have been doing on their own, of course. And the rolling start behind the pace truck at 60 miles an hour. And then the pace truck comes in at 60, and it's quite scary in that pace truck at 60 because it's a perfectly normal road going truck, that is. This one, of course, is the DAF, brought to us by TRP Truck and Trailer Parts, and one of our main championship sponsors. Probably driven by my old mate Andy Webb, who of course thoroughly enjoys getting to race a lorry round at 60 miles an hour. Huge amounts of bank on those road going lorries though. Next row back then, we've got Simon Reed next to Stuart Oliver, another one to watch, a pairing that could see this few hundred yards at the beginning of that race when it restarts, making a decision of an overall position as long as all four of them manage to get round Paddock Hill Bend at the start of the race. Back then we can see we didn't really get much time to talk to Jock Borthwick, obviously having to do a considerable amount of work to the rear end of his truck. So that's now been done, and of course Bradley Smith next to him, both of which involved in that crash earlier on, as long with Michael Oliver, which is the next row back, just poking out behind Steve Powell there and John Bowler. But if we look up to the top now of the pit lane, we can see the safety car has come in, along with the trackside recovery truck towing Tom O'Rourke back from the gravel pit at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. And we can of course hear sirens going, which hopefully means to clear the decks as we're out for the outlap now, getting ready for the rolling start. Good afternoon, how are we? How far now is that truck going to come, and did he come under any damage? I'm not 100% sure on the regulations, but is it that he causing the red flag in that first lap and having to be recovered means that he couldn't get back into the restart? Over now though to Dave in the studio, as it sounds like yet again we're hopefully going to go racing here at Brands Hatch.
Yes, thanks very much, Pointy. Attempt 2 with British Truck Racing Championship Race 2 here at Brands Hatch. Let's try again then. Ryan Smith on pole, looking to make it 2 wins out of 2. This will be a 12-minute race now. This has happened in race 1. David Jenkins, number 69, alongside him, the TRP pace truck leading them round. Second row, Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion, alongside 89, Simon Reed. Then we've got Jock Borthwick, who's had a considerable amount of repair work for his truck after that collision with Stephen Powell in race 1. Stephen Powell received a reprimand from the steward, incidentally, as was judged to be at fault for that collision, while Jock Borthwick also received a warning for an unsafe rejoin as he got going again in front of Tom O'Rourke in that first race. A little bit of disciplinary news update there. Fourth row of the grid, Stephen Powell and John Bowler, the Division 1 debutants. Michael Oliver's there, Craig Reed, Ricky Collins, no Simon Faulkner or Simon Cole. Then our 5 Division 2 trucks, headed by Craig Evans, looking for his first win in the category in his MAN. It's the Daimler Freightliner on pole. Such an aggressive looking machine, just like the Volvo behind the bonneted trucks. And Stuart Oliver. Those first 3 on the grid, 18 championships between them. Watch for Paul Rivette from the back. Adam Bintz ahead of him, going for 2 wins out of 2. Here we go, ready for 12 minutes of truck racing. Well done to the recovery teams there. Heading Tom O'Rourke back to the paddock. Hopefully we'll see him back out tomorrow. Smith and Jenkins lead them up towards the red lights. The power comes on and away they go. Quick start by Stuart Oliver. Watch the number 7. He could get past David Jenkins here into second place. He won't get ahead of Ryan Smith, but I think Oliver's got the inside line. Yes, he's up into second place as they head down Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. 1 or 2 trucks running wide. Got one into the gravel. That's Michael Oliver. John Bowler's run wide as well. Oliver keeps his foot in. He keeps it going at the back of the Division 1 group. Will they all get round Druids? Okay, Bradley Smith running wide in the 46 truck. It's Smith who leads from Oliver. Jenkins. Jock Borthwick is in 4th place. Then it's Simon Reed, Stephen Powell, Bradley Smith. Next through is Craig Reed, then Bowler, Collett. Michael Oliver recovering from that off, missing the side panel you can see on the number 12 truck. As they start to sort themselves out around this Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We'll look back quickly to see who's leading Division 2. It's John Powell who's got away best in the DAF, number 6, ahead of Craig Evans and Adam Bintz. Oh, Michael Oliver's incident pack weekend continuing. I had a bad feeling he was going to get bogged down in the gravel there, but he kept it going. Ryan Smith will lead as they complete the first lap. Then he's already over a second clear of Stuart Oliver in 2nd place. Now into Paddock Hill Bend we ride with Jock Borthwick chasing now David Jenkins. Good start from Borthwick up into 4th place ahead of Simon Reed. Through the roller coaster first part of the lap, through the dust and the bit of smoke that was kicked up last time through. Round Druids and then drop down again into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Simon Reed putting Jock Borthwick under a little bit of pressure. Then it's Stephen Powell in the number 3 in 6th position, the local man. Bradley Smith has dropped back to 7th. But Ryan Smith already starting to put clear air between himself and Stuart Oliver in the GT Tyres Volvo in 2nd place. Craig Reed in behind Bradley Smith. Looking back to see the leader of Division 2 is still John Powell ahead of Craig Evans, Adam Bintz and Paul Rivett. Jim Bennett in the older Seddon Atkinson has already dropped away. It's good to have Gentleman Jim back in the championship this year. Certainly one of the friendliest teams in the paddock, the Team Bennett squad. Up the hill towards Druids and Jock Borthwick a little bit wide there over the curve. He almost drops onto the gravel, holds it together, swings it in. Up on the inside there's Simon Reed, and he goes through, forces Jock Borthwick to go wide. It's a good move by Simon Reed. Good aggression from the Iveco pilot up into 4th position. Down to 5th goes Borthwick in the white and tartan liveried MAN. The colours of My Name's Doddy. Heard in the break between races all about the fundraising efforts going on this season for motor neurone disease. Campaign started by rugby legend Donny Weir. Ricky Collett staying ahead of Michael Oliver. Ricky Collett with a down on power engine this weekend. He's had a few engine problems, that truck, over the last couple of seasons. Had a nasty crash with it at Thruxton back in 2020. Oh, and say engine problems, a great flash of flame. Goodness me. Ricky Collett needs to get out of there. He slides it to a halt against the barrier. Well stopped, Ricky Collett. I hope that truck is not going to burst into flames. Something blew up there. I hope that was just the turbo and not the engine going for a Burton. Ricky Collett very much out of the race. Just as I said, having engine problems. Curse of the commentator there. Sorry, Ricky. I was saying he had a big accident at Thruxton back in 2020 when he rolled the truck over, having got onto the wet grass. And he's out of this one, and I hope that's not the end of his weekend. Hopefully he's not dropped any oil there either down the Sir Jack Brabham straights. Through go the leaders. Ryan Smith leads by over 3 seconds now ahead of Stuart Oliver, David Jenkins, Simon Reed up to 4th. Let's have a look again there as they came down the straight. Watch the back of Ricky Collett's truck here. Bang! Something went up in a big way there. Hopefully that's not the engine detonating, hoping it's just the turbo. Slid it onto the grass into retirement. Oliver staying ahead of David Jenkins. It's still John Powell leading Division 2. Adam Bintz in 3rd place behind Craig Evans. Looking for his double. Down the Cooper Straights, left of Surtees, right of McLaren. Many of the corners here at Brands Hatch named after great names from the world of motorsport in Britain and beyond. Jenkins trying to chase down Stuart Oliver for 2nd place. The midfield quite spaced out now. Bradley Smith running wide. In fact, I think the red flag is out again. Yes, the red flag has come out, presumably to deal with Ricky Collett's truck. So we'll see if things are okay down there on the entry to Paddock, and we'll wait to see what will happen with this race. We were not yet at half distance. There were around just over 7 minutes left on the clock. So whether there will be a restart or not, we'll have to wait and see. Race leader Ryan Smith had completed 4 laps. We'll have to await official news on what's going to happen here. Outcome trackside recovery again. because Ricky Collett, where that truck has stopped, would be in the firing line if anybody was to slide off to the inside of Paddock. Marshall's likely wanting to check there's no risk of any fire there as well after that blow up for Ricky Collett. I hope that's not the end of his weekend. You can see where he stopped there, just on the entry to Paddock on the inside against the barrier. See it again here. Watch the back of the yellow MAN. Boom. Big explosion. Ricky Collett instantly knew what had happened and he steered the truck to an almost instant halt there. He's got the brakes locked on, as you can see, and just bumps the barrier as he brings it to a halt. That was good decisive driving there by Ricky Collett as he felt the explosion behind him as the either the turbo or the engine let go. There is the British truck racing veteran. Such a shame for Ricky. He doesn't have much luck, unfortunately. Made his truck racing debut back in 1991, over 30 years of experience. 2 championships, one in the old Class D in 1995 and one race truck title in 1997 when it was race trucks and super race trucks back in the 90s. Finished 8th in the points, had 1 win, I believe that was at Donington last season. Well, Ricky Collett still with a smile on his face as always. But that certainly looked expensive. Collett's family run their long-established heavy haulage business based up in Yorkshire. They were in the news in the Midlands a couple of years ago, moving some giant liquid oxygen tanks from Liverpool docks down to an industrial estate in Warwickshire. That was certainly a major logistical operation. Loads like that, of course, can't go down the motorway because they don't fit under the bridges. It takes a heck of a lot of planning and logistics to move massive loads like that. Also, they specialise in putting up wind turbines all around the UK and transporting the parts needed, the Collett firm. Of course, with wind turbines often being placed in rather remote locations up fairly narrow roads, getting a massive truck up there, or sometimes more than one truck, because sometimes they have pusher trucks as well, one pulling and one pushing to get the load along. Some of the manoeuvres their drivers have to pull off have to be seen to be believed. Then you've got things like trees and telephone wires to consider as well. And Collett certainly leading exponents in that field. Waiting to see what's going to happen with this race at the moment. The timing screen is showing checkered flags, but we'll await and confirm on that whether the race has been ended or not. As we say, 4 laps have been completed by the race leader. One of our viewers on YouTube says, I'm amazed that Europe has this type of truck racing and America doesn't. Truck racing did originate from America. If ever you've seen the film Smokey and the Bandit back in the 80s, there was footage of American truck racing in that, so I think America had it first. And there is footage somewhere on YouTube of an American truck race that took place in the 80s at Dover Downs Speedway, the Monster Mile as it's known. Back in the mid-80s there was a NASCAR style truck race using trucks such as these. That has to be seen to be believed. The old Diamond T Sports coverage with Steve Evans and Brock Yates commentating. Look that up on YouTube if it's still on there. So I believe this race will not be restarted. I'm just waiting to see if the trucks go back into the paddock here, but I don't think this race is going to be restarted, unfortunately. Wait to see whether a result is declared. Of course, in America, what they would class as truck racing is pickup truck racing. The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. We'll see the pickup truck racing championship back out tomorrow. There's the reason for the red flag. That truck of Ricky Collis has dropped some oil onto the track. You can see the marshals sweeping it up there. I believe this race will not restart. Just to wait for confirmation. Hopefully Pointy can bring us more news shortly from the officials. But the trucks will be back out tomorrow. The race at Dover Downs just mentioned, the Big Rig 200, that was what it was called. Anyway, while I continue on a bit of a nostalgia trip, let's hand down to Pointy.
Well, the breeze is starting to pick up, and with another red flag, we're not sure whether we're going to see a restart for this race. We didn't get any nods of confirmation on the way past the clerk's office when we were coming back down to the pit lane, because we've been upstairs several times now, just to let everybody at home know I'm getting my steps in. If we spin around then just quickly, we can see a sea of marshals putting down a mixture of sawdust chalk. It's a highly absorbent compound. Oh, the wrecker's going out. We've got Tom O'Rourke's on the back of this one. No obvious damage to Tom O'Rourke's, of course, so that should mean he'll hopefully be out tomorrow morning without too much hassle. But yes, back to what's going on track now. They've sprinkled an absorbent compound on what we can only imagine is a fluid spill. Of course, we're yet to see whether or not that's going to be good enough to suffice and a restart of that race with just a few minutes left on the clock. Of course, there being a curfew here at Brands Hatch, we can't have the other races running over too long. We were, of course, running a little bit early going into the grid walk, but I'm sure we've managed to use up that extra time now. Looking off into the distance, we see a second recovery truck picking up Ricky Collett, who, as you saw, had quite a large explosion on the back of his truck. A lot of people in the pit lane saying turbo, saying oil seals, oil line, fuel line. I'm not sure a fuel line would be to blame with that kind of flame. Personally, it was making an interesting noise on the outlap earlier on, to which I question, because we've got clapping. Are we sending them home? I think it might be a race over situation, which means, of course, Ryan Smith taking that checkered flag. And yes, an unfortunate finish for anybody else who was hoping those extra 7 minutes would bring them a bit more luck in the overall race position. I suppose that means that from me, I need to get back down to the paddock, because the drivers now won't come back to the pit lane like they usually would at the end of the race. They'll go straight back down to the paddock and park up in Parc Fermé for the 15 minutes before they're released and weighed and checked over for damage and so on. So we'll head back down there now, grab a couple of drivers for a few more informal chats to see what they saw and whether they've got any other opinions on how that second race of the weekend has gone, and hopefully hand out some trophies as well. So for now, that's all from me down in Brands Hatch pit lane.
Thank you, Pointy, and yes, we do see the trucks leaving the circuit. Unfortunately, that's the end of their racing for today, sadly. We will see the trucks back out tomorrow. Looking at the schedule for tomorrow, the first race coming up at 10:25 for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. That's followed by our first truck race of the day. Then we've got the Caterhams back out, the Sigma 135 class for the more for my Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Then our second race for the Mini Challenge, the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy class. And also we're joined tomorrow by the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship for MGs old and new. The big grid of them here this weekend. ZRs, Bs, MGFs, even a couple of MG midgets. Be out tomorrow. Full programme of racing tomorrow. Total of a dozen races coming up to match the 9 we've got today, but as you can see, a lot of oil being cleared up down there from Ricky Collett's engine. You can see here that marshalling is not all about waving flags. If you ever wanted to join the Orange family, just visit marshals.co.uk, the British Motorsport Marshals Club, or visit the BARC website at barc.net. Find out how you can volunteer as a marshal. Certainly gets you close to the action. Two races to go still today though, so don't go anywhere just yet. We've got the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup in partnership with Toyo Tyres. Wayne Rockets looking to add to his victory this morning. Great battle for third place behind Wayne Rocket and Luca Staccini. Neil Hurren took third in the earlier race but was given a penalty for an out of position start, so dropped down to 7th. Now, final race of the day is the Kumho BMW Championship. Supported by Kumho for over 30 years. We'll see a selection of BMWs out on track. James Card defending the title. He won last year, the Derbyshire driver. We've got some very quick names out in that series as well. Jason West, who we've seen win a couple of races in the Classic Thunder Saloons already this year at Silverstone. Jasvis Sapra and Brian Branson, we saw them in the Britcar Trophy at Silverstone recently on BARC TV as well. And also Kevin Clark, vastly experienced racer, is here. I think he's in his 1 series this weekend. Great action on the 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Maybe a little bit dusty for the first few laps of the Coupe Cup race next up, as you can see. But we will be back underway just as soon as we can. A couple of our YouTube commenters. Hi to Johnny, who says back in the 80s they had truck racing on the half-mile oval dirt track at Devil's Bowl Speedway in Texas. Yes, I've seen some sprint car footage from there. Shauna Robinson raced a pink Mercedes cab over. Yeah, Shauna Robinson was a NASCAR driver for a time. One of the first ladies to race in NASCAR. Yep, there was a truck big rig race at Atlanta in Smokey and the Bandit 2. Yes, I think that was what inspired truck racing to be started in the UK back at Donington in the 80s. And Alan mentions that there was also truck racing on some of the short ovals in the UK. I officiated at a couple of those up at Hensford and Birmingham. Yeah. The late lamented Birmingham Wheels Raceway, where I started my motorsport career all those years ago. I believe it was Mark Gents, father of Dale Gents, who got that off the ground. And the trucks will not be back out today, unfortunately. That's the end of their race. They've gone back to the paddock. There are going to be 2 more car races, though, so don't go anywhere just yet. Just waiting for confirmation of that. Yes, the Hyundai Coupe is coming up to the grid now. So we'll take a look at the grid in a second for the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup in a partnership with Toyo Tyres. We should have 20 cars out there for this one. All generations of Hyundai Coupe, virtually road standard cars apart from the safety equipment. This is aimed at the newcomer to motor racing, founded and run by John Winter. And John, for his efforts with this series to make it into such success over the years, was given the Jerry Marshall Trophy at the BARC Awards night last winter. Well done to John. Here's the grid then. Wayne Rocket, winner of race 1, takes pole. This grid based on the result of race 1. Luca Staccini, YouTuber and racer, starts alongside. Second row, Mark Rideout in car number 2 and the 5 of Michael Evans. Row 3 is 75 Dan Fletcher and triple 1 karting graduates Taylor Norton. Row 4, number 87 Neil Hurren, crossed the line third in race 1 but got that 10-second penalty. He starts alongside 38 of Darren Ford. On the 5th row, 48 Nick Flowers and the number 51 of Paul Lorry. 6th row, 58 Gary Miller alongside number 6 Miguel Contreras. Row 7, 18 of Ian Brunning and 8 Paul Smith. On the 9th row, 26 Roger Owens starts alongside Callum Roby in the number 16. He pulled into the pits in race 1, as did the man on row 10 of the grid, 32 Mark Jones. And alongside him, hopefully, we'll have 65 Spencer Hirons, who didn't get out for race 1. Yes, looks like all 20 cars are there. That's good. Yes, last year it was Wayne Rocket who, well, he wasn't the champion officially because these cars don't race for points. It is a series, not a championship, but he was the most successful in terms of results, the man from Hampshire. Battling with his son Johnny on occasions as well. Johnny more successful on bicycles prior to moving into motor racing. Hopefully we'll see Johnny back out someday, but Wayne Rocket, rumours of his retirement once again proving exaggerated. Just can't keep him away. Other big names we've seen over the years, we mentioned Alex Kersley in the Lancaster Insurance car over the last few years. John Winter himself was a successful racer in the formative years of the Coupe Cup. And several other names. I remember Ian Goodchild from down in Devon had a few wins as a novice, went on to do a bit of GT racing in BMWs. Plenty of other names have come through the Hyundais at the start of their careers, and several drivers have stuck with the series as a cost-effective way to go saloon car racing. Paul Lorry and Neil Hurren have been in there for a few years. Ian Brunning as well. Michael Evans and his father Alan. Alan Evans used to race the red and gold car, the Alan Mann Racing lookalike. I've mentioned before on these streams Michael Evans' yellow and purple car. I'm forever indebted to Michael Evans because I got to drive a couple of laps of Silverstone in that car a few years ago at the series press launch. That was at the beginning of 2020 at a very wet Silverstone. A few newcomers further back on the grid as well. Callum Roby, Matthew Watson, Tim Stevens, Paul Smith, Miguel Contreras, Gary Miller. As the cars move off for their green flag lap. Watch for Mark Jones from the back as well. Problems for his car in race 1. Loving the big NASCAR style numbers on the 58 machine there of Gary Miller. No mistaking his number. Roger Owens in there as well. You may have spotted his car if you were at the Autosport International Racing Car Show in January at the NEC in Birmingham. .34 there. That's Tim Stevens in the car formerly raced by Barbara Schilliker. Marshall turned racer. There's Spencer Hirons, he's made it out this time, and Mark Jones back out as well. It's the Generation 3 Hyundai Coupe. Hyundai Coupe was also briefly a rally car back at the end of the 90s as well. Hyundai entered the Generation 1 Coupe into the Formula 2 World Rally Championship. I remember Wayne Bell, the Australian, was one of their drivers. I think Kenneth Eriksson drove one in a couple of events as well towards the end of his career. I've said the motto before, motorsport should be fun. It certainly is in this Hyundai Coupe Cup, sponsored by OT Publishing and Toyo Tyres. Waiting for them to get into position on the grid then. It'll be a standing start. This will be a 15-minute race. Onto the grid then, the blue and white halves, the livery of Wayne Rockets, black and white with the yellow headlights and the signatures for Luca Staccini. The orange car of Mark Rideout on row 2 alongside the yellow and purple of Michael Evans. Dan Fletcher in white on row 3 alongside the black car of Taylor Norton. It's the Kersley Motorsport Run Car. Neil Hurren's slightly battered white car after a bit of contact in race 1 on row 4 alongside the bright yellow of Darren Ford. Nick Flowers and Paul Lorry complete the top 10. Waiting for the red lights, away they go. Not the best of starts by Wayne Rocket. Great start by Michael Evans up the outside from 4th on the grid. Could he take the lead here into Paddock? Bit of dust being kicked up as they go over the powder put down on the oil slick. Wayne Rocket has just about held his lead. That's a super start by Michael Evans up into 2nd place. They've all made it round Paddock Bend okay. And Michael Evans is really in attacking mode here, trying to go for the outside into Druids. Mark Rideout side by side with Luca Staccini. It was as if both the front row men bogged down slightly there off the line. They're all round Druids okay. Staccini down into 4th place. 5th is Dan Fletcher with the red wheels. Neil Hurren going around the outside of Darren Ford. Taylor Norton in there as well. Nick Flowers up onto the back of, I think that's the 6th car, possibly of Miguel Contreras. He's got away well, the man from Madrid. As they charge their way along the Cooper Straights. That's Paul Smith, the number 8's car up there. Contreras a little bit further back. Ian Brunning under fire from, I think that's Spencer Hirons coming through from the back of the grid, but as they complete the first lap, it is Wayne Rocket who has the lead. Michael Evans up there in 2nd, looking for what I think would be his first win in the category if he can get through here. Been with the Hyundais for a few years now. First 4 breaking away very slightly. Staccini giving chase to Mark Rideout in that 3rd place in the orange car. Dan Fletcher 5th, Hurren is 6th, he's got ahead of Taylor Norton, and Darren Ford is in 8th position. Down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. All close bunched up here behind Wayne Rockets. Michael Evans going superb. That was a great start. I really thought he'd have a chance of taking the lead around the outside into Paddock Hill Bend there. Less than a second covered the top 4 at the end of the first lap. It might be even closer this time. Mark Rideout in the KJS Body Shop sponsored car having a go at Michael Evans now for 2nd place. Wayne Rocket's able to pull away a little at the end of the 2nd lap. We'll see what the gap is this time through. He's a couple of Hyundai lengths clear. Starting to extend his lead now as they go over the line. Half a second in it at the conclusion of lap 2 for the lead. Still less than a second covers the top 4. Then behind them it is Dan Fletcher, Neil Hurren and Taylor Norton. Miguel Contreras, he's up into the top 10 meanwhile. He's going well as Dan Fletcher has a look on the inside of Luca Staccini. Very close for 4th place there as they go into Druids. The automobile car of Dan Fletcher up alongside the Italian. But Staccini holds him off, just lifting a wheel there as they go into Graham Hill Bend. Typical exuberant Italian driving style from Luca. Great entertainer he is. Great to see him in the Coupe Cup over the last couple of seasons. Wayne Rocket leads the way though. Very much the king of coupes. 87 of Neil Hurren. He's out a little bit of damage on the left front of his car from a bit of contact in race 1. Going through to complete lap number 3. Wayne Rocket with the fastest lap of the race, 59.734. Better that this time, 59.619. Here comes Mark Rideout trying to attack the 2nd. They avoid the powder put down on the oil there on the inside as they go into Paddock. Staccini holding off Fletcher, then it's Hurren, then Norton, Ford, Contreras and Paul Smith rounding up the top 10 as a dive up the inside from Mark Rideout into Druids. He's going through into 2nd. Michael Evans goes grass tracking on the exit. He'll try and keep the line for Graham Hill Bend, but nope, the number 2 car has got the move done and he's up into P2 down the Cooper Straights. Michael Evans goes down to 3rd. He'll try and hold off Luca Staccini now, who's moving up to try and attack. That's backed him up into the battle between the 28 and the 75. And here comes Staccini up the inside. Michael Evans tries to turn in. I thought there was going to be contact there. No, you don't, says Michael Evans. Yes, I do, says Luca Staccini. I'm going to get the inside line away up the pit straight. Now, there was contact there. They rubbed door handles. Staccini's got the inside. He's going to go through here up into 3rd position. You can see that Evans lost momentum there coming into Surtees. after he'd went onto the grass coming down into Graham Hill Bend. He could lose another spot here because Dan Fletcher's up on the inside, but he gets a wheel onto the curb. It's Rockets who leads by just under a second now ahead of Mark Rideout. Michael Evans is being shuffled back after that fast start. Neil Hurren's in there as well. Then Taylor Norton on his local circuit this weekend, the young Londoner. Dan Fletcher gets the tighter line as they head along Cooper Straights. Just over 10 minutes of this race to go, so we're coming up to 1/3 distance in this second race of the weekend for the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup in partnership with Toyo Tyres. Here come the leaders out of Clark Curve. The gap was 0.9 of a second. Stays about the same. New fastest lap by Luca Staccini, 59.314. And here comes Dan Fletcher over the dust there on the inside. He's attacking Michael Evans. He won't get through there. Evans closes the door. Staccini closing up on Rideout now for second place. Neil Hurren going for the outside on Dan Fletcher. We saw some sharp defending from Neil Hurren in race one. Unfortunately got that penalty for starting out of position. Otherwise he could be up there fighting for the lead now. Very quick driver is Neil. Taylor Norton still 7th. It's Darren Ford 8th. Then Contreras, Smith, Matthew Watson, Nick Flowers. Paul Lorry is down to 13th. Then Gary Miller and Mark Jones up to 15th from the back row of the grid. So no real changes in the order further back. The other runners, Stevens, Brunning, Hirons, Roby and Owens. Michael Evans holding off Dan Fletcher and Neil Hurren. This is the fight for 4th place. The two ahead have started to get away. Fletcher goes out wide this time. Hurren's going to go for the inside, goes over the powder on the inside. Move doesn't work. Yes, the first 3 have definitely got away here. Another fastest lap for Staccini, 59.224. He's really putting Mark Rideout under pressure now. Down the hill, into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Chased by Dan Fletcher, Michael Evans. Their way towards Surtees and McLaren. This battle really heating up now. Taylor Norton's not far away either, the black Kersley Motorsport car. Chini with the fastest lap of the race. Is he going to better that this time through? No, he's not. Only a few hundredths off though. Personal bests for the first 2 on that lap, so they're responding to his pressure. Really heating up for 4th place now. They're covered by less than half a second, the 4th, 5th and 6th place cars. And here comes Dan Fletcher. Has he got a run on Michael Evans this time? Into Druids. Evans turns in. There's almost contact between the two, and they were centimetres apart there. And now here comes Hurren. That's let Hurren in for an attack on Dan Fletcher. Fletcher will have to give him room here into Graham Hill Bend. They're side by side. Dan Fletcher gets his foot down and just about out drags him, holds the place. 2 groups of 3 fighting it out at the front of this OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tyres race. Just past half distance, 7 minutes to go. Through to clearways. Taylor Norton trying to make it 4, fighting for 4th place. 3 leaders coming up to complete their 8th lap. And again, fastest lap for Staccini, 59.178. He's getting quicker and quicker. Neil Hurren tries an outside run this time on Dan Fletcher. I think it's going to work for him. Look at this from Neil Hurren down the outside, coming off Paddock Hill Bend, and he's up into 5th place. Good move, Neil Hurren. Now to go after Michael Evans. What were their lap times like last time through? Roughly the same. Hurren maybe a 1/10 of a second quicker. Taylor Norton closed up as well. That's the Generation 1 car with the single headlamps. Gen 2 cars have the double round headlights. Of course, the Gen 3 is the bigger coupe. Mark Jones in a Gen 3. Is he still 15th? Yes, he is. Here come your leaders. 3 cars line astern. Staccini really on the attack now. 59.178 is his fastest lap of the race. Remains so this time through, though a little slower that time through, and now here comes Stachini, locks a wheel there, so does Mark Rideout. Now what Wayne Rocket will want here is for those two to start battling each other and he can pull away again in the Rockets of Denmead car. To the outside goes the 28 of Stachini. Is he going to try and get the line for Graham Hill Bend? Well, they both run a bit wide on the exit of Druids. Down the hill, into the left-hander. They're really pushing hard, look at this. Stachini nearly clipped the back of Rideout there. This is good racing between these two. All about learning their racecraft, and you can see how hard they're battling because Wayne Rocket's pulling away. Here comes Stachini. He's going to make the move into clear ways, is he? Rideout understeers a little bit wide. This is Luca Stachini's opportunity. Up alongside the number 2 of Mark Rideout. He's had a cracking weekend. His first ever podium, I believe, earlier on. But Stachini goes through down the Sir Jack Brabham straight up into second place. The gap is 1.28 seconds to Wayne Rocket. Can Stachini catch him for a victory here at Brands Hatch? He's got just under 5 minutes to do so. This is great racing at the front. Neil Hurren up to 4th ahead of Michael Evans. It all changed on that last lap. Still Fletcher 6th ahead of Norton. Next Ford, Contreras and Smith. Down the hill, Stachini lifting a wheel once again there. Throws the car through. And now it is 4 together for 4th place because Taylor Norton's up onto the back of Dan Fletcher. Everyone's still going this time, although the 34 of Stevens lost a few places on that last lap. He's down to 19th. It's the bright yellow car. And Fletcher all over Michael Evans. Taylor Norton looking to try and get involved in this battle as well. He's up on the tail of Fletcher, he's having to attack and defend at the same time. That's allowing Neil Hurren to get away a bit. First class saloon car racing, proving that you don't need a big powerful modified motor to go racing. These are virtually road standard Hyundai Coupes except for the necessary safety equipment. John Winter will be looking on with pride, I'm sure. Michael Evans moving to defend there from Dan Fletcher. Down into the left-hander at Graham Hilbert. Wayne Rocket leads by nearly 2 seconds now with the two behind him scrapping it out. Can Stachini go after him? He's still got the fastest lap of the race. If we look at some of the battles down the field, this is Nick Flowers in the red car ahead of Paul Lorry. Gary Miller in the 58s. And behind him, Mark Jones. I'm sure he'd be further up the order were it not for having to start at the back after problems in race 1. Just ahead of them is the number 12 car, that's Matthew Watson. Good little scrap here, this is for 12th place, held by Nick Flowers in the number 48 car, the man from Pulborough in Sussex. Lorry, former colleague of John Winter in the days when they raced Toyota MR2s. Further back, Ian Brunning is ahead of Spencer Hirons. That's Roger Owens, I think, in behind them there. Black and white flag, that's the driving standards flag for number 12, Matthew Watson. He's the head of this group. Well, here's our leader. Yep, he's got away now. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock. So a couple more laps to go, I think, for Wayne Rockets. Now, he tells us he's only doing 2, maybe 3 meetings in the Hyundai Coupe Cup this year. On this evidence, we'll believe that when we see it, because I reckon this is going to inspire him to keep going and do a bit more racing. He just can't keep away, Wayne Rocket. He said he's going to retire about 3 years in a row. Stachini still second. He's got his hands full at the moment, holding off Mark Rideout. Then the 4 behind, they're a little more strung out now. Neil Hurren ran a bit wide there through Paddock. Evans 5th, Fletcher 6th, and Taylor Norton in the Kersley car 7th. And a gap of about 5 seconds back to Darren Ford in 8th place, ahead of Contreras and Smith. Coming round to start their final lap this time. Blue and white halved car with 3 pink wheels and 1 green. Interesting choice of livery for Wayne Rocket, but he certainly has gone like a rocket today. Come over the line with 1 minute left on the clock, with might just get another lap out of this. We'll wait and see after this one. See if the checkered flag does go out this time. Luca Staccini is 1.8 seconds down, holding off Mark Rideout, man from Ringwood in Hampshire. It's another Hampshire man, Wayne Rockets, surely heading for his second win of the day. Almost looks relaxed behind the wheel of his Hyundai. Through the left, the right of McLaren. Staccini looks safe in second now, ahead of Mark Rideout. Pushing those Toyo tyres on the orange machine, they're well ahead of the rest. Is it going to be checkered flag this time then for Wayne Rocket? He comes along the Sir Jack Brabham straights, ahead of Luca Staccini and Mark Rideout. No, we are going to do one more lap. Clock just clicked to 0 after they crossed the line there, right on the cusp. That's not what Staccini wanted to see, because he's got another lap to try and hold off Mark Rideout. What about the battle behind? Looks like it's still Neil Hurren ahead of Evans, Fletcher and Norton. And here he comes, the Rocket himself. Sponsored by Rockets Wraps and Graphics. Rockets of Denmead Car Sales flashes the lights. He's almost home for a season opening double. Well, the man who said he was going to retire from racing, there's clearly life in him yet. Here he comes. It's a double for Wayne Rocket. Flashes the lights again as he takes the checkered flag. Staccini comes over in second. Mark Rideout is third. And what about the battle for fourth place? It's going to be Neil Hurren who comes through for fourth, ahead of Michael Evans, Dan Fletcher sixth, Taylor Norton seventh. 8th place should go to Darren Ford. This is Mark Jones. He's got ahead of Gary Miller. So on the tail of that group is Ian Brunning. So Contreras is 8th, ahead of Ford in fact. Paul Smith takes 10th. It'll be Matthew Watson in 11th place. Nick Flowers heads the next group home ahead of Laurie. 13th place for Paul Laurie, then 14th for Jones, 15th for Miller. 16th is Ian Brunning, then it's Callum Roby, Spencer Hirons. 19th place to number 34, Tim Stevens. Roger Owens, the final finisher. Losing a place there on the final lap, that was Darren Ford. Miguel Contreras getting through for 8th place. But no catching the Rockets. It's another double victory for the Rocket Man from Hampshire. Rocket the winner by just under 1.5 seconds there in the end. Clear of that good scrap between Luca Staccini and Zanello and Mark Rideout. They finished 0.7 of a second apart. It was Staccini who got the fastest lap in the end. Succession of fastest laps for him in the middle part of that race. Neil Hurren topped that fine battle before, the head of Michael Evans, Dan Fletcher and Taylor Norton. Miguel Contreras was 8th ahead of Darren Ford, taking the place on the final lap. Paul Smith rounding out the top 10, ahead of Matthew Watson, Nick Flowers, Paul Laurie, Mark Jones from the back of the grid, and Gary Miller. Ian Brunning was 16th ahead of Callum Roby, one of our newcomers. Spencer Hirons was 18th, makes up the missing race 1. It was Tim Stevens and Roger Owens, the final finishers. All 20 cars going the distance, and all of them on the lead lap. We'll head down to Ewan shortly and hear from Wayne Rockets. Find out if he is going to be carrying on as a result of his successes today. Sure, we'd like to see him back to do the full season. Next up, it's the Kumho BMW Championship. For now, down to Ewan in Parc Fermé.
The numbers will dictate that.
Cheers, Dave. It is a double win for Wayne Rocket. Wayne, retirement doesn't suit you very well, does it?
No, no, not really. But I'm not doing the next round.
No, definitely
not. No.
I mean, what went so well today? I think in the first race today, you kind of like teased them and let them come in within a bit of a distance. But Luca was always within about 50 metres of you, or Neil, of Mark, of course.
Yeah, I think, like we discussed earlier with the tyres, I think we pushed them beyond now, and I was really struggling. I had to switch up my line into Druids because it was pushing on too much. And then when I did that, I got another bit of a gap on them both. So we've had our money's worth out of them tyres, and we've had a good day, so it's all good.
But 2 wins is incredibly impressive. That must, because at the last round last year, Brands Hatch, you were very successful, won the championship. Yeah. What do you love about this place?
I don't know. It's just for our little cars, they're not very big power, but you get the corners right, and it's just so rewarding. You know, Paddock Hill on our cars is brilliant when you get it right. So yeah, just like it here.
Mate, good Johnny Ham. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. I want to speak to Luca over here. Luca. Come on, let's do this properly on the board over here, okay? Get the sponsors in and things. Great day.
Yes, it was. Could have been a tad better.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, but it was awesome. I had a blast. It was one of the most enjoyable races I had in this circuit in specific, so I'm in love with it. It was an awesome weekend.
You had a great challenge with Mr. Rideout over there.
I wasn't expecting to be in such a hard fight. I was expecting to have more of a better start than race 1, and then try to stick with Wayne up until the end of the race, but what a pace. I thought I would have had a chance to overtake him after a couple of laps once I got past Mike. But Mark got some good pace, and I'm happy to have competitive drivers racing with me.
Gotta say, both of your starts today haven't been fantastic, but you fought back well. What was going on at the start of both races?
Race 1, as I mentioned, my throttle pedal fell off when the 5-second board came out. So I was still trying to figure out what happened. And by the time I saw the lights coming off, I was well behind everybody and I had to struggle. This time round, given my excursion at Paddock Hill in qualifying, I decided to take it a bit easy with all the oil on the track, and it backfired. But today the car did what it had to. I want to thank Kersley Motorsport and the Coupe Cup for having me. And yeah, I was pretty happy.
Now, Wayne's not on at the next round. It gives you a chance to get some wins, because wins are so important in this championship.
They are. This is the only way you can actually make points. So to win the season, is the driver that gets the more wins. But I like competition. It's better to have a second place like this than a first place just going around alone. So I wish Wade is not, as it says on his spoiler, all retired, just semi-retired. And I'm happy to see new faces like Mark that are challenging us this season. So I'm really excited. I'm really, really excited.
Luca, congrats, well done.
Thank you so much, guys. I hope you had a good day and hope we gave you a nice show, guys.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Right, our last race of the day is coming up. It's the Cubo BMWs. That is the final race coming up shortly.
The BMWs are on their way round to the grid then. It's a case of quality over quantity there today for the opening rounds of the Kumho BMW Championship, supported by Kumho tyres for over 30 years. Here is the grid. It's the more powerful Class A cars that have set the pace in qualifying. Number 76, Jason West on pole alongside reigning champion 32, James Card. Second row, 26, Brian Branson, and Jasvir Sapra in number 40. They're all in E46 M3s. Row 3, number 140, Kevin Clark. I believe he's in his 1 Series. Very experienced racer indeed, alongside 85, the former champion Paul Wood. He's in the invitation class with his M3. Row 4, number 7, which is Kevin Denwood. He's listed as being in an E46 compact alongside the lone Class B car, number 74, Chris Walton, with his M3. And on the 5th row, it's father and son, Trevor and James Ford. Trevor, the chairman of the BMW Racing Drivers Club. Trevor's in Class C, James in Class D. They're both in E36 BMWs. As Kevin Clark is in that 1 Series, vastly experienced on a short oval man. We've seen him in his BMW Z4 for the Intersport Racing team in the British Endurance Championship as well. But on pole position it is Jason West with his Class A M3. Saw him take a few wins last year. Also seen him take a pair of wins in the Classic Thunder Saloons this year. Away they go. That lights out pretty quickly there, and Jason West leads the way up into Paddock Hill then, but going for the outside it is James Card in his M3, the defending champion from Derbyshire. He's got the lead as they head up towards Druids for the first time. Up on the outside, the number 40, the turquoise car of Jasvir Sapra. Running out very wide there is another of the M3s. I think that's may well be the invitation class car. Pick the numbers up in a moment. Jasvir Sapra's in the number 40. Sapra's usual car is that grey one in 5th position. Now I think that might be being driven by Brian Branson today, the number 26. Have they swapped cars to confuse me? No. Establish this in a moment. Well, there goes the number 69 of James Ford. It's actually Kevin Clark in Jasvir Sapra's grey car. I apologise, he's not in the 1 Series he normally races. So over the line they go. Brian Branson in the orange car, and Kevin Clark is using Jasvir Sapra's regular car. So they've swapped cars a bit just to confuse me there. Sorry about that. Up the hill towards Druids for the second time. Card ahead of West. Going for the outside is Brian Branson in the orange M3. He always does there. Now we saw Brian Branson sharing the grey car that's in 5th place with Jasvir Sapra in the opening rounds of the Brick Car Trophy at Silverstone. It didn't go very well for them though, because they missed the pit window in race 1 and got a penalty. And then in the second race they won on the road and then unfortunately failed scrutineering. James Card, a devotee of this championship for many years, leads the way. His late father Roger raced his E30 M3 in this championship for many years before him as well. Jason West in second, the classic Thunder Saloon regular as well. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 51.326. Third place it is Jasvir Sapra in the E36 M3, the turquoise car, similar to the livery used by the Leighton House March Formula 1 team back in the 80s. Lovely colour, that one. The orange M3 of Brian Branson in 4th place, Jasvir Sapra's running mate. And Kevin Clark in 5th in Jasvir Sapra's regular car, the grey E46 M3. Not the 1 Series he usually drives. The 1 Series, the compact, is being driven by number 7 Kevin Denton. That's where the confusion arose for me there. That's number 85 of Paul Wood, running in the invitation class in the Deutsche Tech BMW M3. He's in 6th position. Over the line they go. First 4 running together. They're the 4 Class A cars. Kevin Clark a bit further back in the grey car. Jasvir Sapra has a look up the inside on Jason West at Druids for 2nd place. Side by side on the run out of the hairpin. They're still side by side. West will have the inside line for Graham Hill Bend and he keeps that 2nd place. That's allowed Brian Branson to close right up as well in the number 26 BMW. Headlights ablaze for Jason West. It's all about battling for 2nd at the moment. He's not catching James Card. This is a 20-minute race. 16.5 minutes of it to go. The less powerful cars running in the subclasses further back. Class B is the 74 of Chris Walton, Class C is Trevor Ford, and Class D is James Ford. Paul Wood in the invitation class car. And they're the only entries in their respective classes, so it's all about the Class A battle at the front for the lead in terms of class battling. Sideways there, Jason West throws the BMW out of Druids. E36 M3 there of Jazz Sapra, and from Coventry. One of the most famous cars in the Super Touring era, of course, of the British Touring Car Championship and World and Touring Car Championships around the world. 92 and 93 BMWs won titles in the UK. 92 it was Tim Harvey, 93 Joachim Winkelhock. He's under pressure from the later E46 shape M3 of Brian Branson. They were teammates in the Brick Car Trophy category at Silverstone recently, but now they're on-track rivals, and Branson trying to go around the outside of Sapra. Began his racing alongside Lucky Kera in this series. As here we're in Kumho BMW, where Lucky started his career. He's now in the British GT Championship, 2-time Ferrari Challenge UK champion as well. Brian Branson was just on the fastest lap, 50.835 seconds. The only other car to lap under 50 seconds in this race, Jason West. It's still James Card who holds sway at the front. Branson all over the back of Jasvir Sapra here. Brian Branson, a very aggressive racer. Further back, Kevin Clark is still 5th. New fastest lap by Jason West, 50.493. Are we going to see laps under the 50-second barrier here? Jason West did a 49.968 in qualifying to take pole position. battle raging for third place. Here comes Branson again, trying to get the nose of the orange machine alongside. Is he going through into Surtees? No. Sapra holds him off. But if Sapra's a Leighton House, back in that era, well, we sometimes see that orange compared to the Jägermeister livery, and the only team to use those famous colours in Formula One was Eurobrunn. They barely ever qualified for a race, sadly. Russell Dack, who we sometimes see in a Jägermeister lookalike, and now James Card's got his headlights on because they're approaching a back marker just to warn him that he's there. Jason West has closed the gap with that fastest lap, 0.46 of a second in it. Brian Branson still trying to find a way past Jasvir Sabri. He's just mown the grass coming down to Graham Hill Bend, and look, he's got a lot of grass collected in his front splitter now. Hopefully that won't make his BMW overheat. The leaders are coming up to lap the 25 car of Trevor Ford. Mr. Chairman gets out of the way, lets them through. And Jason West had a stab at taking the lead there in the underscore car. James Card has held it though. Here they come over the line. Still this battle for third rages on. Still 12, just under 13 minutes of this race to go. Battle for third is catching Trevor Ford now, and he waves them both through. Oh, excuse me, says Brian Branson. Oh, there was a bit of contact there. He tries to get alongside Branson. Again, he goes down the grass on the. He's really making use of the grass this time. Look at that. Turning that car into a lawnmower. He's surely going to get warned for track limits here, Brian Branson. Nearly going down the rallycross course. Well, the rallycross course actually turned left just after Druids and went through what is now the spectator parking area. Last held rallycross here at Brands Hatch in the early 90s. Hopefully that grass isn't going to make Brian Branson's car overheat, being caught up in the front spoiler in the front splitter like that. He has lost a bit of ground to Jasvir Sapra there. Card leads West by 0.4 of a second. Jason West up alongside.
Hello there and welcome back to Parc Fermé. We've made our way down the very long hill to join you all here. Not the biggest race. Stuart, I'll speak to you first of all. Did you see what happened? I mean, we had two false starts, didn't we, let's be honest, and now they've officially called it.
That's right, yeah, which is unfortunate because, you know, the crowds and everything and the weather, it was great. But yeah, there was a red flag, first lap stoppage. You know, one in the gravel, which was unfortunate. Restart again. Played to my advantage, I have to say, the restart. So got us into second. And then, unfortunately, Ricky Collett's engine let go at the end of the start-finish straight, just to top of Paddock Hill, which put oil, diesel, water, everything on the track, and big clean-up operation. So a shame. I had Ryan in my sights, but I didn't.
You were on him, weren't you?
I was on him.
I mean, I've got to say, that first few seconds when the green light went out and I heard the engine start roaring, I saw your nose very quickly poke out ahead of Dave Jenkins. I was like, oh, he's done him.
Yeah, I did have a great start. You know, I wouldn't say he was sleeping, but he just thought that it would be a repeat of the first start where he got in front of us, but still a bit of life in the old dog yet.
You landed on the power just at the right time, and when you're racing at that level, especially at the front of Division 1, it really is a split-second decision that makes the race.
Absolutely. You know, you're probably hundreds of thousands of a second between you getting that gap closed in time before the guy on the outside gets into it.
And of course, Steve Thomas, having been a British truck racing driver in the past as well, and now one of the three amigos, as I like to call you, who have essentially run the promoters and of course helped manage the championship as well. You've had experiences like that where a snap decision's either cost you or made you?
Yeah, like Stuart said, when you're on that start line, and I always used to love the starts. When you're all bunched together and that, the lights go to green, it is, foot off the brake, on the gas, and you get, and it is split second, and you've got to get, on the racing line, especially coming into Paddock Hill Bend, or you can end up in the gravel or whatever, wherever else. But like Stuart said, you've got to be on it and get cracking. And Stuart did. He had a good start on the second race, but it was just a shame that Tom O'Rourke went into the gravel. And the recovery does take a bit of time to get these trucks out of the gravel.
Yeah.
And then, someone said that Rick Collett was coming down the straight with flames over the top of his cab when his engine let go, but he's actually got the conrod come through the side of his engine. It's actually
wow! That's so he's dropped a piston basically.
Yeah, it's the engine is absolutely ruined. So that's end of Rick's weekend.
It won't polish out.
No.
Oh, Ricky. Oh, Ricky. We were all up there on the way back down talking, was it turbo? Was it an oil line? An oil line onto the turbo, dropping a load onto a baking hot turbo, that can cause a flash. But yeah, I've done that in a Ford Escort, my claim to fame. But yeah, dropping a piston.
It's got 2 holes, one either side of the engine.
Oh, wow.
And the conrod's out the engine on the one side.
They're not supposed to do that, are they?
No, it's
going to be
gone.
sore feelings all round. But looking now to the championship as a whole, obviously you two and of course Steve Powell having quite the hand now in bringing British truck racing the last few years to where it is today. Is it a fantastic experience to see so many more spectators here on a Saturday, which historically have been quite quiet?
Yeah, well, I spoke to MSV this morning, and they're very happy with the attendance. They were saying that the attendance is up from last year. It's growing every year, and what myself, Stuart and Steve, and along with Emma have done, with the sport, with new sponsors coming on. We've got new sponsors coming on all the time, and it's just up the sport, a lot since last year. And people can see this, and people love to come and watch, these trucks race around. It's nice watching it on the telly, but to actually hear, smell, be part of it is so much better. And with the weather like it is today, what more could you ask?
Indeed. Is it under 13s go free at all the events this year? Weekend tickets are in the £30 mark if you book in advance on the website. You can find more information on that, by the way, at btrc.co. Head over there to find the dates and ticket availability for the rest of the events in the year. But Stuart, so you've had a couple of interesting races this weekend so far. How do you manage to divide your time between the management and the running of the championship and having to be on the track, fixing the truck, ready for the races? How do you do it?
Well, just say Steve sort this out. No. I think Steve mentioned it as well. As the sport sort of
both pensioners.
No, mentioned it. I didn't say pensioners.
Oh, he called them both pensioners. I was like, I heard that. I wanted to hear that. That's what it was.
No, but the sport has evolved. It did do a dip a few years ago, and it's coming back up. Like Steve says, the sponsors for the championships going on board, which in turn helps the sponsors for the competitors. There's some great names, Napa, and a lot of big names coming into the sport, and that's because the organisation is now good. Where there's a championship manager in situ now that's sort of overseeing, takes a lot of stress and work and running around away from us three, Steve and the other Steve and myself. So it helps me massively, because last year, you were running around with to get your helmet on, to get the truck ready, racing, coming back helmet off. Then the truck sport promoter hat was going on, and then we were sitting down talking about this, talking about that, and that was good. I better go and make sure my truck's ready, and then next thing you're on the track. So yeah, it's because it's going in a good direction and going in a strange sort of way. It makes it easier because people want to come and talk to you. People want to make it happen.
Yeah.
Because they want to be involved. Whereas before we were sort of chasing everybody to get them motivated, and it has. I'm sure Steve will agree. It has, because it's got to that level now. It's getting more expensive, and the organisers want more money.
Well, the world is getting more expensive.
Yeah, that's right. But it's nice to hear when we're talking to the organisers, that we're sort of up there towards the British Superbike and the touring cars, which you think, Jesus, it's truck racing, but it's only one. Like I said earlier on the grid, to the commentator on the grid. It's the only truck racing championship there is. There's loads of car championships.
Oh yeah.
But if you want to go truck racing, you've got to come and do this, Too
right. Yeah. No, fantastic. And that's it.
We are now, one of the premium motorsport events. This was said by MSV that, with bikes, bikes do bring big crowds in. Touring cars, trucks. We are going in the right direction, and it was massive years and years ago, 30, 40 years ago, but we can get back up, we can get a lot of followers, and a lot of people coming to watch this, as the years go by.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, continue the fantastic work. I think everybody at home will agree, you know, and again, that they're able to be at home and watch this. There's a massive advance from years ago, that we can watch it happening as it happens, as well as the show that goes out on Preview, Free Sport and Sky in the later weeks. It's just fantastic to get so many more people involved.
The one thing we need to develop is smelly vision, because one thing with truck racing, you can
talking about the drivers or the trucks?
Well, no, Sunday night it's maybe a bit that way, but no, you know, so like Steve mentioned it before, you know, it's great watching it on the TV and you know, on your sofa in front of a big TV watching truck racing, but to come along and smell it and experience it and get the buzz and the feel, you can't get that on your TV. That's the one bit you can't get, you know. So we just need to you work your magic and get some smelly vision invented.
Smelly vision.
Yeah.
I mean, the smelly vision now, it'd only really be for 2 or 3 flavours. It's going to be tyre smoke and clutch, because of course with our new fuel. Bit of hot oil from Ricky, yeah. We still make that out of dead dinosaurs, don't we? But the new biofuel, you obviously behind the wheel. I've asked all the drivers this. What are you thinking with regards to performance? I haven't seen any difference other than the fact possibly a little bit quicker.
Yeah, well, you know, the techno men say, you know, it basically burns a little bit hotter. So to the every layman's understanding, if it's hotter, it's got to be faster because it explodes more, because that's basically what an engine does. It explodes the fuel and pushes it.
We know, we've seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
Just working piston, which is not in Ricky's truck.
Yeah, that one pushed a bit too hard. Yeah.
So you know, so no, the biofuel, it's a great add, you know, sort of thing to the championship. You know, we're thrilled to have that, because it's brought so much more interest into the championship, because you know there's no hiding the fact the old smelly trucks of the old smelly truck racing days, you know, you cannot have this in this modern world, you know what I mean? It has to be a clean and them days ago.
So we'll look to the future, and the BTRC will be there and strong. Right, Steve Thomas, thank you so much. Stuart Oliver, always a pleasure. Brilliant talking to them guys. Let's go and see now. You can see the Parc Fermé's gone rather quiet behind us now, so we might pop over to a couple of garages and have a chat to some drivers before we'll see whether or not we are able to hand out some trophies. So let's have a wander, and I'll see you very soon.
Right then, here we are after just a 3-lap race finishing the Saturday here at Brands Hatch. We have of course got some trophies to hand out. Now, the official ruling from the stewards have decided that because we did more than 50% but less than 75%, they've called it and said we're doing the race positions as it finished, and also all of the teams that got podiums will of course get the full amount of points. So championship standings will of course be modified as necessary. So we've got all of the drivers and another lovely group of spectators over here. Get them on there, Ad, get them on there. Lovely that they've all showed up to watch the trophy presentation and get involved. Right now, what you're going to guess, alright, we can hear you, Leona, it's fine. Shall we carry on with Division 2? Do you want me to some more attention? She wants some more. Everybody look at Leona for a minute, she's feeling left out. Right. Division 2, in third place for race 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Adam Vince. Thank you, sir. Well done. Up on your number 3. And in second place, what a fantastic result for Craig Evans. You watch it, lads, and I was talking to him last night. He said he's coming for you this season. Coming for you. Well done, Craig. Well done. But that of course means in first place for Division 2, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for John Powell. Hey, listen, there's no booze. There's no booze. You holding that? It's heavy, it's really heavy. You got it? That's it. Up on the one. They're going to start wondering what on earth age we let them start. Round of applause then for Division 2 top 3. Absolutely fantastic. Let's just get a quick word. How did your race go? One word. He's excited. Let's see. We're getting there with the exciting. Really? Yes. Wow. Well, yes indeed. Hopefully not so much tomorrow. Craig, one word from you. Warm. I told them on the live it'd be warm. Right, another round of applause for your top 3. Thank you very much, everyone from Division 2. It might have been a short one, but it was a race nonetheless. Right, on to your Division 1 standings for that race, and taking the third place, please put your hands together for Mr. David Jenkins. There we go, sir. Ooh, thank you. There we go, we get another trophy, and in second place, just picked it to the post, it's Stuart Oliver. Good job you're on opposite sides. Well done, Stu. And last but not least, in fact it's first. So, make some noise for, of course, Mr. Ryan Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Who's having a mixed bit? These two are absolutely terrified. Right, go on then, one either side. And we'll take some photos. Round of applause for Division 1 top 3. And let's get our soon-to-be famous one-word reactions. Dave, you're first. Disjointed. Disjointed, I like that one. I think we're going to really try and put some effort into those tomorrow. The disjointed, that's just taking the first position for me. Predictable. Ooh, shots fired, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. And Stuart, a word from you. Are you with us? Salubrious. Salubrious. Oh, wow. A massive round of applause for your Division 1 top 3 for race 2 of the weekend and of the season. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Right, if you're watching at home, that's all we've got time for today. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank all of you very much for joining us. We'll be back live on the stream tomorrow. But of course, feel free to skip back and look at all the kind of racing action that we've had today. Thanks for being with us here at Brands Hatch. We'll see you tomorrow.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.